Politicians talk a big game, promise the world no more, but when they're in office, they fuck you up big time, that's for sure. They shake your hand and smile, say they got your back, but in the end they screw you over, leave you in the dark. Then you really think they are your friends, then bend down over, boy, and lower your bands. Yeah, hey, hey. Obama won the Peace Prize and bombed the shit out of Middle East. Killed millions of people and left the place far from peace. And Trump is just a fucking disappointment I knew he would be. I'm still waiting for the MC files to be released. You really think they are your friends? Then bend that over, boy, and lower your bed. Politicians say your friends will make the world a fucking mess. So grab your money, break their promises, and laugh as they pass. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care, but in the end, they're just using you like a fucking spare. But they're deceiving the masses and keeping you down, while they lie in their pockets and screw you in the town. You really think they are your friends? Then bend that over, boy, and lower your bed. Politicians say your friends will make the world a fucking mess. So grab your money, break their promises, and laugh as they pass. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care, but in the end, they're just using you like a fucking spare. But there are a few exceptions, like Ron Paul, who stay true. He didn't go to FC Talent to fuck your mirror. He served the principle of liberty for the people's right to live their lives, make the choices to do what's right. You really think they are your friends? Then bend that over, boy, and lower your bed. Politicians say your friends will make the world a fucking mess. So grab your money, break their promises, and laugh as they pass. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care, but in the end, they're just using you like a fucking spare. So remember to have a condom when they come knocking at your door, cause politicians calling and fuck you and straight up in your ass for sure.
Change, the silent cries, this land we've known, it's grown so cold, the weight of chains, the lies they've told. The world's gone mad, we can't pretend they punish truth, the walls won't bend, but far away, there's a brighter stream. Argentina, cause it feels like a dream. Oh, I'm torn between the life we've known and a fight to find a freer home. My love, won't you let me go to Argentina, where the skies are white and nights grow cleaner. I miss your touch, but I need to be free. Won't you let me go? Won't you come with me? Cutting down the ties that bind, a place where the state won't rule your mind. They're ending debt, they're letting it fall. It's a life where no one's chained at all. But you hold my heart, you hold my hand, and ask me why I can't just stand. I love you more than words can show, but freedom's the fighter that won't let go. My darling, see what I see, a life for us where the soul is free. My love, won't you let me go to Argentina, where the skies are white and nights grow cleaner. I miss your touch, but I need to be free. Won't you let me go? Won't you come with me? can't stay where hope's overthrown. My love, my life, you mean it all, but hear my heart, it heeds the call. I'll write to you every single day, but don't let me die in this gray decay. My love, won't you let me go to Argentina, where the skies are white and nights grow cleaner. I'll miss your touch, but I need to be free. Won't you let me go? Won't you come with me? Oh, my love, my dear. Oh, won't you let me go to Argentina, where the winds of freedom blow?
Untamed, we walk alone, no ruler's leash, no gilded throne, no flag to wave, no law to own, just one vow carved into bone. No fists on land that isn't theirs, no chains, no boots, no solemn prayers. They whisper cult, they whisper sin, but our oath holds strong within. They shout who runs this bloody crew, we've rim white hearts and nothing do. 200 years of wasted breath, we torch the lies, we dance with death. The cult of individuals, unruled, unled, unchained. The cult of individuals can't be owned, can't be framed. The cult of individuals, no leash, no king, no script. The cult of individuals, unbroken and unquipped. Chairman God, who'd want that post? We'll drink to that, a rebel's toast. No scepter swings, no gold commands. We fight with truth, not bloodied hands. A pact of peace binds wolf to wolf, but never throne or pulpit. Those who know what freedom brings won't kneel to dogs dressed up as kings. Freedom's raw and freedom's holy. No leader breaks this band so lowly. Unruled, untamed, we light the spark that burns forever in the dark. The cult of individuals, unruled, unled, unchained. The cult of individuals, too wild to be detained. The cult of individuals, no master, no cross, no crown. The cult of individuals, we'll torch it all, burn it down. Burn it down. So raise your glass to the outlaw kind. No state, no chains, no ties that bind. We are the cult, we are the flame. We'll never march, but we remain.
Sorry lot, you work, you sweat, you break your back, you what do you get? A boot to the face. A boot to the face. They grit the cash and foot the bill while they sit high and left almost a swill. But we ain't begging, we ain't bowing, we take what's ours, no more allowing. music got their steeds while we're stuck in a 9-to-5 slog. That's a joke, euros worse, thank us while we curse. Grit the wealthy, played our debts, and tell us all it's for the best. Oi, 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 Brussels bastards, taking our rent, taking our rights. Oi, 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 ECB wankers, rich in the cash while we starve and fight. Oi, 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 Brussels bastards, taking our rent, taking our rights. Oi, 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 ECB wankers, rich in the cash while we starve and fight. No t-shirts, social welfare state, just hands in pockets, make it our thing. Buy, sell, bill or burn, no permission. It's our time. Oh, what's that? Democracy, you say? Ha, more like a fucking cattle pen. Vote left, vote right, same old crooks, still shafted by the bankers' hooks. Oi, 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 Brussels bastards, taking our rent, taking our rights. Oi, 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 ECB wankers, rich in the cash while we starve and fight. Oi, 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 Brussels bastards, taking our rent, taking our rights. Oi, 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 ECB wankers.
They tune me out, crank up their doom. But I won't play your game. The son of me, the non-aggression pact is my only creed. You call it chaos, I call it free. Guess I'm the last one left who still believes. Street signs barking orders like they got soul. Smile for the camera, it's under control. They trade your rights for comfort bit by bit. But I'm the lunatic, do not submit to it. I sit my couch in the decline. They drop the cuff, you call it reline. I ask the reason they bring more rules. I quote Bastion, they roll their eyes like fools. But I won't play your game. The son of me, the non-aggression pact is my only creed. You call it chaos, I call it free. Yeah, I'm the ghost they wish they never see. They smile in suits while locking every door. Call it progress, but I've seen this all before. Their truth is loud, but man, it feels so thin. If I don't nod, they act like that's a sin. I'm not your project, I'm not your plan. Just one lone voice with a spineless hands. They trade their soul for a safe routine. I'd rather bleed than live unseen. But I won't play your game. No son of me. The non-aggression pact is my only creed. You call it chaos, I call it free. I'll die on this hill if that's what it means.
There's air in the pesos, ghost in the rain. The choir of beggars calling your name. The city's asleep with its eyes open wide, wondering how to make it through the night. But the wind is whispering change in sight, and somewhere a madman sparks the light. They built their thrones from borrowed time, paper crowns and borrowed lies. A sea of hands all reaching out for those that never paid the price. Money burns, the clock runs dry. The preachers bless a crooked line. They steal your dreams and call it law, while selling freedom door to door. But the streets are waking up tonight. Hear the rumble under neon light. Chainsaw man cut through their rules and their ties. Tear down the curtains that cover the light. The rulers tremble, their reign is done. Long live freedom, damn it, forever on. The Chainsaw Man. Spin your saw, spin it on. They said the state would keep us safe, but it's a thief with a smiling face.
masses dead. I've seen the fear behind their eyes. When truth walks in, the old world dies. A madman's laugh, a prophet's song. It's chaos now, but chaos feels strong. You can't cage thunder in a prayer. The wind of change is everywhere. Chainsaw man cut through their rules and their ties. Tear down the curtains that cover the light. The rulers tremble, their reign is done. Long live freedom, damn it, forever on. A chainsaw man. Spin your saw, spin it on. Let the bankers run, let the tyrants fall, let the wild hearts sing through it all. We were born for the edge of the flame. Call it madness, I call it change. Chainsaw man cut through their rules and their ties. Raise your voice where the old world lies. The caste is burning, their kingdom's gone. Long live freedom, forever on. Chainsaw man, long live freedom till we die.
Politicians talk a big game, promise the world and more. But when they're in office, they fuck you up big time, that's for sure. They'll shake your hand and smile, say they got your back. But in the end, they'll screw you over, leave you in the dark. Obama won the Peace Prize and bombed the shit out of the Middle East, killed millions of people and left the place far from peace. And Trump is just a fucking disappointment. I know he would be. I'm still waiting for the Epstein files to be released. Politicians ain't your friends, they'll make the world a fucking mess. They'll grab your money, break their promises, and laugh as they make pass. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care. But in the end, they're just using you like a fucking spare. But they're just in it for the power, the money, and the fucking art of deceiving the masses, of keeping you down, while they line their pockets and screw you in the town.
Politicians ain't your friends, they'll make the world a fucking mess. They'll grab your money, break the promises, and laugh as they pass. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care, but in the end, they're just using you.
You really think they are your friends? Then bend on over, boy, and lower your pants. Politicians ain't your friends, they'll make the world a fucking mess. They'll grab your money, break your promises, and laugh as they pass. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care, but in the end, they're just using you like a fucking spare. But there are a few exceptions, like Ron Paul, who stayed true. He didn't go to Epstein's Island, didn't fuck you or me or you. He stood for the principle of liberty, for the people's right to live their lives, to make their choices, to do what's right. politicians ain't your friends. They'll make the world a fucking mess. They'll grab your money, break the promises, and laugh as they pass. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care. But in the end, they're just using you like a fucking spare. Oh, you really think they are your friends? Then bend over, boy, and lower your pants.
So remember to have a condom when they come knocking at your door. Cause politicians come only to fuck you straight up in your ass for sure.
Politicians talk a big game, promise the world and more. But once they're in office, they'll fuck you up for sure. They'll shake your hand and smile, say they got your back, then screw you over later, leave you cold and black. If you really think they're friends, then bend on over, boy, and drop your pants again. Politicians ain't your friends. They'll make the world a fucking mess. They'll share your heart, cross-blooded, really rotten ass. They'll steal your money, break their vows, and laugh in your distress. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care. But in the end, they're using you just a fucking spare. Obama won the Peace Prize and bombed the Middle East, killed millions of people. That's a twisted kind of peace. And Trump, just a letdown. I always knew he'd be still waiting on those Epstein files for all the world to see. If you really think they're friends, then bend on over, boy, and drop your pants again. Politicians ain't your friends, they'll make the world a fucking mess. They'll steal your money, break their vows, and laugh in your distress. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care. But in the end, they're using you just a fucking spare. That's a win, it's a loss. Either as any actions, I did to real. And you get called a back eye. Maybe did your reels at your fucking mess. Fucking mess. Maybe did your reels at your fucking mess. Fucking maybe did your reels at your fucking mess. They'll lie your money, break their vows, and laugh in your distress. They'll tell you like it, do feel then lie you wear. But in the end, they're using you just a fucking spare. Obama won the Peace Prize, promised the Middle East, killed millions of people. That's a twisted kind of peace. Didn't go set down, that make you want to do. Didn't go to Epstein's Island, didn't fuck me or you. He fought for liberty, for freedom's light, for every soul to live their life and do what's right. If you really think that they're friends, then bend on over, boy, you drop your pants again. That politicians ain't your friends. They'll steal your money, break their vows, and laugh in your distress. They'll tell you lies, feed you lie you care, think they care. But in the end, they're using you just not the fucking spare. Politicians ain't your friends, they'll make the world a fucking mess. They'll steal your money, break their vows, and laugh in your distress. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care. But in they're using you just a fucking spare. So remember to have a condom when they come knocking at your door. Cause politicians come only to fuck you straight up in your ass. For sure.
Oh, we zijn te zien. We do it in English.
Hoppa, ja, we zijn
Shit, even do dit zo.
Wait a second.
Yes, we are live.
Hey!
En jij bent nog niet te zien, Yoshi. Just a few seconds, we can make some music, and then we will be back in a few seconds.
Politicians talk the big game, promise the world and more, but when they're in office, they fuck you up big time, that's for sure. They shake your hand and smile, say they got your back, but in the end, they screw you over, leave you in the dark. Now you really think they are your friends, then bend down over, boy, and lower your bands. Yeah! Obama won the Peace Prize and bombed the shit out of Middle East. Killed millions of people and left the place far from peace. And Trump is just a fucking disappointment I knew he would be. I'm still waiting for the MC files to be released. You really think they are your friends? Then bend that over, boy, and lower your bed. Politicians say your friends will make the world a fucking mess. They'll grab your money, break their promises, and laugh as they pass. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care. But in the end, they're just using you like a fucking spare. But they're just even the mass.
De microfoon te spelen. Ja, en nou zijn wij te zien en te horen. En ja, hoppakee. Yes, here we are. And we're going to speak English because there are probably people that are not speaking Dutch listening. En goed, neem jij het even over van me.
My apologies that I'm still eating. You know, Johan?
Yeah.
And last year we started at 11 and we were on time. Today we are starting at 1. And everything is very... Sometimes it's better to just start early.
Okay.
I woke up today at 8 o'clock. And I was like, oh, I don't have to do anything until 1. I'm just going to go back into bed and listen to Tucker Carlson and Ian Carroll talk about the Las Vegas shooting. But I had to make my fire. I had to make a breakfast. I still have to announce our stream on the social media platforms. And now I'm a little bit short on time.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, but
next year we just start at 7 in the morning.
Okay. Hey, I'm starting the opener. Here we go.
Welkom.
Okay.
U luistert naar Vrijheidradio.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a new episode of Freedom Radio, the Genesis Block birthday party. And I'm here with Yoshi Livo, and my name is Johan. And we're going to have a good time. We have a lot of guests, and Yoshi, you can announce the guests.
Well, little side note on the guest is that our second guest, Vlad Kostea from the Bitcoin Takeover podcast, cannot make it today due to an illness. He got a very heavy flu.
Ooh.
He believes it's a well, you can read his Twitter what he believes. I will not misquote him, but it's very severe for him. And I told him, just see how you wake up and if you make it. So maybe he will still join us for a couple of minutes, but he told me I'm unable to speak for a full hour. So instead of Vlad, I wrote a last-minute blog post. And in this hour that we got extra, I'm going to read it out. And Joel Valenzuela and Amaury are going to be invited to start earlier or stay a little bit longer. In general, we have a program, but this is a group of friends enjoying blockchain. And so whether you are 5 minutes early, whether you speak for the full hour or a little bit longer, a little bit later, that is not the intention of today. It's just some friends meeting and giving an update about how the year has been, what they expect for the next year. And like you say, Johan, we're just going to have a good time. Every guest that is going to visit will have the ability to choose a prize for the viewers. which, well, I don't know yet. How much shall we do? Like 10, 15 euro per guest, I guess. It's going to be paid by me. I will pay like 10 euro. Maybe they double the 10, you know. Some of these people are developers of coins and they might throw in some extra. We will see all of that. We got the wheel ready, Johan?
Yeah, we're going to do now at this moment?
No, yeah, well, you can, but this is just to maybe you can show the wheel to the people and they can already write the name for the first
This
guest.
is the wheel, yeah. Yeah, here it comes. Okay, there's exclamation mark Ron Paul if you're in on Twitch.
Yeah, only on Twitch.
Yeah.
And so, if no, I wanted to say Amaury Sechet, if I say that last name correct, the lead developer of eCash, one of the coins which Genesis Block which celebrates its Genesis Block anniversary today, same age as Bitcoin, a fork of Bitcoin. Is joining in 18 minutes, or well, we expect him in about 18 minutes. So please forgive me, I got 3 more slices of bread to finish before that moment. So I will stuff them in my mouth and stop talking for a second.
Ja. Oké, je kan... zoals je nou nog geen luisteraars. Zal ik maar even Nederlands zeggen? Dus misschien dat het allemaal Nederlanders zijn.
Waarom?
Uitroepteken Ron Paul in de chat en dan maak je kans op 10 egels dan in het begin.
Ja.
Oké.
No, 10 euro. 10 euro of EFL's.
Oh, nu al?
Yeah, all day. Why not?
Every hour? Oké.
Every hour.
En dan even kijken, hoeveel is 10...
But maybe for this wheel, this is just the wheel for the electron cash in 1 hour.
Oh, oké. Dus now we're going not to... dan haak ik even de egels weg. Oké.
Because the EFL developer is coming later today on the show.
Oké. Ja, nu nog even mention all the people that are coming. We heard Joel Valenzuela, the e-gas guy.
We start off the day with Amaury Sechet, who is the developer of eCash. Then Vlad Kostea was supposed to come, but he's sick. So I will talk a little bit about Liberland and my vision of this year. Then at 3 o'clock, Liberland time, CET, Joel Valenzuela will join the call. At 4 o'clock, we will get a delegation of community coins, which is between 2 and 5 people. So I have invited them all. That's why they are on the list for 2 hours. Okay. Then at 6 o'clock...
They all come at the same time?
Yes, they are all in the same block.
Ooh, okay. You told them, by the way, some technical stuff. Say it in Dutch. Hebben ze wel gezegd dat ze hun schermpje in een klein formaat moeten doen? Anders wordt het heel zwaar en dan gaat het internet vastlopen.
I didn't say that yet. I can say that to them, don't worry.
Of ze doen het even zonder webcam, dat kan ook.
We got 5 hours to go until they're here. Then we got a new guest who hasn't been on the show before, which is Luke Pryor, who is active in Bitcoin Cash and has launched a Bitcoin Cash token called Roach, because Roach wants to show how resilient the Bitcoin Cash community is, like a real cockroach that you cannot get rid of. So I'm looking forward to that first conversation with him. It's the first time that I speak with him in public. I know him from some Telegram channels, but that's it. So that's a new guest. And then at 7 o'clock, we got Mr. Breyer of Breyer Media that is gonna join us, who, by the way, last year predicted the top of Bitcoin to be 128,000 in October. So he was spot on. And then at 8 o'clock we will have a normal, not really normal because it's the Genesis block anniversary, but then we just do a full episode of Freedom Radio. At the end of all the guests, we will make a show for ourselves. Might be in English this time, might be in Dutch. That is not, you are the host in that way, Johan. You have to decide. So that's the outlook for today.
Ja. Ik heb nog het idee dat we luchtledig aan het praten zijn.
That's how it starts. And I didn't really promote it yet on the socials that we are live. I sent out a tweet yesterday, but not with your link to the show.
Oh.
And one more question. Are we also live on X or not?
No, not on X. No.
Okay. Unfortunately, my premium, I had a premium plus last year.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this year they didn't allow me to renew my subscription because I had like a 60% reduction price last year, and I wanted that again, but they didn't want to give it, and then it would cost me something like, I don't know, $200, $250, and I was like, that's too much for me. It's not too much, but it's not worth it, you know.
Yeah.
So we will see. We are waiting for Amaury. Maybe Johan, you tell us a little bit about your vacation. Where have you been?
This week or?
This week.
Oh yeah, we were at a friend's house.
Okay.
And then we went to a hotel in the other part of the country. And they have vineyards there.
Oh.
And but now there was all covered with snow.
You don't have a hangover?
No. It's very good, good wine.
Now that you mention shit, no. I'm sorry for eating, guys, but I woke up too late.
We're always eating live at the show.
There is snow also here near Liberland, but my internet
is still working.
Has a connection through the air. Now, it's currently not snowing, and there has been snowing last night, and there is another prediction of snow later today.
Ooh.
And if it really starts snowing, it's very likely that I will disconnect. So let's hope that doesn't happen. But in case it does, you will know what's up. Of course, it's not my, I want to be here with you, but it's not always up to me.
Yeah, now we were there to taste the new wines they made.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was all good. Yeah. And they had also a bottle of wine that was €85, so that was a bit too expensive for me. I already had a wine with this Christmas of €150. That was Amarone from Italy.
But if you are in the Netherlands, if you are in the Netherlands and you have to pay all these bombs to Ukraine, I can guess the bottles of wine.
Yeah, it's not just the tax. So it's the fines. The vineyard.
Vineyard, yes.
Yeah, the druiven.
Vines.
Yeah, the vine. Yeah, but not with the small V, not with the F.
I don't know.
A fine is also like a tax. Huh? But we're talking about the fruit. They let it dry on straw, and then I don't know how to say it in English. It's even in Dutch it's complicated. But it's an Italian style of making wine. But they did it now in the Netherlands, and That's why it's so expensive. Yeah.
I tried to make my own wine in October,
Okay.
but unfortunately it exploded.
And the what?
Because of the process of alcohol. I made some mistake. There was too much pressure, and then it just blew up.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Now, here is my dog. She also wants to eat one egg. Here is your egg, dog.
Zal ik anders even wat muziek starten en dan komen we later gewoon weer terug.
Alright, Johan is going to start some music.
Yeah. Then we'll be back when the guy is there.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be back.
Politicians talk a big game, promise the world and more, but when they're in office, they fuck you up big time, that's for sure. They shake your hand and smile, say they got your back, but in the end, they screw you over, leave you in the dark. Now you really think they are your friends? Then bend down over, boy, and know where you bend. Yeah! Obama won the Peace Prize and bombed the shit out of Middle East. Killed millions of people and left the place far from peace. And Trump is just a fucking disappointment I knew he would be. I'm still waiting for the MC files to be released. You really think they are your friends? Then bend that over, boy, and know where you bend. Politicians say your friends don't make the world a fucking mess. So grab your money, break their promises and laugh as they pass. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care, but in the end, they're just using you like a fucking spare. But they're deceiving the masses and keeping you down, while they lie in their pockets and screw you into town. You really think they are your friends? Then bend that over, boy, and know where you bend. Politicians say your friends will make the world a fucking mess. So grab your money, break their promises and laugh as they pass. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care, but in the end, they're just using you like a fucking spare. But there are a few exceptions like Ron Paul who stay true. He didn't go to Epstein's Island to fuck your mirror. Serve the principle of liberty for the people's right to live their lives, make their choices, to do what's right. You really think they are your friends? Then bend that over, boy, and know where you bend. Politicians say your friends will make the world a fucking mess. So grab your money, break their promises and laugh as they pass. They'll tell you lies, feed you bullshit, make you think they care, but in the end, they're just using you like a fucking spare. Remember to have a condom when they come knocking at your door, cause politicians calling and fuck you straight up in your ass for sure.
Change, the silent cries, this land we've known, it's grown so cold, the weight of chains, the lies they told. The world's gone mad, we can't pretend they punish truth, the walls won't bend, but far away, there's a brighter stream, Argentina, cause it feels like a dream. Oh, I'm torn between the life we've known and a fight to find a freer home. My love, won't you let me go to Argentina, where the skies are white and nights grow cleaner. I miss your touch, but I need to be free. Won't you let me go? Won't you come with me? Cutting down the ties that bind, a place where the state won't rule your mind. They're ending debt, they're letting it fall. It's a life where no one's chained at all. But you hold my heart, you hold my hand, and ask me why I can't just stand. I love you more than words can show, but my darling, see what I see. A life for us where the soul is free. My love, won't you let me go to Argentina where the skies are white and nights grow cleaner. I miss your touch, but I need to be free. Won't you let me go? Won't you come with me? Stay where hope's overthrown. My love, my life, you mean it all. But hear my heart, it heeds the call. I'll write to you every single day, but don't let me die in this gray decay. My love, won't you let me go to Argentina where the skies are white and nights grow cleaner. I miss your touch, but I need to be free. Won't you let me go? Won't you come with me? Oh, my love, my dear. Oh, won't you let me go to Argentina where the winds of freedom blow?
Untamed, we walk alone, no ruler's leash, no gilded throne, no flag to wave, no law to own, just one vow carved into bone. No fists on land that isn't theirs, no chains, no boots, no solemn prayers. They whisper cult, they whisper sin, but our oath holds strong within. They shout who runs this bloody crew. We've rim white hearts and nothing do. 200 years of wasted breath. We torch the lies, we dance with death. The cult of individuals, unruled, unled, unchained. The cult of individuals can't be owned, can't be framed. The cult of individuals, no leash, no king, no script. The cult of individuals, unbroken and unquipped. Chairman God, who'd want that post? We'll drink to that, a rebel's toast. No scepter swings, no gold commands. We fight with truth, not bloodied hands. A pact of peace binds wolf to wolf, but never throne or pulpit. Those who know what freedom brings won't kneel to dogs dressed up as kings. Freedom's raw and freedom's holy. No leader breaks this band so lowly. Unruled, untamed, we light the spark that burns forever in the dark. The cult of individuals, unruled, unled, unchained. The cult of individuals, too wild to be detained. The cult of individuals, no master, no cross, no crown. The cult of individuals, we'll torch it all, burn it down. Burn it down. So raise your glass to the outlaw kind. No state, no chains, no ties that bind. We are the cult, we are the flame. We'll never march, but we remain.
sweat, you break your back, and what do you get? A boot to the face. A boot to the face! They grit the cash and foot the bill while they sit high and the films will swill. But we ain't begging, we ain't bowing, take what's ours, no more allowing.
Should I be talking, Johan?
Yeah, you can talk. Your English is better, I think.
All right.
My English sounds too much like talking double Dutch.
Are we live now or what?
We're live, yeah.
Oh, we're live. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't get it. So, welcome everybody to the 17th Genesis Block anniversary.
Yeah.
We're gonna kick off this year with Amaury Sechet, the developer of eCash, one of the coins that is celebrating its Genesis Block anniversary today. Amaury, welcome. Good to have you back.
Well, I want to say welcome back, but that's not my show, so.
No, okay, but for you, it's welcome back. I'm glad that we have you again because, like I said, you are you are representing one of those coins that has started exactly 17 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And what a 17 years it has been so far. And well, that's always the perfect reason for me to invite you to this day. And so, yeah, well, let's talk a little bit about the last year for eCash. I've seen many integrations in payment providers, pay buttons, things like that. But of course, you know much better what has happened in your year. So why not bring us up to date a little bit and hear, and so we can hear what you've been doing.
Yeah, so last year we mostly took advantage of technology. I think we talked about it a little, in the previous podcast a year ago. But we basically, like, we're a fork of Bitcoin, and on top of it we have this technology called Avalanche that allows us to, add like various value add feature to Bitcoin. And so I think, at least to me, the two most important ones that we were able to roll out this year are Heartbeat. So Heartbeat is a way to have blocks come more regularly by doing targeting. Like, there is a difficulty adjustment in Bitcoin and most cryptocurrency. And with Avalanche, we can add a real-time component to that difficulty adjustment. You're like, usually you have the difficulty that is set for the next block by some algorithm, and
for example, with Bitcoin, it's, I believe, every 2000.
Bitcoin, it's every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But that only works because Bitcoin is the biggest coin.
Yes.
If it was not the biggest coin, this would like fail catastrophically to do it every 2 weeks. So what most coins are doing is to do it every block. And what we can do is actually add a real-time component to it, so that like even blocks are more evenly spaced than they would be otherwise. So I think that's a very nice quality of life, right? Because everybody everybody that have used cryptocurrency, I had this experience that, you make a transaction and then the next block takes forever to arrive, because we say like one block every 10 minutes.
Especially if you were in the early days and only used Bitcoin at that time. That was like, you were sitting at 1 at night being stressed. Why is my Bitcoin
because like we often say a block every 10 minutes, but this is what happens on average, right? But what happens in practice is like sometimes you have a block that comes after 1 minute. Sometimes you have no blocks for like 25 minutes. It's, it's very random. It's 10 minutes on average, but in practice, it's very, very random.
Yes.
And so the user experience for that is not the best. Plus, on minority chain, there is a lot of detail there, but it incentivizes switch miners and stuff like that when you don't adjust difficulty quickly. So therefore we developed that technology that we call Heartbeat, that, like its name indicates, it tries to get the beating of the blockchain more regularly, and that works quite well. And so the user experience is like greatly improved, but also for the miner, it's better because they don't have to deal with switch miners and stuff like that as much as before. So that's the one, technology that we developed that I like. Otherwise, we also... Yes?
Because I'm not so technical, so I'm trying to ask a question, or I perceive what you are saying, but is it like something like you start with a very high difficulty and then in the same block over time it gets reduced, something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, then I got a hang of it, of how it's going.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously that's also like, that's the gist of it, but in reality it's more complex than that, because all the nodes on the network are not going to receive the block at the same time, right? Mm-hmm. Which means that if you do real-time targeting, they are not going to agree on what the difficulty is when they receive the block, because they don't receive it at the same time and their clock is not synchronized and so on, right? So you need a mechanism to reconciliate, because it's possible that some nodes say, okay, this is like good according to real-time difficulty, and some other nodes say no, like according to us, it's not good, and so they need a way to reconcile themselves, and this is where the real difficulty is. Like there is a lot that I'm sweeping under the rug here, because
keep it simple, it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. But this is where the real difficulty lies. You need to make sure that at the end of the day, all the nodes are gonna agree on what is a valid block and what is not. And with real-time difficulty, it's it's more difficult.
And so that input is coming from Avalanche.
Yeah, exactly. We use Avalanche for the node to talk to each other and come to an agreement on whether a block matched the real-time difficulty or not.
That's a good solution, man.
Yeah, and so if they don't receive the block exactly at the same time, or their clock is not, set exactly the same way and whatnot, they're gonna come to an agreement anyway. So that's one of the things that we rolled out. And otherwise, the other one, I think the most important one, is pre-consensus.
Okay.
So pre-consensus is essentially the same idea that I explained for blocks, but for transactions. So all the nodes are going to use Avalanche to decide on a set of transactions that is valid. And then it's not possible to mine a double spend of those transactions. So that doesn't mean that they get into a block right away necessarily, but you cannot do double spend of those transactions. So they are just as good as confirmed. Because Avalanche is much faster, we can do that in like typically less than 2 seconds. So obviously it's gonna depend on the load on the network and various stuff like that, but it's almost always, even almost always less than 1 second. But if there is some load on the network, it can take 2 seconds, something like that. But it's very, very fast. And within that time window, we can say, like this transaction is good or this transaction is no good.
And so that's how you create a zero confirmation instant transaction. And
exactly.
Keep the cash in eCash.
Well, like the name says, the name says it. Like we want to be electronic cash, and like when you pay by cash, you don't have to wait 10 minutes, like in the shop for.
No, it's even worse. It's even
be, like stamped by someone or whatever. Like this is a good transaction, right? So it needs to be it needs to be very quick if you want to be able to use it as cash. So historically, what people have been doing is like they rely on zeroconf, but it comes with its own set of issue, and people usually don't understand the trade-off very, very well. And like at the end of the day, the trade-off that you are making when you do zeroconf is that you trust, and like, you know, in normal time, you need to trust the network as an aggregate, right? Like you don't need to trust that any one participant in the network is honest, but you need to trust that the aggregate of everybody in the network is gonna, you know, like tend in the right direction. But there might be like a lot of dishonest participants in the network. When you do zeroconf, you are assuming that the overwhelming majority of participants in the network are honest, which is like sometimes true, sometimes not.
The smaller the coin is, the more difficult that becomes. Because then
typically the smaller the coin is, the truer it is in like normal day-to-day operation, but the easier it is for someone to show up out of nowhere and become important on the network. And therefore, like you can trust it, and then one day to the next you cannot trust it, and nobody is warning you, right? So it's a bit of an issue. So with that, we don't need to trust anyone, and we can just, you know, validate transaction. It takes less than 2 seconds typically, and after that time, you know, the transaction, well, like we call it finalized. If you look in the block explorer, there is a little check mark next to it when it's finalized, and it's very, very quick. And when it's finalized, you know, you cannot double spend it. So you know that the transaction is good.
And another question I have that I'm going to ask all the participants of today is what about privacy and fungibility? Because last year, 2025, the new narrative seems to have been, or at least for me, was the breakout of Zcash in a way, which led the way for an enormous amount of privacy coins to rally. So the real issue is for me not even the privacy, but the privacy is linked with it, but the real money is fungible. The problem that I see with a lot of the older UTXO coins, because of the transparent blockchain, is that the one coin cannot be replaced by the other because they have a different history. Is Electron Cash making steps towards being more fungible in that way?
So there is another issue that you don't cover in your question that I think is important.
Okay.
And not to say that what you said is wrong, because that's actually right. But if we add that extra component, it's important to understand the answer. Because one thing that you win when you add privacy is fungibility, right? But there is one thing that you lose is auditability. Right?
Yes.
Because no, suddenly you cannot know how many coins are in circulation, or basically like all the monetary property of what's going on in the blockchain are completely opaque now.
Yes.
And
you
obviously that's the whole point of privacy.
You cannot verify anymore because now you have to trust in a way.
Exactly. You have to trust. So you don't need to trust someone, you need to trust the algorithm, but still, it's if someone find a flaw in the algorithm and exploit it, for instance, you will probably never know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And not suddenly there is more money in circulation, but there is no way for you to know.
Yeah.
So you have, like, on one hand, you would want privacy feature, but on the other hand, you want hard money properties, and the two really come in tension. And so the way we think about that with eCash is that we want opt-in privacy features. We don't want like everything private by default, right? And this way you can still verify the monetary property of the chain. Obviously, like, there is an obvious trade-off here, is that our privacy is never going to be as good as something like Zcash or something like Monero, or like this kind of coins that go full-blown privacy. But we also know in practice, because we have asked about those technology to company that track coin history and stuff like that, that it's quite difficult to track down. Obviously, like not impossible, but it's quite difficult to track down. So it's a level of security that's going to be adequate for most people. And yeah, as you mentioned, like there are stuff like that in Electrum. So the way, like if you want to gain some privacy with your money, in Electrum there is a fusion feature.
Okay.
So you have to, like, if you keep your Electrum running somewhere in some computer and you enable the fusion feature, it's just gonna like tumble your coins around in a specific way.
Is it like is it like a Mimble-Wimble extension block on Litecoin? Is it something like that?
There is no extension block, but it's more similar to technology like Tornado Cash, for instance.
Oh yeah, but like a mixer.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's active today on eCash, because I
yeah. It was last year, by the way. It's not like some new feature that we just rolled out. Obviously, like you have to let it run a bit, right? Because if you like,
you need to mix
like,
it
especially
well.
the longer you get it to run and the better opacity you get, right? If you just running like for 5 minutes, then you only get privacy with the set of people that are doing the same during the same 5 minutes, and that set of people might not be like huge. But if you let it run, suddenly like you get entangled with everybody that uses the system over time, and it's basically impossible to track down where the money comes from. There is another technology that I like quite a bit, but unfortunately it's not developed to a degree where people can use it easily, but it's the stamp protocol.
Okay.
And basically with the stamp protocol, you can have pair of users negotiate transaction in between each other with set of addresses that are unique to this pair of users and that nobody else can track. And so when you use that, all the transactions appear, like unique in the void, like one-to-one UTXO transfer, stuff like that. So they are not linked to like all the transactions. Typically, if I were to pay you, I don't have a UTXO that match exactly the amount of money that I owe you, right? And so I'm gonna have to aggregate like a bunch of UTXO that come from my wallet and then send the corresponding amount to you, to some of your address, and the extra money, because the amount is not gonna match exactly, it's gonna have to be returned to me. And now, like a set of address that I have, where the money returns, and suddenly if I spend that money that I returned to me, the change, then like more addresses that belong to me. And when you start using like that, you're gonna be able very quickly with public information to recover like what my wallets look like and how much money there is in it and all of that, right?
Yes.
But what I can do with the stamp protocol is select a set of UTXO that are gonna roughly amount to the right amount, and instead of like joining them in a transaction as a whole, I can do like a bunch of one-to-one transaction to you, but nobody else can know that all those transactions, they come from the same payment and whatnot. And so that makes everything like much more difficult to track, because like each UTXO is moving on its own and not linked to other UTXO on the chain. It's a very interesting technology. Like from a tech standpoint, it's a solved problem. Shama Chancellor developed that, but there is not like a wallet that I would say is like sufficiently developed to put in the hands of all the users like that. Like people that are willing to experience strategies and whatnot, they can try it, but I wouldn't say it's ready for broad use at this stage.
You need a little bit of computer knowledge to get it working properly.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to, let's say different, you need to know what you're doing.
It's still at the for developer kind of like you need to be a bit of a computer nerd to use it at this stage. But I think it's even better than mixings and stuff like that. To me it's the best trade-off, because on one end, you don't have to you don't have to obfuscate the monetary property of the blockchain, and you don't have to let something run in the background to mix your coin or whatever. It's just the way the payment is done is much harder to track than like even for you, because now you receive like a set of transactions. You know that those UTXO that I paid to you are mine, but what good does it, like, what do you get out of that? You don't know, because,
it's
what other UTXO do I have? And they're never gonna be linked with the change or anything, because it's just one-to-one transactions. Yeah. So now you know that this money that I sent you was mine before, but you kind of knew that already.
Yes.
Right? But you don't get to infer anything else about my wallet.
Okay, now that's I have to look into it more. I've heard of that stamp. I believe there was a lot of controversy about stamp in Bitcoin, because it was a spam that could not be filtered.
Oh, okay. This is not the same thing at all.
It's not the same thing. Oh, then I'm very glad that I mentioned it.
Yeah. So it a bit unfortunate that that's the same name. The stamp protocol that we have is actually, I think, is older than the stamp on Bitcoin that is controversy. Okay. But the stamp on Bitcoin is a way to put inscription on the blockchain that are not, like monetary. It's a way to attach, some data with a transaction.
Yeah, within the header or something, right? It was in the...
like in a special field in the transaction. And what people are after when you use stamp is like those data. It's not like the transaction itself. They're gonna do a transaction with like a very minimal amount of money just to put those data in the blockchain, and then those data like can be like some piece of text or a picture or small picture or stuff like that. And people like to do that, but other people see it like as doing like graffitis and whatnot. Like a bit of a like you put a bunch of data in the blockchain that have nothing to do with monetary transaction, which it is for, and so it's created quite a bit of controversy on Bitcoin, especially since Bitcoin are very small blocks. So if people are putting those in the blocks, that means that someone else is not able to, put like actual monetary transaction in the block. And so it's creating like a bit of tension between people that see the blockchain as a like everything goes kind of thing, and people that are like, okay, the blockchain is like for monetary usage and everything else is spam or whatever. So yeah, the two groups are a bit at odds, but it's not like a privacy feature or a payment protocol or anything like that.
I'm glad you clarified that, because the stamp word got me confused. And so maybe with regard to spam, does Avalanche also help you to scale Electron Cash, or are you like I think that Bitcoin Cash this year made what is the name of that? The size of the block adjusts itself to the amount of users. Do you have some plan? Do you have something in the works to make it more scalable?
So, at the stage that we are at both BCH and eCash, actually making the block size adjustable doesn't really help scaling, because it's like you have to think as the block size of like a speed limit on the road kind of thing, right? So if you say, like if previously the speed limit was, I don't know, like 50 kilometers an hour, and now you make it 100, and it's like, not within a city or whatever, then people are going to be able to go faster, right? But if suddenly I say the speed limit is like 1,000 kilometers per hour, it doesn't matter that much, because your car is not able to drive that fast.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I missed it. Can you repeat?
Like, you see what I mean? Like at some point, increasing the speed limit is so it's like it's necessary if you want to go faster. Obviously, you have to raise the speed limit, but at some point, this is not the limiting factor. And both like eCash and BCH are very much at that stage. So I understand what the BCH dev are going after. They don't want to find themselves in a situation like Bitcoin was, where one day, like the blocks are full and nobody wants to take the responsibility of increasing the block size and whatnot. Well, if you make it adjustable, then that problem is like solved forever, and you can move on to something else. This is eventually something that we want to do, but there's there is no hurry to do that really. There are many other issues.
So tell me
many
about
of them Avalanche do help with, actually. Like one of the issue is the transaction chain in the mempool.
Okay.
So say like I make a transaction to you and you make a transaction to someone else and they make one back to me and so on, and we create like a chain where the money move between many different addresses. All those transactions, they depend on each other, right? And in the first one, somehow you do a double spend on that and the double spend get mined. Then every single node has to unwind the whole chain of events and get back to like the double spend of the transaction. And like it's simple to explain in principle, but it's actually a lot of work for each node to do this kind of thing, especially since you can create like absurdly long chain, that would take way too long for me to describe, but like for a computer, it's very easy. You do a transaction and you respend the output and you respend the output again and again. And you do that like 10 times per second. And after, like a few minutes, you get like absurdly long chains, right? So you can do this kind of stuff. And that's actually a security problem at some point, because the amount of work that you need to do to unwind the chain is like so huge that, you could bring down, nodes on the network with that. But if as the chain grows, we start finalizing transaction, then we know that they cannot be reorged. And so only the non-finalized tip of the chain is at risk of being reorged. So there is like a fair amount of stuff like that Avalanche make it much safer to scale, but like very much at this stage in both BCH and eCash, the kind of like bottleneck for scaling are this kind of issue, like how you handle chaining transaction, how do you handle like fast propagation of the blocks, or do you it's a very, very long list of smaller issue rather than one big issue at this stage.
Yeah. And this mostly occurs with a bad actor that just wants to bully you and put something like that in.
Yes, but it depends. Like the block propagation is not, but some of them are something that have bad intention could do that and ruin it for everybody.
Hey. All right. Well, here is our another side host. Peter is here. Welcome, Peter.
Hello.
Yeah, that is Peter.
Let me just ask you, Amaury, about the upcoming year. What is in the store for us regarding Electron Cash?
I don't know that there is necessarily a lot in Electron Cash coming, I'm afraid, because most of development work is done on CashTap today, and other, like we try really to, like the focus is trying to make stuff that are very easy to use by everyday people. And if we're honest, like the Electrum interface is not the most user-friendly, I would say. So we have another wallet that is called CashTap that is way more user friendly, and like hopefully it's gonna become even more. And like same as for scaling, unfortunately, like everything that is UX is more of a death by 1,000 cut than we have this big feature and then everything is gonna be easy to use, right? It's like removing a bit of friction here and there and so on until the thing is easier to use.
So maybe I can share a little bit with you about my last year. I am connected with a group of people that are under the umbrella of community coins. I still believe that this is a niche that still has to be explored in a way, although in some way all coins are community coins. But the specific thing about these coins is that they focus on a certain country. which I then take as a political statement in a way. We have to vote with our wallets. And this year they launched what they call a ring of trust, which is our proposal to replace the traditional SPV servers because they lack some good functionality. Every month your SPV server breaks and you need to restart it. And I would like to invite you. I will send you the GitHub of this thing, and because we are also in development of a new wallet where basically every coin that implements the Ring of Trust framework can automatically use that wallet. Of course, somebody needs to implement it for each coin, and the wallet developer is not for that. But with that Ring of Trust, you can then add a lot of information on top of somebody's account. For example, their location or their profession or their things like that. That's what I understand from it. So,
Yoshi, what is a SPV server?
SPV server is a simple payment verification is what SPV stands for. And basically, every mobile wallet that you are using, for example, Coinomi, we all have an issue with Coinomi because Coinomi hijacked the wallets of a lot of coins by just stating they need to have $50,000 to list your coin in their wallet, while the real infrastructure still has to be provided by the community. So we don't need that Coinomi wallet. If we run that infrastructure, all we need to do is develop a similar to Coinomi wallet where people can add their own coins instead of being dependent on what Coinomi allows their users to access, which coins they allow.
Coinomi provides the trust or something. If they put it on their list, that is the trust or now.
Well, no, the Coinomi is
but they provide a unified interface for a very large number of coin, I would say, right?
Sorry, what did you say?
Like they provide a unified interface. Like within your same wallet, you can have every single coins you can think of under the sun, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, like behind the interface, there is also servers that allows, that track every single blockchain and are able to send to the wallet the proper information required.
Yeah, but that is, in my opinion, the task of the community to provide that. So not Coinomi shouldn't have to set up these servers. If the community makes sure there is an SPV server available, then your wallet can run on that, can run that coin. So of course, Coinomi today does run these SPV servers. That's why they ask for that money. But in my opinion, that's up to the community. And if we don't rely on the Coinomi to run these servers, but do it ourselves, we don't need to pay any party some X amount of dollars to be running those servers because we are doing it. So, well, I'm going to find the link to that stuff. I'm going to send that to you. In case you think it's interesting, I would like to invite you to one of the meetings, and maybe we can add Electron Cash as a community coin in the group, and have you also implement this Ring of Trust. It's just, I am not a developer myself. The guys who are building this are coming in 3 hours, so they know, they can tell you a lot better what's happening. But that's something that I'm looking forward to this year, and I think that at least every UTXO coin, I'm not sure if it works for Monero, for example, because I don't think it does, but let me invite you to look at that.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know, I don't have much to add because I'm not familiar with the project so far, but that being said, we noticed like some of the problem you mentioned, and notably the instability of SPV servers and whatnot. So first, like with Zcash, we run some of our own server like Electrum server and Chronic server and whatnot, so that people can connect their wallet to those servers and that it works properly. That's one thing, but also we've integrated an indexer into the node,
Okay.
which I think like no other Bitcoin-like chain has done, and I'm not sure why. Because one of the main reasons for which those servers are unreliable is that you need an extra piece of software in addition to the node that we call an indexer, that allows you to, like, if you give that software an address on the blockchain, it can tell you like what are the coins that are at this address. And surprisingly, this is not something that the node needs to have for normal day-to-day operations. And so most of software, they just don't maintain that index. But this is something a wallet needs to have, right? And so if you want to connect a wallet to some server to know what is in the wallet, then you need to have an index of what is in which address. And so what most people do is that they have the node software, and then they have an indexer that is another piece of software, and the two talk to each other constantly so that the indexer can try to maintain the index. And that is incredibly fragile, right? Because if the node goes down and then restart, the indexer might miss some transaction and know the index is invalid, right? Or if there is a reorg, there is a lot of communication that needs to happen between the two. It's very easy for one of them to miss some information. If the indexer crash at some point, it's not that you just need to restart it, but it's also that you need to reconcile the state of the index with, because during the time you restarted it, some stuff happened on the blockchain and the indexer doesn't know about them, right? So it's a freaking nightmare to keep that thing working. And when the indexer get out of sync with the node for some reason, you need to reindex the whole blockchain, which takes like a day or something like that, right? And so now the whole node is not gonna work for like a day. And so this whole thing is incredibly finicky to run and maintain. And breaks like quite often. For some reason, this is how everybody does it. And so what we've done in eCash is that we have put an indexer in the node. And so it's not like necessarily enabled by default, like you need to turn out some switch to enable it, because obviously like people that don't want to run an indexer, they don't need that index for the day-to-day operation of the node. But if they want to, they flip the switch and not the node is maintaining an index. And so now you don't have like these two pieces of software that need to be kept synchronized somehow, because it's the same software and it's always synchronized with itself. So like this whole categories of problems, they just all go away.
With that index.
And so yeah, we have a much easier time to run those servers than
so maybe you already solved that problem in that way, because that was one of our issues with these SPV servers. We do run our own SPV server. My new website yoshilivo.com also has one, but yeah, they break sometime. And so this alpha test that we launched now, or we could say beta test, because but it's a product of multiple years of work, and well, maybe you are interested in it. It's something I can share with you that I've been doing in this last year.
Yeah.
Peter, now that you're here, do you maybe have a question for Amaury? Let me first say, because Peter uses crypto a lot and often, but Electron Cash, Peter, I assume. It is a fork of, well, strictly taken, it's a fork of Bitcoin Cash, but it has the same Genesis block as Bitcoin.
I did use Electron wallets in the past to get out hard fork, to get out. Is that the same Electron Cash?
By the way, yeah. I want to interject here. Like, Electron Cash is the name of the wallet.
eCash.
Yeah, the chain and the coins is just eCash. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. eCash.
But that was a form of Bitcoin, a fork of Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah.
I was not even aware of that. Sorry, I'm not that into it.
No, okay. So that's why I made this small introduction. But now that you know this info, is there some question?
Yeah, can I get my Bitcoin Cash and get the fork out or what is it?
I mean, it's been forked like 5 years ago, but if you have still the wallet from back then, the cash should be in there.
Yeah, probably do. Yeah. But what is it? What's different from Bitcoin Cash? What was the?
But a lot by now, but essentially like instant transaction, better security, more reliable block time, a bunch of stuff.
They have been working hard for 5 years.
Aren't you? Sure.
Also reliable indexers.
Reliable
as we just talked about.
But Bitcoin Cash was also reliable, or the times I used.
Well, I can tell you the indexer on BCH have not been reliable.
Yeah, the problem in that is with this group of speakers, we are not all so technically savvy in that way, and usually don't experience those kind of issues because, well, I've been clicking some Bitcoin Cash tokens last year, and sometimes I send a transaction, but that is, as for, I know how to use it.
Probably less. I just have it in a wallet. I have not done a lot with it, except when you had this Bitcoin Cash experiment you did recently, or I bought some of your neighbor and I used it to go this Trade Uyghur, was it Trade Uyghur, or this thing where you could buy these tokens?
It was
this free Roger Veer tokens.
Yes. Yeah, I ran a little promo, I would say, but something like that to free Roger Veer. Unfortunately, without a lot of interactions with others, but I did my task. I feel like that. Do you have anything to say about that court case, Amaury? In what way are you, for example, there is now in the EU a lot more regulations. I saw a tweet yesterday from somebody that said that Samurai Wallet now disabled all custodial Lightning wallets in France and Netherlands and Germany. And with the regulation happening more and more, is there going to be a moment at which you say, Amaury, I am not going to stand up for this anymore? Why am I the guy who is doing all these things? Why are there not more people involved to take the burden in fighting this monster of a government?
And nowadays, even developers are at risk, right? There's some developers who have been arrested recently. Certainly, I think if it has to do with privacy, or if it has some mixer or that kind of stuff, right?
Well, not just privacy. Many of the legal framework are pretty bad. I can talk about that from first-hand experience because I've been sued in Florida and in the UK. So one thing, by the way, like Americans, I feel like they feel very secure about themselves that they are on the side of freedom on that one. Well, I've been sued in Florida for those bullshit. So it's like not really better in the US, unfortunately.
Before the changes with the new SEC and because a lot of cases have been dropped also.
No, it was not even like, it was an antitrust case. So we were accused of collusion with other crypto actors in doing something as developers. And here is the deal, like we didn't lose the case, but the problem is like, even if you don't lose the case, actually, like I didn't lose any of the case. We won the case in the UK as well. But the problem is you have to pay lawyers. It takes many months. Sometimes it takes years. The one in the US took several months. The one in the UK took several years, actually. And during all that time, you have to pay a bunch of fees and lawyers and whatnot. You have to spend a lot of your personal time to inform everybody about like the fact of the matter and the situation and explain to them, because most of the people you're going to talk with, they are like judiciary expert and lawyers and stuff like that, and they don't know the intricacies of of blockchains, right? And so you have to spend a lot of time and money to defend yourself. And at the end of it, like several years later, you get paid back because you won. But realistically, a lot of people cannot afford that, right? And so,
are there private people who sue you then, or is it some government institution, or who has to pay you back? Who runs the risk of losing and having to pay this money back? Is that the state, or is it a private?
Waiver attacks. So in my case, the one in the US was a company, and in the UK was an individual. The UK was Craig Wright, actually. Like, I think we can name him. He's fairly well known.
And then he has to pay the cost since he lost now.
Yes, but not even 100%. Because the UK judicial system, like, basically they judge that if whoever loses has to pay everything, then there is a strategy by the other side where they could ramp up the cost and ask for like as many hearings as possible and so on, to just like jack up the price of the lawsuit so that they get like a bigger settlement. And so they don't want, because like imagine if you're an individual suing a large company and they were doing that, you would not be able to sue them even if you're right? And so the UK justice system, decide that it's actually up to the judge, but like typically they're gonna pay back like 80% or something like that if you win. So at the end of the day, like not only you lose years and many hours of your life, but you lose some money as well, even though you win the case and you ask for nothing, right? And so many individuals can just not defend themselves against this kind of shit, right? Like even if they are in their right and they win, it's just impossible. If you are not like somewhat successful and have enough money to defend yourself, you're gonna lose by default because you don't have the money. And that's my personal case, and I had the chance to be in a situation where I could win the case. But you can think about the Tornado Cash guys, for instance, where they developed a mixer and people use it. Obviously, like you should expect some bad people to use a mixer, I guess. But they were accused of essentially like being complicit in what those bad people were doing, even though what they did is like develop a mixer. It's just like, you built a knife and someone used your knife to murder someone, and suddenly you're considered to be complicit because you built a knife, right?
Yeah, and that's
they want to do the same thing with guns, right? The gun manufacturer is responsible for murders. There's also a large push.
So, yeah, but right now it's not the law, but it's the law for software developer, at least in the Netherlands so far. But it's the kind of thing that legislators are pushing for everywhere.
Yeah.
And so,
and what kind of amount you're talking about then? Is it how much money do you need to have for such a lawsuit?
Oh, it was
rough idea.
It was several £100,000 to defend yourself in the UK.
Wow, that is a lot. Yeah.
That is a lot of money, and fortunately, I could do that. Like it was not just me, so we could share the expense with someone else. I could share the expense with someone else because we were both defending, and. But, like that makes you look at like, if I lose that case, my whole life is set back by many, many years, right? Because it's not like, I mean, I'm not a billionaire, right?
Change.
I have a pretty successful software engineer career, so I have some money, but I don't have, I don't have the kind of money where I can afford to lose hundreds of thousands in like, pointless lawsuits, right? I'm unfortunately not at that point, maybe one day, but so you're seriously looking at your life being set back by like many years of work to set yourself up and save and invest and whatnot that would be like just vaporized.
Sure. It could be also if you get this 100,000 back after many years that it's worthless.
Oh yeah. So, well, it's not worthless, but you lose all the, like, you lose a ton of money, right? Because to be able to pay it's not like you have hundreds of thousands in cash, under your mattress, ready to be spent for this kind of stuff. So you have to sell assets to do that. And so you have to pay taxes on the asset that you sold, and you don't get reimbursed the taxes, right? So even like, if you want to defend yourself for 100K and the tax is like 30%, you have to sell 150K worth of asset. And at the end of the day, people are like, well, you won, we're going to give you your 100K back. Well, but I pay 50K in taxes on top of that, right? Well, tough luck. This is taxes. This is not a problem, right? So,
yeah. And then those assets over that course of time, if it's a crypto asset,
yeah, exactly. Like the
hundreds of
assets in
percent
crypto have exploded during that time, and you obviously cannot ride that wave. So the actual loss in practice is very substantial.
Yeah, and you could even have, I know in the Netherlands that happens a lot, that the other side goes bankrupt, or they have some special limited company that just is used for this court case. And if you lose, then they just blow it, and then you don't see anything back.
So that was a risk for us, and so what we did was ask for what they call security for cost in the UK, and it's when you suspect that this kind of stuff could happen, the court is gonna ask for the person who attacks to put some money aside in some special account. And if they win, they get that money back. But if they lose, that money is used to pay back like whatever expenses they cause the other party to have. But this is not something that exists by default. You have to ask for it. There is a hearing for it, and so it jack up the cost of the procedure that much more. Right? And so it's not obvious that you want to do that, right? Because it's more expensive at the end of the day. But in that case, we were like pretty confident that there was a risk that the dude just disappeared without paying anything. So we went for it. But it makes the procedure longer and more expensive. So,
well, I guess, Amaury, we should thank you on behalf of all crypto users. I really hope that future legislation will not change you, or will not make you change your drive to develop these tools for us to experience more financial freedom. I don't want to keep you forever, because you said you were a little bit tight on time, or not?
Well, we still have a few minutes, but yeah,
I have one more observation I noticed when I had a startup, that when it was during the .com bust, when the .com bust happened, that you suddenly get sued from all kinds of directions, because there's a lot of companies that if they go down, that they grab onto every straw they can, and they just start suing everyone around them in the hope that that some of it is lucky, and if they go down, they would go down anyway. So
nothing to lose.
But can't you develop anonymously, like Satoshi, or is that not possible?
Oh, it is possible, and some people are doing it. Actually, I think we went through like a V curve with that. I think like in the early days, most people were anonymous. And then, like over the years, and there was no crackdown and so on, more people started doing it publicly. But now we have a resurgence of people doing anonymous development. And I think like the regulatory risk, the regulatory risk is the reason.
Yeah, and that one is growing. That's what I can clearly see, because governments are slow and inefficient, but if you give them enough time, they will catch up, and so...
There is that, and there are other perverse effects that people are not talking too much about, but I think like in all the common law systems, so that would be at least the UK and the US and like some other country, when you are in the common law system, there is a bias from the court to proceed on this kind of case, because whatever is decided by the judge is going to be like the de facto law going forward.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the
And
precedent.
so the judges are incentivized to take all kind of cases, even if the cases are completely stupid and, are not going to amount to anything, because they get to be the first to apply the law in like a new area of life, right? And decide how the law is to be interpreted in that area, in that context. And so you have a huge bias for common law systems to proceed with the cases.
It's also, I'm still surprised, given all the arrests and lawsuits, that there are still no KYC exchanges. And there's still, I would say that, these people are almost committing financial suicide who run that, because at some point, probably they will.
Well, yeah, they have to operate from jurisdiction where it's not required, but there are less and less of them. But
then
also,
you get
as
the
a
thing that you have customers from
Company
another
that-
jurisdiction, and the EU says like, oh, if you have a EU member as a, then we put a sanction. You will put you on a sanction list, or
well, they can do sanctions and stuff like that, but like they don't have authority. Like if you run out of some crazy country, like Panama or whatever, that don't have this kind of legislation. The EU don't have authority over Panama. So at the end of the day, they can go over their own citizen because they use an illegal service, or they can, put pressure on the banks and stuff like that to make everything difficult. But they cannot really arrest the people unless they go to the EU.
But recently with these 59 people that the EU put on a sanction list, there were 2 Swiss there, and this Jacques Boot and this Natalie. Natalie, what is her name?
I don't know.
Yeah, I forgot the name.
This is
Swiss.
it's funny because this is
Cameroonian.
something I've been talking about for many years, and usually like people, they are more or less incredulous when I discuss that, or they don't seem like to realize. But I was saying like in that century, like the equivalent, last century, they were the gulags, they were like concentration camp and whatever, like the big authoritarian regime. They built like those huge machines to like capture dissident and essentially ruin their life one way or another, right? And it's very strong image in the mind of people, right? Because this is what an authoritarian regime is associated with in the mind of people. But the thing is, like, running, and what I'm gonna say is gonna sound like a bit insensitive because I'm putting myself in the position of the regime here. But this kind of system is not that good for the regime itself, because it's just like a lot of work and infrastructure and supply chain and whatever to get those things running. Obviously, like there are many other reasons humanitarian for which those are bad, right? But I'm putting myself in the shoe of the regime here. And from the regime's perspective, it's not even that great of a solution, right? Like you have this huge machinery to run to capture all those dissidents and send them like in Siberia or whatever, doing random shit and die in the process if possible, right? And so it's probably not what authoritarian regime are gonna do this century, because they have a much better tool. And this is what we saw with people like Patrick Beau, for instance. This is what we see. Like, no, the government control the monetary system because it's all digital now and it goes through intermediary, right? There is almost no cash anymore. And the government can control that. And mostly it's done extrajudicially, right? And so they can say, well, this guy, he cannot like use the banking services of the European Union. Well, tough luck, because he lives in Belgium. So what does he do? No, he cannot pay rent. He cannot buy food. He cannot like even travel somewhere else where he could,
He can walk. He can walk.
No, but this Natalie lady she was Swiss Cameroon, and she couldn't board a flight in Africa, internally in Africa, because she was put on an EU sanction list. And you have not even violated the law. They just put you on a sanction list without a law. There's no repeal.
No, it's completely done extrajudicially. And your life is completely fucked if that happens to you.
Yeah.
Your life is completely fucked because you cannot do anything by yourself anymore. You cannot even buy food, right? And like you can imagine that very quickly that's going to be an issue. And you cannot pay the rent, right? So it's like I've been saying like for many years, this is what the gulag of this century are gonna look like, is people unplugging you from the monetary system, and suddenly like your life is hell on earth, right?
Well, I want to make a small comment here, because I live unbanked since 2014. My bank accounts were shut down because of Bitcoin. And when it happened, I made a conscious decision to try my luck and never go back. So I can completely agree that it's very difficult, but it's doable. Even better, I managed to buy a house last year. So
but you need friends for that. You need friends. Because this Natalie also said that her son was also not able to buy stuff on Amazon anymore, just because he has the same name. It's a relative, so they also screw your relative. So it's not that you just say, okay, I let everything go through my relative's bank account. They are also hit.
Yeah. Yep. And so so like I'm glad you're mentioning that. I'm not doing that anymore, but I did live bankless for many years actually, and well, the only tool that allows you to do that in that modern world is crypto, right? Like without crypto, you'd be completely screwed. And like this is one of the big motivator for me. I don't want those gulag of this century to happen, and they're way too easy to put in place. And so we need to have, like other options.
Yeah, and it also went really fast from we need this for terrorism to we need to shut some people up who don't agree with the regime.
Oh, it's always the case. Like it's we need that to fight against drugs or terrorism or to protect the children or whatever, right? And in like 3 weeks it turns around and suddenly it's for everybody, right? You can see that every time. Like look at what's going on in Venezuela right now. A month or two ago, Trump was like, well, we're bombing those guys because they're importing drug in the US. And now they are seizing like oil tankers for some reason. It's probably like oil that was
bombing started today. Bombing started today.
And no, they are doing like regime change because they arrested the president of the country because like probably was importing drug in the US as well. I guess it's not because the Venezuela is the largest oil reserve and debt, of South America. No. It's the drug, right? And every time it's the same thing. Like they have like a good story that is usually like protecting the children or some bullshit like that.
Weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there is always a good story, but at the end of the day, it's
they're eating babies.
Yeah, and also the thing with this new totalitarian regime is that it can last longer because it is more pinpointed. Because the most people who stay color nicely within the lines, they don't notice even. They don't even know there's a sanction list. With a real totalitarian regime, all your family and your street is raided and they're all put in gulags in Siberia. It is much more massive. But just attack the truckers. It's like, okay, the truckers in Canada, do people care enough about them? And then also the people who donate to them, that has a chilling effect, and nobody dares to donate anymore.
Mm-hmm. And because you're like, is my money going to be going where I want it to go? Yeah.
And I think that, but it is not enough for the people to revolt because it does not hit them hard enough yet. So it's much more precise tool than the old style concentration camps.
But even like the old style concentration camp, like not that many people revolted for years, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Soviet Union lasted a very long time. If there's no ability to escape, then it just dies a suffocation death. I think that people start. Yeah,
there's no ability to escape. All the more radical people are the one that go to the gulag first, which is funny because that happens to be usually the people that led to the revolution that put in place the regime, right? Because those are the people that know to do a revolution and change the regime, right? So those are the one you need to get rid of first.
And they probably discover like, hey, wait a second, this is not what we wanted.
Hey,
let's do another revolution.
Not us,
it's a counter revolution.
Not us. but usually those are the first people to go. But like once the people who know to do that go, then it's pretty difficult. Also, the information gets controlled, and therefore, like. For the longest time in Germany, for instance, in Nazi Germany, for the longest time, most people did not know that the concentration camps were happening, right? Because, like, they knew toward the end of the war and so on, but when it started, most people did not know what the fuck was going on. Hopefully, we have like better.
Policy, at least.
Excuse me.
It was not official policy. It was not written down anywhere, or it was.
Yeah, exactly. It was not on TV and whatnot, right? And so,
but they went to holiday camps, and
then they did not come back.
It's a long holiday. Hey, sorry. Can I maybe try to put in one last question?
Yeah.
Before we round it up.
We have a wheel, Do we have the wheel?
We have the wheel, but we can do that even without Amaury. Amaury, we are giving away some e-cash to the viewers in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna do $10 of e-cash to anybody who joins the wheel, but that's coming up soon. First, my last question, because you mentioned the only way how to get around the banking system is with crypto. In my last 10 years, I have also used the metals. Silver has made a huge jump, is in the middle of making this huge jump. In my most recent blog post and video, I talk about how this is going to be the Black Swan event. Do you have any vision on what's happening with that? Or any speculative outlook, maybe? That's the better word.
Yes, so what's going on is loss of trust in the US dollar, right?
Yes.
And maybe it's not as visible for us because we're still in Western country. I don't know. I think most of you are from Europe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And so there is the euro, which is
we are all three born in Netherlands.
Okay. So there is the euro, pretty strong currency still, not as strong as the USD, but like all those currency issues, they don't affect us too much. Obviously, people in the US, they are still going to use the USD. But, like in China and Russia and South America and many places like that, they didn't have very strong local currencies. And so a lot of the business was going on in USD anyway. Also, a lot of the international business is done in USD. Right. So when, India is buying something from China, historically, they would do it in USD, even though it's the currency of neither country. Yeah. And a lot of that is going away, not like in a dramatic fashion, but slowly, like little by little here and there. Right. And so it then raises the question, like what is going to happen next? Very difficult to predict because those countries, like right now, they have like a common goal of getting rid of the US dollar, but they are not actually friends, right? And so whatever is going to replace it is very, very, nebulous, difficult to predict. But that leads a lot of central bank to buy precious metal as a result of that, like because USD reserve, treasury bonds and all of that were more or less traditionally used for that use case in the 70s. They are not perceived as good as they used to. And also, like, if you look historically at trading of precious metal, they tend to do nothing for years and then jump like crazy when there is this kind of event happening, and then they do nothing for years. So, like, this is our they do something like crazy.
So it is something you cannot easily travel with anymore today, because I think in the days of the Nazi regime, when you have this the Sound of Music story, they took their gold and they went over the Alps to Switzerland, and then they compressed their wealth into a very small volume. That is the idea of gold, and then they expanded again in Switzerland. But I would say you can probably not even move anymore from Germany to Switzerland with and not that you're safer in Switzerland if this goes wrong. But
Yeah, nowadays I'm not sure I would go to Switzerland to be honest. But
no.
yeah, it's much harder. It's much harder than it used to.
Guys, come to Serbia with me and we fight the EU together.
Yeah, but even
Well,
there, even there, I would say with a bunch of gold, it will be very difficult to cross borders. Compared to crypto, I would say. So I think gold is more for people who want to stay and fight, and crypto is more for people who want to run and flight.
Yeah, also on a practical standpoint, trading with precious metal, like in day-to-day life, it's not that easy. So metal tend to be more of a reserve asset than having like cash properties and whatnot. Because, like if someone is gonna tell you, okay, I have this gold coin, I'm gonna buy you something with it, but like it's very difficult to verify that this is actually gold and there is the amount that the person say there is in it and so on.
The overall notion of metals being valuable is much more developed than with crypto. And we
have like centuries of history.
Yeah.
Like
in my village, where I live, there is like 3 jewelers where I can, every time when I didn't know how to solve my problem, I sold a little bit of my gold. I went to one of these jewelers and I got cash for it. If I have crypto, I need to still travel like 1.5 hours for the of course, if you have a bank account, you just show your passport and they will transfer it in 30 minutes after you sold it. But because I don't have
because
that,
you need to trade it for cash, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have a bank account, you need to trade it for cash. So yeah.
So in that way, the gold has served me well. It helped me out a couple of times, and I'm still very happy that it's around. But yeah, crypto it's more.
Yeah, no, it's actually something I came around in the past few years. Like historically, I was not too big on precious metals, like for many reasons. But like more recently, I came around with that. Before they were ramping up, but I would say it's a bit lucky.
It's not
just because they ramped up.
It's been you, Amaury, who has been pushing up that point.
But what interests me in those is the fact that they are very decorrelated.
Decorrelated, yeah.
They are very decorrelated with they do their own thing, right?
Yeah.
They are valuable on their own. They've been for many years. And they just do their own thing. Like they don't care if there is a giant crisis or if the tech is booming or if whatever, like people are building houses or there is a houses shortage or whatever. Like all those things they just don't care about. Yeah. They do their own thing. And in that sense, it's valuable for that, I think.
Yeah. Well, with the move that I've been seeing recently, I really think that the year 2026 is going to bring a lot of good for the people working in our field. I always say working because for me it doesn't feel like that. It's more like a hobby that makes money. But
it's the right kind of hobby then.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate in my life, man. But so my outlook for the year 2026 is that it's really, most people are not really aware yet, but major shifts are going to happen. And the people that we are trying to reach, the broad masses who are today not willing to learn because they don't think to have a problem, they are going to discover they have a problem. Then they are going to be ready to learn. And that is the moment when they are willing and open to listen to the message that we have to
and you're right. And that's a bit unfortunate for us because we're not in control of the timeline here.
No, we are not.
You get to be ready for whenever people, feel sufficient pain that they are willing to learn. You cannot make people willing to do something.
No, but that's a kind of the message that I share to all the guests that are coming today. Be ready for it this year because I really think we are in for a wild ride.
But it's also that I think when the shit hits the fan, it might be that the first reflex is to go back to gold and silver because crypto is still seen as a risk asset for speculative gain and gold for safety. You see it also with the Chinese central bank. They dumped a lot of treasuries, and it looks like what they bought is gold. They go to crypto yet because when the panic hits, then you go back to something that used to work, or it's like something went wrong. I go back to something of the past, and I don't think they will jump to the future right away for crypto. But maybe afterwards they discover like, okay, this crypto is also handy. But yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm ready to go now. So
Amaury, thanks a lot for
great discussion.
Thanks a lot for joining. We will give away a couple of e-cash now. Thanks for being here. I hope to do this again next year, maybe somewhere halfway the year we can even meet or whatever. Let's stay in touch. Thanks a lot for being here.
You have my
and
contact
I wish
anyway,
you a good,
so you know.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your year and all the best, man.
Thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
You too. Happy New Year.
Ciao, ciao. Okay, that was Amaury. To honor his visit, the wheel is going to be set up by Johan and all Twitch.
It's already there.
It's already there. I'm not watching the stream at the moment. But all the Twitch viewers can write !Ron Paul to get their name on the wheel.
You can write anything. You can also !Greg Wright or
Amaury. Okay.
Or Amaury.
All three
Satoshi
Roger
Nakamoto. Yeah.
So let's get that set up, and then there is a little gap in the planning because this was the hour of Vlad Kostea, the host of the Bitcoin Takeover podcast, who is unfortunately not able to make it today because he is sick with the flu. He is in bed. We wish him, of course, a speedy recovery, but unfortunately he is not able to make it. So I have written a small blog post that I think I will fill this 30 hours with. Maybe it's going to be even less that we have to fill up. But I have a little bit of content prepared. So let's get to that in a minute. Do we already have some people on the wheel?
Yeah, 4 names, and 2 of them are...
I will put myself on the wheel also, in case...
There's 3 of us on the wheel.
Oh, 3 is us.
No, at this moment, 2 listeners. And,
okay. Of course, all the interviews and everything that we are doing is going to be uploaded to the internet, so people who want to watch the show at a later moment can always do that. Let me write something so that I'm also on the list, and then in case that we spin on my name, I will make it. We will double the price. Have a joker. Have a joker inside.
And in my case, it will go to the Vrijheidradio for a new mic or whatever, new webcam.
I am going to put some wood on my fire, and I'll be back in a minute.
Shall I spin the wheel then?
Spin it.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here it goes. And it will be. It looks like it's this Garfield Scorpio. Yeah. Garfield Scorpio is the winner. She will win 10 euros of e-cash. And yeah, therefore you need an e-cash wallet.
Where is it? What kind of wallet can you use for that?
An e-cash wallet, I think.
Only e-cash wallet itself.
Yeah, we will ask. Yoshi. Yeah. En ja, goed. Even nou. Ik zal ondertussen even het wiel weghalen. kijken waar ik dat ding heb zitten. Hier. Alright. Then we go to the next guest. And that is Yoshi. He's going to talk about Lieberland. Ja. Ja. Trouwens, Peter, ga jij de hele tijd, ben je erbij de hele tijd?
Nee.
Ik denk misschien kunnen we elkaar af en toe even aflossen. Ik ben zelf niet helemaal lekker eigenlijk. Ik ben ik heb een beetje buikgriep, zeg maar. Ja. Dus dan ga ik, denk bij die, als die community coins zijn, dan ga ik even liggen.
Dan gooi ik ook nog even wat blok op het hout. Blokken hout op het vuur. Die zijn overal gestookt hier en de bitcoiners zijn flink aan het stoken.
Ja, al die blokken moeten verbrand worden.
Even wat fiat geld op het vuur gooien.
Ja. Dat is een idee. Nou, dus zit ik dan in mijn eentje. Ik denk dat de luisteraars op dit moment allemaal Nederlandstalig zijn. En dus... ik heb eigenlijk niks om over te ouwe hoeren op dit moment. Ethically Speaking is online. En Garfield Scorpio. En daar is Yoshi. Ja.
I'm back. Johan, let me tell you something. Last night, Vlad Kostea told me he couldn't make it. And last minute, I wrote a blog post to fill in the blanks or to fill in this extra time that we have. It's not super long, but I would like to ask you. I'm going to send you this text. Where shall I? Can I just put it in Twitch? Do you see it then?
I have to read it, or?
No, I would like to ask you if I am going to read it out, but if you could put the text in the background and scroll with me.
Oh, yeah.
While I'm reading.
Yeah. I'm going to try it. Ik denk dat we al Nederlands kunnen praten hoor, want ik weet, ik wil het idee wie er nou luisteren.
That's okay, but I keep it in English just in case we got some international viewers joining. I'm thinking maybe I should wear a special shirt. 1 second.
Oh yeah.
Because I would like to ask you to also make a highlight video out of this text.
Okay.
Yeah? Give me 1 second, I'll be back.
Oké dan. Oh. Dit gaat niet helemaal goed. Ik denk dat ik even alles achter het vraagteken weghaal.
Does it work or not?
Ik krijg een... there is a process has gone bye-bye.
Okay. Maybe if I share this, wait a second. Oh, that's the same shit. No, that's not what I want. Wait a second. This. Maybe this is a better link that works.
Even kijken hoor. Ja, het lijkt wel of de hele website Substack niet...
it's open. It's working on my computer, so.
Yeah, here it works also.
Okay.
Can you try the last one that I sent you?
Ik doe mijn best. Fuck, waarom kan ik het niet kopiëren?
Don't worry, we have time.
Hoppakee.
Always a nice guy, this Amory, to talk with. He is a, very, very competent developer, but manages to communicate to a level that, he can speak to everybody.
Even alles achter het vraagteken weg. Ja, er is nog een andere vraag die ik had.
No, I wanted to... Sorry, Johan. I shared another link without a question mark in it.
Oké, ja, ik heb hem nou... Oh, dit is gewoon Twitch TV. Hè? Nou, nog een keer. Godsamme. Nou, kom op. Ja.
Because maybe with the first link, you have to log in to my account to be able to see it.
Nee, er is nog een andere vraag die ik had. Even kijken, want we hebben een winnaar gehad. Dat is Carfield Scorpio. Misschien kan jij even aan, aan de winnaar uitleggen hoe je een e-cash wallet, of waar je die kan downloaden.
Sure. Try to... I think they have it on... I think there is a Coinomi wallet for it. Let me check. I think it's on Coinomi.
Nee, ik denk dat die hele Substack, dat gewoon niet bereikt kan worden of zo.
Yeah, but Peter and me are both looking at it, so...
Ja, ik krijg het verbindingsfout.
Did you try this link with that starts with substack.com/home?
Ja.
Oh. No.
Echt, nee. Om een of andere reden, even kijken waar, als ik alleen substack.com doe. Nee, dan kijk, nee, there's a process has gone, bye.
Okay, try to go. That's when you go to substack.com.
Ja. Er is iets misgegaan met deze webpagina.
Strange. Well, in that case, I will just read it out without the text in the background, I guess.
Ja.
Even
Peter, in case you missed it.
The previous one works for me, and the first one also works for me.
Yeah, well, it also works for me, but doesn't matter. It doesn't work for Johan, so... in case you missed it, Peter, the guest that was supposed to be on the show at this moment, unfortunately is ill with the flu and cannot join us. We wish all the best to Vlad Kostea and wish him a speedy recovery. Hopefully next year he will be with us again. But for now, we have to fill in 1 hour of blank space, and that's why I wrote my most recent blog post that I thought to read out now to fill in a couple of minutes. Yeah, you tried, Johan, it didn't work.
Yeah.
So then I will just start to read it out.
Pak een andere pagina, misschien dat het aan de browser ligt.
Alright, well, we have a half hour. In half an hour.
Nee, ja, hoe kan ik wel gewoon bereiken? Ja.
It's blocked in your Brave.
Nou, dit is een andere browser.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, I guess. I think it's going to take me about 5 minutes, so please allow me a little bit of time. Maybe you could put something different in the background, Johan, so that
yeah.
Or some EFL logo or something. I don't know. Maybe you have
porno website.
some porno on the background.
Ja, nog even vragen. Misschien kun je nog even doorgeven over de e-cash wallet waar je die kan downloaden.
The website of eCash is called e.cash. So in the Dutch language, e.cash. If you go there will be all the wallets that they have, and you can download one. Just take a mobile wallet, and then you can use it.
Okay.
But don't worry, I'm not going to pay the prizes today. I will contact everybody who wins a prize personally, or contact me if you win a prize, for example on Telegram, for example on X, and then we will fix it. this weekend, let's say, because I think that by the time we are really finished with our Vrijheidradio episode tonight, it's going to be what, like 9-10 o'clock, and then I've been streaming with all three of you for 10 hours, and I will be happy to be in bed after that. So yeah, in case the people don't have an eCash wallet at the moment, make one and we will fix it this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I am now waiting for you, Johan, to tell me that you have some nice background for me.
Oh yeah, I'm busy. Just talk.
I'm waiting for you to put a nice background.
Yeah,
so
I'm busy with that.
Text.
Just, you can read your text and. Yeah.
No, I will read my text once there is a nice background.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to reach your post with the... Ja, hier. Volgens mij moet het nou lukken. Ik heb het gewoon via Archive gedaan.
Alright.
Ja, is dat de RT COVID-19?
No.
Oh, vreemd. Oh, wat raar.
No, I don't know what it is. But...
Oké, Archive. Ik had deze website. Oké.
Joel might come early, so let's give it 8 minutes. And after 8 minutes of trying, I will just start reading.
Dan moet ik bewijzen dat ik geen robot ben. Oké, ja, er gebeurt wat.
Nou, wie?
Hij is jouw website nou aan het archiveren. Ja.
Oké. Well, let's see if we can get it to work. Personally, I can just click the button and it shows up. But if there is some issue, let's see if you can.
Nee, ik krijg als ik het doe, krijg ik verbindingsprobleem. De pagina kan niet geladen worden. Ja. Dus, ik heb geen idee wat het is.
Yeah, which is strange because when you did put the link in it, you already saw the title of my text. So somehow it did reject.
Ja, daarna kan hij niet meer laden.
Ja.
Dus, misschien ergens iets fout in de header of zo.
I don't know.
Ja.
I don't know. Yeah, nice to be doing another anniversary stream with you guys. I'm always glad that we make it another year.
We
survived
alle
another
fouten.
year. Expected to end on the quantum thread. Quantum computing thread.
Oh, we didn't ask Amaury about that. But yeah, in my opinion, it's a little bit of a non-issue because as soon as it's coming, then there will be an update and it's going to be resolved. So that is my stance in it. I believe that it's overhyped. Let's say it like that.
I think this quantum always comes back at record low sentiment.
Yeah. It's almost like a tether's fad.
Yeah.
You know, when the prices of crypto are low, they're gonna tell everybody that tether is about to depeg. Oh, this is it. Yeah, this is it. You found it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna read out this text, and if you could please scroll a little bit, maybe zoom the text a little bit more, so it's a little bit bigger. It's gonna be about 5 minutes, guys. It's not too much text. Are you ready?
Yeah,
well,
we're ready.
Let me finish cigarette. Wait a second. 2 minutes.
Ja, het is spanning er wel in, hè?
We are waiting anyway because Joel Valenzuela is coming in about 25 minutes. So
okay.
We just, unfortunately, Vlad is sick. He said it was the worst flu he had in his entire life.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Latest thing from Wuhan.
Yeah, he felt like it was a bioweapon, not an ordinary flu. So, well, okay. Let's get it on with. I have a small text. I wrote a small text for today, and let's Let's motivate. I hope it will be a motivational text for all. So I'll just go ahead and start it. Are we ready for it?
Yeah, we're ready. We're waiting for you.
Genesis Block 17th anniversary. Here we are, the 17th anniversary of the Genesis Block, 3rd of January 2025. It has taken many years to get to this turning point. It is not crypto, but good old traditional metals that are getting the job done. Most people do not recognize what is going on, distracted by the many distractions that are made available to them. The end of dollar dominance will happen in my lifetime. That is what I realized about 15 years ago. Max Kaiser told me to buy silver, and so I did, a full monster box of it. Less than half a year later, silver spiked to $50 and crashed back even harder just a couple of weeks later. This was all happening in the most fascinating time, where you could discover James Corbett, who would explain you why office fires of Building 7 don't match the visual evidence, or get the history of money explained to you by Mike Maloney. I remember buying my first Bitcoins around this time in 2013, just below $10. It was just a small amount because most of my investment went into silver. When I received my first Bitcoins, I immediately understood how it would change the world, and I couldn't sleep for over a week. And just for some context, it took me quite a while to get everything set up to be able to receive those Bitcoins, and I lost an easy year because of my own lack of knowledge and drive to understand, or drive of willingness to understand. I started trading altcoins, and by the end of 2013, I owned a significant amount of sex coins, just before Max Kaiser sent out a tweet how it was the first cryptocurrency with a clear use case. So here comes my boating accident, but all of those Bitcoin got stolen one day. That is when I turned to my silver stack to start all over again. It's mid-2014 now, exactly the moment when I came in contact with e-gulden EFL. Bitcoin is difficult, and however much I can explain myself in English, the Dutch language is my mother tongue and will always allow me to put more detail in my pronunciation. People who share a language and live in the same geographical location have a perfect motivation to build an economy together. And if all of that isn't enough to explain you my motivation for e-gulden EFL and community coins, let me just point you towards my political motivation. The Netherlands is not your average country. The International Criminal Court is located in The Hague, just to name one example. By using EFL as my crowdfunding tool, I can prove to the peers I grew up with that their perceived reality doesn't line up with what is actually true. I was debanked in 2014 because of my involvement with crypto and decided to take a leap of faith. I live unbanked ever since. It's my sport to live with the Yoshi Livo from Liberland identity. Last year, my friend sold his house to cover the medical bills, and yes, I bought that house, but I wasn't able to get this one done without showing my Dutch passport. I'm glad I was able to help a friend, and being able to write this text from my own house is an amazing feeling and a real confirmation that I'm allowed to be more proud of my achievements than I have been so far. Please don't get me wrong, I'm quite a confident character, but that's just because I know the risks I take are manageable for me. I hope to this day that somebody is going to provide me with the arguments that convince me to have a different outlook on the future. But for the past 15 years, I've been unable to find them. Better yet, now that silver is breaking out to new all-time highs, I feel like the time of preparation has ended and the real job is about to begin. I have accepted 15 years of people making fun of my imaginary country and some made-up identity that doesn't match the letters written next to the numbers on your passport. I hope everybody has had their fun, because I am of the belief once the manipulation breaks, all financial markets will change drastically and move closer to fair value. The current double standard that maintains the monetary apartheid is what still dictates prices on January 1st. Otherwise, silver would have already been priced over $100. But since very recently, I feel like the shift of reality is already behind us. It's just that the world is slow in catching up. I hope that my actions over the past decade show that I'm in this game to change the rules and that I don't care about winning. All profits I generate will be spent to build the community I envision, but to get us to that goal, a lot still needs to happen. I'm glad to share you my journey and share this time that some of us refer to as 2026 with you. We are doing it. However slow or fast you might perceive time to pass, we are currently moving mountains and are building a new standard of living for all to enjoy for the centuries to come. We are doing it in the best way we can, and every expression we allow to occur increases the profit of our overall experience. We are doing it. Last year was amazing for me. Not only did I get to live in my own house for the first year of my life, but I also discovered Bitcoin Cash tokens. I spent over 60 days streaming about the court case against Roger Ver, and the volatility of the markets and emotions involved made me wiser than I was last year. I launched a new website, yoshilivo.com, and introduced my digital identity to the world. I started a new Substack account and came in contact with new people both online and in the real world. I started to realize more and more what an amazing job we have pulled off until here. No need for violence, no need to complain, just building an alternative way for human beings to interact and organize themselves. Sure, the comments can be harsh at times and discussion can be so fierce they keep you up at night. But overall, I'm glad to be part of a group that doesn't bother about the opinions of others. We have our own mind and can think for ourselves, and realizing that gives me a warm feeling. I want to thank everybody involved up to this point for being part of my journey. Regardless of your intentions or goals, your participation matters. We are doing this together, and for those who aim for a world with more accountability and equity, I really feel like we took a huge step last year. I understand it might not feel like it at this moment, but I'm feeling that it's coming and that one day my arguments will be understood and accepted. All the best wishes for the new year, and may all your dreams come true. If time gets tough, try to understand that is the moment you learn the most and make the best out of it. I expect 2026 to get pretty wild pretty fast, but we'll see how things turn out to be. If not, I'll be enjoying my garden and the Liberland opposition headquarters to the best of my abilities for when the moment does come, and as always, I'll be giving you some friendly e-gulden EFL greetings from near Liberland. Your children live on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it was maybe more than 5 minutes, but we filled up some time.
Yeah.
And I really do feel like that a lot of people have said, or a lot of people today are saying that the bull market is over, we reached the top, we are going into a bear market for 4 years. I highly doubt that. I think that we have just seen massive manipulation to suppress the price around the 1st of January, and that, well, maybe as soon as after this weekend on Monday morning, prices are going back up, because the trust in the dollar is breaking. The amount of money printed is growing. The de-dollarization of the world is happening. That means those dollars that are already circulating are going to look for a different destination. All those things combined make me extremely bullish. I really don't feel like this is a down year. I feel like next year we are at least going to be on 100,000. But I really think that even a crazy number like 500,000 is definitely possible. The question, of course, becomes, what will one egg cost at that time? Because the price of everything can go up. But if your egg goes up even faster, you are still losing, in my opinion. But
Gaan waarschijnlijk de prijs van eieren vastzetten. Nee, hoor.
Maybe in the Netherlands, some ministers determine maximum price of eggs. But then you can only buy one egg per day.
First, they will have a ministry of eggs, I think.
The double meaning of eggs here in Serbia.
Yeah.
The equal distribution of eggs.
Yeah, more equality. Egg equality.
Yeah.
But like I also said to Amaury, people are only willing you cannot force somebody to learn anything. Only if somebody is willing to learn can they learn new things. So Amaury said it right. It's not up to us in this timing. The timing is not up to us, but we need to be ready for the moment. And 10 years ago, I really thought Bitcoin would do the trick. Unfortunately, Bitcoin got hijacked, we got sidetracked, and now it's 10 years later. It didn't happen in that way that I really thought the general public would be more shocked by the price moves of Bitcoin. But regarding silver specifically, there is so much in this economy tied up to this silver. Basically, everything we are using, everything electronic that we are using has some silver component to it. Every electronic car that is produced has silver. Every solar system uses silver. It is simply the best catalyst in the world for the best. What's the name of that? For the it can move the electricity the best from all other metals. So we cannot do without silver in this life. You can easily live your life without Bitcoin, but a life without silver is a different story. So I really expect a lot from the metals this year and a big impact on the general population because of it. So my outlook is very bullish. Not on society, but on the finance level. And we will see. We will see if it's gonna happen or not. But that's how I feel about the situation at this moment.
Is het Joel van Venezuela al in zicht?
Let me check.
He's arrested, it seems like. Maduro.
Oh, Maduro! Joel van Venezuela.
Wat is gebeurd met Maduro?
Gearresteerd.
Oh, where?
In Venezuela.
By the militaries or by the US or by...
US military, yeah.
The US military arrested him.
They came into Venezuela?
Yeah, this morning.
I mean, they put boots on the ground?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay.
Special operations, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
Special military operation, but not a full-scale invasion this time. Wow. Yeah, those are all signs to me that something big is about to happen. Okay, this is Venezuela. What is Venezuela in the world? Nothing special, but
they have a lot of oil.
Yeah, they have a lot of oil. Okay, but it's not the most easily accessible oil. But okay, they have a lot of oil. That's very true. It's just that in the broader context, it adds up. it's not just Venezuela. There is also Nigeria 2 weeks ago. There is so many things happening. And
I heard in Nigeria that is also where the Chinese invested a lot. So, and there also, last year, there were 2 delegations of the Chinese to Venezuela. So it looks like they are torpedoing all kind of Chinese investments.
Yeah. Of course, Trump will tell you that he is saving the Christians, but I don't know who believes that. I didn't know that China has a big stake there. So it makes sense because
Same in Libya, when Libya was attacked, they also had a big oil investment there.
Yeah, it all becomes so. Well, if you spend a little bit of time, you can see below the surface that the narratives that they put out there in the news are really, they become so cheap that I cannot understand the general population still accepts all those lies. I mean, how is it possible? You just keep on believing whatever you are being told without ever asking a question, but that's simply how it is. We are not going to change that.
I don't know if they believe it, but you have this saying about, I think it was Solzhenitsyn who said that, they lie to us. We know they lie to us. They know that we know they lie to us. We know that they know that we know that they lie to us, but still they lie to us.
Yeah.
And I think it is a little bit of a...
Well, the thing is, of course, also, as long as there is no alternative, there is no alternative. So we are stuck. So we need to build that alternative, and then we can make that switch. And
I think also, if the supermarkets go empty, then suddenly people are very much more honest. Like, now this lying is a little bit of a different of a problem.
Yeah, and if you can see how the people react if there is no toilet paper in the shop, then just imagine how they will act when the potatoes are gone.
Yeah.
Because toilet paper, I mean, you can use your girlfriend for that, but potatoes is a different. That was a stupid joke. I'm sorry.
A very strange joke.
Very strange. Very strange guy.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting. In Iran, it's also shaking.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention
because of inflation. They have enormous inflation there.
Yeah, but do you really think that all these people in Iran are still holding on to their currency?
No, but at some point, I think even if because what you see a lot, I noticed when I was in Moldavia a long time ago, they had high inflation there. Then you see a lot of exchange offices, and in Ukraine you also see quite a lot. And what people do is they have to pay apparently in the local money. So they change their dollar just before they go shopping. They change the change even back after they went shopping, but they still shop in these local currency. So I think it holds on for a long time, and then when you have a really high inflation, that even becomes impossible to do. Impractical.
Yeah, I'm just inviting the last couple of people for the show.
We zeggen wel even tegen ze dat ze de resolutie lager moeten zetten.
The way how it's looking is that it's probably only 2 people. So.
Van de community coins.
Ja.
Oké. Als nog een resolutie laag zetten.
I will tell them.
Doe maar gewoon 640 bij 360 of zo.
Alright, so now it's we are expecting Joel Valenzuela in 5 minutes time. And Peter, great that you are also here. I didn't expect you before 8 o'clock. Are you going to stay with us all day?
No, I cannot do that also. There's some kids and there's snow, and we already built a snowman, but now.
But at 8 o'clock you will be there or not?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Well, Joel Valenzuela, I don't know if you know him, but he is also
OG.
He's from Venezuela.
Sorry?
He's from Venezuela? Or?
No, he was born in Mexico, living in New Hampshire. But like me, he is living unbanked, and he earns his salary only with crypto, for crypto projects, all kind of things. Today he works for Dash. Dash is his favorite crypto, so the next wheel spin will be Dash, $10 of Dash. But yeah, very interesting character. I think you're gonna like him a lot. He loves freedom, maybe even more than me. Although I also enjoy it.
Ik denk dat Peter hem wel kent, hoor.
Oh ja, oké.
No, it doesn't ring a bell, I have to say.
Maar die erg lage stem. The low voice. You have a lot of bass. Oh, that's his mic, that he put all the treble away and the midtones, and only the bass is left.
I see that the percentage of dollar reserves, that the exposure to dollars is gone down again. So institutions are reducing dollar exposure, and see it's 2000 was 60%, and now it's going steeper and steeper, down to 40%.
Wow, that's big.
Yeah, and also the slope is much more negative. So. But now they have a big new oil reserve.
Yeah,
to pay dollars with.
Oh, we can keep it going for 2 years minimum.
So I think that you can capture the president. Yeah, it doesn't mean a lot, I think.
I do understand now.
They put the puppet in charge.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can safely get all the oil out of the ground, for example.
Yeah.
No, they put their own companies there.
Yeah, but oil is the property that is very easy to blow up.
Yes, that's true.
So good luck with that. I think there will be a lot of accidents. Yeah,
especially if Maduro, I don't know if he was loved or not, or if he had a lot of...
He was loved so much that he had to...
security guards all around him.
And he had to manipulate elections.
Oh, yeah.
And censor the press.
Censor
What's
the press.
What's new?
It's a kind of Zelensky and a kind of Putin.
Yeah. No,
well, I do understand now why Trump was so eager on winning the Peace Prize, Nobel Peace Prize this year, because I think for the next 3 years he's not going to make it.
I can pump the shit out of the whole planet.
The next year I plan some bad stuff. I better get it this year.
Yeah.
Last year, U.S. president who won a Nobel Peace Prize was bombing the world for 8 years.
I saw this program. Oh, it was actually the weekly news from Willem Engel, and he said Trump is going to be the president who throws the most bombs. And I was like, Willem, at least mention that he is going to. That you believe he's going to throw more bombs than Obama, because Trump didn't throw that many bombs in his first term, So
I think that Trump cannot throw that many bombs because there are not many bombs left anymore.
Wel de zwaarste. He heeft thrown the heaviest bomb somewhere in the desert.
Yeah,
the heaviest non-nuclear bomb.
They have this joke about communism, that some Western spy is in the Soviet Union, and then he goes to the baker and he writes no bread, and he goes to the butcher and there's no meat, and then there's this KGB agent behind him. He says, you would have been shot for that some years ago, writing that down, and then he writes down no bullets.
No, but I think they did throw bombs so the military industry can create new bombs. So
yeah, but I doubt they still have the production capacity because
yeah.
that is done by
And
a lot
they
of.
sold all the shit, all the military equipment to Ukraine.
Yeah, I think these factories also require a lot of illegal immigrants, and, because the normal Americans are all influencers and OnlyFans model, and
so far he only deported like 3 Boeings, so it's not like
but a lot of people don't show up anymore at these construction sites, afraid of being arrested. So the fear also works.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And I heard, for example, that in Dnipropetrovsk, some city in Ukraine, that the garbage is no longer collected, and because the garbage men don't dare to drive around on the garbage truck because they're afraid they're going to be dragged off to war.
Oh wow!
So it has all kind of side consequences that are very hard to oversee as a central planner.
Amazing. Yeah, funny how that works out.
Yeah. I am a little bit away. I will be back in a moment.
All right. Yeah. Well,
and I go to the toilets, by the way.
All right. Then I will check if Joel is here.
Yeah.
Let me.
I'll be back.
Take it easy. Yeah. I always try to get around these days, and I'm like, because I have a hangover from the New Year, and I just had all the Christmas festivities. But Johan always managed to motivate me to go for it. So I think this is like the 5th year we are doing this anniversary broadcast. In the beginning, we still called it the Bitcoin anniversary broadcast, but I'm very glad that since last year, we changed the name to Genesis Block Anniversary, because in the end, it is the Genesis block that we are celebrating. And what people perceive today to be Bitcoin is just one iteration of what is possible with blockchain. So I'm glad for that small detail. Words matter, words matter. So let's keep it like that. Here he is, Joel.
How's it going, my man? Sorry.
Everybody is having a toilet break, but we are here. It's just that I cannot press any buttons myself, so I'm just a spectator.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Hey.
I'm willing to be the toilet break guy.
Yeah.
Here is the toilet. This was a short toilet break.
Yeah. It was not the big message, it was the small message.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Joel, welcome today on the 3rd of January. You are our second guest. Unfortunately, Vlad is sick. I'm sure you read his tweets. He couldn't make it today, so we had a little bit of a little break in between. I wrote a blog post, and we filled up the time. But glad that you could make it, my man. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I would say the last quarter has been very busy. And just a lot going on, and
I can't believe
it's been interesting because for a lot of the crypto sector, it's been sort of not a lot of action. For all the headlines, everyone's saying, "Oh, worst bull cycle ever," all this kind of complaints. But I kind of feel like there's a cypherpunk revival going on right now. It's not being widely talked about, and I think we're just seeing the beginnings of this, and we'll see hopefully a lot more of it over the next few years. Yeah.
I completely agree with that sentiment. In my blog post, I mentioned the same thing. Bitcoin got delayed a little bit, didn't manage to convince the broader population of its power in a way. And now that, for me, of course, if we just talk within the crypto sphere, last year was the year that the privacy narrative broke out, where fungibility started to matter. But that's in the small world of crypto. Since half October, the rise of silver is rampant, and I think that is going to impact the general lives of the population much more, because you can live without crypto, but try living without silver. You know, every phone, every car, every electronic device has a little bit of it. Once that starts to have its impact in the real world, people might be more willing to learn about different money systems than they are in the last 10 years. So I completely agree with that sentiment that you just shared with us. And I can only imagine how your year must have been, because it's been quite a wild ride in Dash also. 500% gain and then a 70% drop. Is that something, is that correct? Something like that?
I'm not sure. I don't really keep up too much with the day-to-day. I do know that it's doing better today than it was at the beginning of last year.
Absolutely, yes.
So for me, that's good. There was, a fun little pop. It was good to be kind of noticed and mentioned that. As soon as we had that, of course, I made sure to do a couple of very strategic budget spends while the budget was high enough.
Yeah,
do some things that will last a long time. So yeah, there's some exciting things coming in the future.
Good, man. Wow. Yeah, I'm very happy for you. When I saw that move of Dash, I'm of course stupid enough to not trade it myself, because I think we are going to the moon and beyond, and $1,000 and blah blah blah. So I didn't really profit too much myself. How to say, the profit is that it's gonna be that I see that there is more recognition for that train of thought. So that makes me excited for this upcoming year. Maybe we should talk a little bit about your last year and what is coming up. We already mentioned privacy a little bit, but there is much more. There has been much more development in Dash. I know that you launched that new wallet. When was that? In the end of last year, like September something, August.
Yes.
And now, I understand it a little bit, so let me try to explain it in my own words, and then you can give me the real things, what is going on. If I understand it correctly, the Dash blockchain has implemented a additional layer of data that you can add to an address in such a way that you do not need a centralized party to be the middleman of that data. All that data is stored in the blockchain, is permissionless, usable for everybody. And that means that, for example, Dash doesn't have the issue anymore that you just think you send some money to somebody, but you are not checking the address completely, and then you discover you actually made a typo, or somebody installed some malware on your computer and replaced the entire address somehow, because you don't need that address anymore. If I want to send Dash to Joel, I just write Joel, and it's coming to your wallet. So yeah, that's exciting stuff. And is there more data than just a username? How does it work? Maybe you could tell us a little bit about that.
Yes. So this is one of those things where we're just starting to see the very first pieces of something much, much bigger. The much, much bigger thing is Dash launched a completely separate blockchain that's very architecturally different, that focuses on data transactions and is run by the same validators, et cetera, that run the main chain. So there's two completely separate networks. One deals with data, and one is the typical old payments network. And so with this data network, first of all, yes, you can register a username, but you could also make connections between identities, where I can add you to my friends list, and that's now on the blockchain. So typically what you'd have to do if you had, like, let's say, Unstoppable Domains or ENS or one of those usual username systems, is I would have to remember your username and type it in, and then it would resolve to a single address, for example. So not very good for privacy. But then if for some reason I lost my wallet, I had to restore my seed phrase, I would have no idea of whose transactions were to whom. And I wouldn't have, and maybe I'd say, what was that guy's thing again? So then I type in a username that's off by one, and then it's still a scammer, and then you have problems there.
And that's because it used to be all stored locally and not on the blockchain. That data of your friends was only on one computer.
Yes, exactly. And now all that is built into your identity, built into your seed phrase. So you recover with your recovery keys, and then you get everything. You get not just your funds, but you get your transaction history and who you were sending to. You also get all your contacts lists. So it's just like your phone contacts. You don't lose your phone contacts. And there's a new feature that got released a few weeks ago that adds encrypted metadata. So now every time you write something like, donated to Roger Ver Defense Fund, and then under that thing, then that data is now encrypted on the blockchain. So if you lose all your wallet and you get it back again, you see the purpose for every single transaction is all there as well. And this is going to be a very useful feature beyond just that in the future, I think. There's a lot of extra data as we start to use crypto in a much less primitive way that starts to become very necessary. And so for I don't know if I'd say a bad example and a good example, any Lightning Network wallets, everyone knows here we love the Lightning Network. Everyone that's semi-custodial, that's not fully custodial, you have to keep a backup of your channel state. And so you have to have your seed phrase, but you also have to have a constant backup. That if it's an old backup, you can lose some money. You have to keep it constantly backed up. And from my understanding, a new setup with Zcash scaling is going to have a similar thing where you will need a constantly updated backup as well. And then that adds the complexity of where do I store this? Do I trust the Google Cloud with it or something? Do I, store it locally on my device, but then I lose my device and then I lose my access to my latest transactions? Like there's a lot of problems. And so I really think that this is my ambition, is to try to get them to start using the Dash network to back up those things so that then they can just have one recovery that they don't have to worry about again. Just one seed phrase and it will just work, and they don't have to trust a centralized third party.
Mm-hmm. And can I ask, this data chain that is now added next to the monetary chain, is there a limit of data that it can process, just like with the normal monetary chain? For example, Bitcoin has the 1 megabyte per 10 minutes. Is there some limit on that, or how does that work?
Yeah, so I would actually have to look into the per file storage limit. It's sort of like an op return limit type thing. There is a limit to how big the files could be right at this moment, because once you have very large file storage, like terabytes and things like that, you start to have to run into some issues that you have to figure out in advance. But as far as the throughput of the network, it's pretty much as much as they could build the network to scale. Right now, blocks are about 1 second. So about 1 second, the block comes out, and you can pretty much make them quite big. And they automatically sort of scale with transactions. And so it's kind of like an adaptive unlimited block size on that. So as far as like data transactions going through, you could conceivably go, hundreds a second, thousands a second eventually. And a few code optimizations and other things hopefully get it much bigger than that. And at the same time, if people are playing a fun little game and just like with CryptoKitties back in the day comes through the network, or some ICO or something like that, then even if there was an issue with that network, you would still be able to send money, no problem, because there's a segregated chain. You can just normally send.
If I now download a Dash wallet, does that mean that I then have two data sets in my computer, or how to say it? Like I have the blockchain for the money and the data chain for all the other data? Is that how it works?
Yes. So it depends on exactly if you're talking about running a full node or something like that. If you run like an SPV wallet, it's just one set of keys that just have both identities, and it's fine. Whereas there you would have to run like a full node. If you're trying to run full nodes for like development purposes or something, there are two separate blockchains, so you would run both of those.
Okay. But so I can also choose to only run the monetary blockchain.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's positive. Yeah. That's I think that's a good thing.
And I have to say, something that's funny is when you look at the current, I wouldn't say current, but recent Bitcoin drama about writing data on the blockchain, and now talking about
the V30 update.
Yes, if they had a solution like this on Bitcoin, it wouldn't be an issue because they could just say, "I hate the data stuff. I'm just going to run this chain," and then that's fine.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your what's the name of, how was the title of that blog article? The Caveman Wars. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. All of your posts, Joel. You know, I have an economic background with finance. I'm not so technical, and for a lot of these, I can recommend everybody who's watching this video, watch the videos of Joel, because he really manages to, you know, explain a difficult topic in such terms that, well, at least for me, it works, and you really explain it well. So,
yes, well, thank you, and I do think the economics background is kind of the same thing. Like, I have an economics background as well, and I think that it's very rare in crypto. I think in crypto, especially if you get to early days crypto or you get to like Bitcoin maximalists, they love to talk about economics, but they don't understand anything about it.
No, I've noticed that also. The most developers are really economic illiterate. But the problem with economics is that it's like with a painting. Somebody thinks a painting is beautiful, somebody thinks a painting is ugly, and they are both correct because it's their opinion. You cannot say this is beautiful because 1 + 1 = 2. You know, there is no, it is a personal preference of what you like. And so, yeah, that always makes it very difficult to have these kind of discussions with those maximalists.
Yes, however, there are some if you understand, you know, in ancient times, if you knew anything like how to start a fire, the first person who learned how to start fire was seen as a wizard. It's like he's doing magic. It's like because they don't understand the knowledge. And so some people have said like, oh, I can't believe how accurately you predicted this thing. And I was saying like, there was no risk in that prediction. It was obvious that this is if you understand some basic economics, you understand something will turn out this way. For example, I predicted that the Lightning Network would end up being expensive to use instead of cheap. And if you use, for example, the Phoenix wallet today, which, you know, obviously I'd rather people use better payment tools, but if anyone's going to use Lightning, they should probably use something like Phoenix because it has the fewest trust trade-offs. You could spend like 4 cents a transaction, 5 cents a transaction, and if you have to rebalance channels. So it's starting to get expensive just because the capital requirements that you have to have this, you have to basically stake all this money in order to run it. It's just going to cost something. And some other things, of course, is the biggest one is the whole MicroStrategy situation.
Oh, let's talk a little bit about that. That because let's go in there.
In this case,
I don't really feel that much of a profit because everyone has been criticizing it since the early days. Not the Bitcoin maximalists, but everyone else has. So it's very obvious that, first of all, there's no business model where there's no revenue, there's no income.
It's just collecting money.
Yes, you take investor money and do something with that investor money. And if the result of what you do, of your reinvestment, is positive, there's money for investors. If it's negative, there isn't. It's a very simple kind of thing. But he has bought Bitcoin at tops, like a lot of tops. So there's not a lot of Bitcoin profits to pass on to investors. So how is that going to keep on working? It said then he starts raising more money, then he starts offering massive yields, and he starts not buying Bitcoin, and it's you're starting to see that it's becoming kind of like a pyramid scheme. And at this point, you can't, like, there's where else will the money come from? It's literally the only business model MicroStrategy could have right now. They do have a software business, I understand, but that's kind of going away. The only business model really is trying to buy Bitcoin low and then selling it high, which means two things. One, they have to buy it low, which they have not been doing. And two, they have to sell it at all. And they haven't been doing that either yet. So where's the money coming from? Like, it's not mystery. And what you've seen is a lot of highly technical financial terms have been used, and there's the NAV versus the MNAV and the this and the preferred offering of this. And it's like a shell game moving all over the place where people now get confused. And I have to say, myself, I don't understand every single thing that he's doing necessarily. I do understand the big picture of, like, this is clearly not, like, there's nothing fundamental, but he's confused a lot of people to say, oh, he's so smart, he's doing this financial wizardry. I don't understand it, but I'm just going to buy it because it looks smart. And then they're going to, I mean, I would say that the stock drop in price is pretty typical with crypto. It's not typical for traditional companies, but it's, I think people will probably lose more money than they have already, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, for me, the most telling part of Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy is one of his first tweets about Bitcoin, where he states, I don't believe in Bitcoin and all, it's not going to be anything. So if at that moment you didn't get it, then I don't believe after 5 years you will get it. You just found a way how to sell it to somebody else, you know. So
yes,
I'm personally not.
It's a very, I will say, like, I don't think Michael Saylor is stupid. I think he's intelligent. I think he knows what he's doing. But I think, first of all, he's playing a very risky game because of everything he's doing. But also, he does not care about his investors. He's, as far as, like, who is going to lose money? Is it going to be is it going to be him? Is it going to be Bitcoin? Is it going to be his investors? Of those three, it's the investors. Yeah. So he understands that Bitcoin at least is a scarce asset. This is the basic math part of things. Bitcoin is a scarce asset for now. There's a 21 million theoretical limit. And so if he finds something not scarce and pays for the scarce thing, and he keeps the scarce thing, and he gives the thing that's unlimited to other people, profit, right? It's a very simple equation there. And so he just keeps on creating, he mints so many shitcoins. He keeps building shitcoins and selling them to people. And then he buys Bitcoin with the revenue from the shitcoins. And they think they have the Bitcoin somehow, but they don't have any of the Bitcoin. And it's well, and shitcoin, I mean, it's working out for him so far, I guess.
Shitcoin in this term is the shares that I think, right? That you,
yes.
Or do you mean the all these? What did he launch now? Is this 11% revenue project that he launched recently?
Yes.
There's a lot of loans also, isn't it? A lot of these, loans that he
sells at a
low interest rate.
Well, what I understand from it is not that it's not a loan, but he converts it to shares. But that's maybe I'm not.
I think it's convertible loans, right? That you can convert to shares if the share price is a certain point. Then he has to pay a very low interest rate, but he also more or less sells dilution when it when the share price goes up. So he sells the upside.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly it. And he has quite a few loans. There are a lot of different terms. Some do have a reasonably high interest rate, but those are very small. Most of these loans, from my understanding, again, I'm not an expert on the subject, seem to have very low or even no interest rates. And then, then they get converted into shares at will, kind of like whenever they'd like to buy the dip, whenever you want to convert the shares. So there's a combination of that. And then the more recent products he's been selling have been the yield products, where that's the most, I don't know, that's the most sketchy thing, I would say.
Yeah, the most
Because-
obvious. yeah.
Well, I mean, as it stands, with the high interest rates, with the high dividend rates they're promising, you need a lot of revenue and money. You need to keep the pyramid going. But if you look at the terms, the terms basically say that the rates are adjustable at will, basically. So as soon as he gets everyone to buy, he can just say, guess what, 2%. And then you're like, oh no, what am I holding? There you go.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Bitcoin is of course still the backbone of crypto economy in some way. You know, or you can make a statement that USDT is taking over in a way, but yeah, we are all a little bit exposed to this micro strategy. You know, because most of our coins are still priced, or the main market is priced in Bitcoin. So whatever Bitcoin is doing has its effect on the rest. And that is what bothers me a little bit with this. With this guy, is that he's making it into a casino, and also the people are not really investing in Bitcoin. They are not going to use Bitcoin. They are using it as an extension to debt currencies, which only makes it more hijacked than it already was, you know. So,
although I would say I have seen some hope this last quarter, because what was notable, of course, some of my favorite coins have been doing well. Obviously, Dash has done well. Zcash has done phenomenally. Bitcoin Cash has been doing really well these last, especially couple of weeks. Decred, Monero, a bunch of like good old school coins. But what's been more interesting has been that they've done well while Bitcoin has not done well. While like the Solanas, et cetera, the world as well have not done well. And so for me, that's like the biggest sign. It's not doing well. It's doing well when the greater market sentiment trading counter to that. Where
and that's why you said I feel that the cypherpunk era is making a comeback. That is the sign.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think in market sentiment, like it's really hard to say, oh, this is why thousands of people around the world are putting money into this. You can't know for everyone's motivation. But I would say the reason why Bitcoin specifically has done so much better than most other crypto assets over the last, 5-10 years, whatever it's been, has been because it's viewed as the kind of safest and most reliable option, the least risky option. Because, well, first of all, the knowledge. Most people just don't know about the rest of the space. So there's that asymmetry, and I think that's coming to an end soon. But also, the blockchain has been running since 2009. Yay!
17 years today.
Yes, not bad. It's been running. The fundamental design, like I know people like us criticize a lot of what has happened to it today, but whatever's left over, like it still has a lot of very strong fundamentals that a lot of newer crypto projects have not copied. They have made made mistakes that Bitcoin never made. And so you can clearly see there's something here. It's been reliable over a long period of time, and people have viewed all like the casinos, like the FTXs of the world and stuff, and Terra Luna, and all this kind of crazy stuff going on, and they view this one as the safe one. I think that has started to change this cycle, where people are now seeing like so much betting on a strategic reserve in the US, for example. They've seen, of course, the number one poster child being the sailor person, and they are seeing Bitcoin as a risky asset now. It doesn't mean you can't make money off of it, but they're seeing it as more of a risky asset. And so I think that a lot of investors who put a lot of money into Bitcoin because they viewed it as the least risky asset now don't view it as the only risk-free asset. And so now they're saying, what else had those fundamentals that Bitcoin used to have that I can hedge into? Yeah. And so I think that, for example, you view something like Zcash, which is similar to Bitcoin in lots of ways, but has very high privacy. You see Monero, which has not had its God candle, but it has been going up very steadily over a period of time. You see, obviously, Dash, and even Bitcoin Cash, of course. You see, like Bitcoin Cash, you could say, completely lost the block size war back in the day, as far as like market share, mind share, users, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so it should be dead. And look at it now, right? The fact that, of course, I know a lot of people in the Bitcoin Cash community, they're actually building a lot of cool things. It's a very deserved victory, but it's also like a sign that people are sort of seeing the direction that Bitcoin went in versus the rest of the space trended in not a safe direction, but in an unsafe, in a gambling direction. And so now they're like, well, these guys aren't gambling as much. Let me hedge into here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good analysis. I like that view. Of course, it's also the higher an asset goes, the more downward risk you get. So I've never understood these maximalists that just can sit on those Bitcoins while all these other altcoins are, I really believe once the market, we are currently making the lows. Maybe the lows have been made last year. Once it goes up, these low prices are only because what I call hyper emission, which is not the same as inflation. But all these coins, just like Bitcoin, they start in the first cycle with 50% emission, then 25 of those. And those new coins, the communities are just too small to be buying them. And even more, once you have a couple of those coins, you want to buy them low. You don't want to go up, And so on top of that, there is no immediate need to hold any of those coins because, well, you have to pay your taxes in good old fiat. Where can you even do something with it, So once people start to spend them, they need to sell it, basically. So all that downward pressure is setting a low now, which I believe once the trend reverses, we will really never see these low Satoshi prices ever again, because it's a new market coming up. And this is part of the cycle. And once a coin manages to break out of the downward trend, the low prices will never come back. And that's why I don't understand how none of these maximalists can see such a event happening, and so,
yeah, it's been very interesting to see. And I think, you have to understand that this is a new world, a new asset class, that things are going to be very different. You see Bitcoin and everything it's done, and you see also everything it can't do, and you have to see room for other assets in there. You have companies talking about tokenizations, everyone talking about stable coins. You see so many applications for the technology and no one using it, basically. There's a few blockchains that people use on a decent normal basis. Most of it is all either completely speculative or still tied to speculation. And then the real used ones, whether it's the ones that hopefully been doing well this last quarter, I would consider them more used for the purposes that you and I would consider more legitimate, but also the usage levels on the global scale are tiny, very tiny. And so, there's a lot of room for this to then grow and start actually being used. And I think that probably I think that the day of the casino is, I hesitate to say over because it's definitely not over, but the casino days are kind of behind us a little bit at this point. I think that this was the peak casino cycle. You had presidents flipping meme coins all over the world. You had, pump fun, people in live streams, doing crazy stuff with that.
The no hands guy, or this small kid. Do you know this one?
Oh yeah, I like the no hands guy the best. That was ridiculous. And someone actually was showing me, because he was demonstrating a Telegram bot he had, and he showed me the whole pump fun cycle. And he's like, "All right, here, let's see. There's all these coins. This one's pumping right now because you see on the live stream he's asleep on his couch and he can't sell the token because he's asleep. So people are buying right now." And I'm like, okay. And he says, "Oh, I'm going to go buy this one." So he's, "I'm going to take this one," and I move the Telegram bot and I press this. Okay, I bought it. All right, and I go to sell it, and he goes, "Sell." I already made 3.4%. I'm like, that was 24 seconds. How did that happen? Just this crazy cycle. That is starting to come to an end. And I think that we're seeing, despite all this momentum and goodwill, I think it'll be very difficult to get governments to significantly buy Bitcoin. And I think that is where the bubble starts to it starts to be over. It starts to come back to reality, where now you're like, all right, now we have to fight for market share again, like every good company. And you're starting to see the treasury companies, where every failing company was just like, we're a treasury company now. And now I almost think that strategy is the biggest, and I hate to say safest, but like one of the harder ones to make collapse of the treasury companies. And so I think that if strategy collapses, I don't think many other treasury companies will survive. I think that they will probably collapse first, and then institutions will be very risk averse, and they will be not wanting to enter the crypto spot for a very long time. And then it's back to the trenches. It's back to utility.
Yeah. Well, we have to see how it will work out. I'm sorry, I was inviting the next. But yeah, it could be. It could be because you in that way. I have never been a big favorite of Solana, not even because of the outage of a network or anything, but just the sheer fact that it was only these tokens and like you say, the pure casino style of crypto. And I've never been really into that, although I must say last year was also my casino year in a way, with the Bitcoin Cash tokens that I've been trading. But it's a fun thing to do, but it's not real utility. And so
yes, of course,
I love those things that you mentioned with Dash, where you can really build your network inside of the blockchain, where you can you, for example, also put your profession in your data set. So you say, I am a painter. If somebody needs to paint their house, you can search for everybody who's a painter in the Dash community.
This is where it gets really interesting, is you could do a lot with it. And this has taken me a while to sort of understand fully, because a lot of the developers have just been like so focused on doing this and not really good at talking about it. But basically, of everything we consider Web3 or the web or whatever, the most of it, and the most important part of it, which I would say is like 80%, is data. As in, you write and store data, and then you access that data. And the part that gets all the attention because of Ethereum, etc., is the computation part of things, the smart contracts. Is that, we get to run our own little computation here. It's so what Dash does better than anyone else today, as far as I'm aware, is the data, where you can write data to the network instantly, and you can query it. You can look it up without an indexer, and you don't need to run a node to trust that the data is accurate. So typically, when you have these decentralized data systems, you write on IPFS or whatever else, and then you need a separate service that indexes it and says, this is this data here, this is this data here. And then you need a node, which could be very expensive to run for some of these larger data networks, or you need to pay a company like Infura to do it for you. And then you need those to interact with the data, and you need to trust that they're returning the data that you asked for. You say, I want this picture of a clown wig. And then they're like, here you go. But then you just have to trust that they got it. Whereas with the Dash system, everything is in there. You go.
I still have it. I don't use it as much.
Yes. So with the Dash system, you don't have to trust a node or indexer. You connect directly to an API provided by the network itself. And when you call up a data, you get a proof that says that you got the data you asked for. And so basically what this means is you can run a website without like a backend server at all. It just dashes the backend server. So you just plug right into it, and you can write anything. And so one very interesting thing.
Sorry. Can I ask one question in between? Do I have to pay Dash for such a query? If I want to have this information, does it cost me do I have to pay some, or is it only a transaction fee, for example, or is there also a added fee for the one who provides you with the data?
As far as I'd have to reconfirm, as far as I understand, you don't need to pay for queries, but you do pay for writing the data. And of course, the data is also different from a lot of decentralized systems. While you do pay for it, it's partially refundable if you decide to delete it later. So let's just say you upload your podcast, and then later on you want to edit it to put clown wigs on everyone's head, and then you decide to re-upload it. You don't have to pay twice. You can just delete the old data, put your new data in, or if you just have your data here and at some point you don't want it anymore, you can delete it and you get like an 80% refund or whatever. Of course, the longer you store the data for, the less refund you get. Mm-hmm. So the whole system works pretty well. There's a one of the core developers, when he was bored over the weekend or the holiday, and he started to code up a few tools. And one thing he did was a basically an uncensorable Pirate Bay. It was a torrent metadata site, again, like a Pirate Bay or one of these other things, but instead all the data is hosted on the Dash network, where now it's immutable. And usually when there's something like a Pirate Bay that gets taken down, then all the data gets lost with it, or they have to share the data and have backup copies somewhere else, or mirrors on other sites and all this other stuff. Whereas in this case, it's just, you take down one, you just literally point a different domain to it and everything is still there. Mm-hmm. So now all the torrent data is indexed in there permanently, and you could just pay a small Dash fee whenever you want to update it by adding a new torrent and all the the podcast name and everything else. And so just little things like that are going to become huge over time. You have so many, like a friend of mine, Doug Tillman, runs this site called XMR Bazaar, which is like a sort of like a Craigslist style site for people wanting to buy with Monero. And as far as I understand, that's still hosted on traditional like web rails. And it would be great to have that thing entirely built on Dash instead, where now it's all, not only is it uncensorable, but you don't need all these little pieces in between to make it work. It just works. And a good friend of mine, Chris Pastia, I don't know if you remember him, he's big Bitcoin Cash developer back in the day. He was the lead backend developer for Open Bazaar. Do you remember Open Bazaar back in the day? Yeah. It's so I talked to also one of his coworkers on my podcast a long time ago when they ended up shutting it down, and they had a lot of issues where, of course, they could store all the data and the listings and stuff, but one of the biggest things was the search, where they had to provide the search themselves for items. They had to do the indexing themselves and pay to provide a centralized search function for this decentralized marketplace. And you could build Open Bazaar on Dash tomorrow, and you wouldn't need any of that. You would just work, and you wouldn't need expensive infrastructure running everything. You could just point a URL to the series of data contracts that are written, and it would just work. And so there's a lot of this kind of stuff that still isn't fully realized yet. And over the weekend, we've been sort of debugging some of the SDKs, because the SDKs to build a lot of this stuff are out there, but then we found couple small bugs, and now, we got to fix that. But it's like we're right in the end stretch of when we start to have some serious like hackathons and other cool things on this.
Nice, man. It's exciting. It's exciting. Yeah, I also mentioned this to Amaury. The world catches up slowly to reality, and recently we had a breakout in the precious metals. And I really think that things like, because the things that you are telling me today, Joel, they are, I am connected with a group of developers that combine themselves under the name of Community Coins. They have released a new project called Ring of Trust, which is basically the data chain of Dash, but it's not decentralized. It's one person running that for his small group of community. you know.
Of course.
So I understand what this data chain can do to the world. It's just that most of the people, the general population, the big mass of people is not willing to educate themselves yet. And that's why we don't get this traction, regardless of how amazing our product is going to be. The most people are simply not looking for them. That's why I'm so bullish for 2026, because I think when these metals change the general understanding of the masses about money, that is the moment when they will be ready to learn something. And that is the moment when we have to be ready to educate them. So I think that is what 2026 has in store for us a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. And part of that is the technology. So here's the one reality. We need to keep building and progressing the technology. Technology is still very new. It's very different from the way the world used to work. We need to keep building. At the same time, crypto became successful far before it needed to, before it deserves to. And so you had a lot of money being thrown at projects that did not deserve it. And it's still the case today. The problem is when you are paid to be wrong, you will never be right. And so if you're paid to have a service that works kind of, but has a bunch of bugs and doesn't really scale and all this kind of stuff, if you're being rewarded for that, you're never going to improve it. And so I think that there's been a little bit of an atrophy in some parts of crypto's development because of that, because people have been paid to just, oh, look, it's great. Look at this. It says all these cool things on paper. I have like a 50 million TPS that I can claim, even though it doesn't really work. And there's one validator that runs everything or something. No one cares. So everything has been, I think that we're finally getting into the usage era where the end user will tell us if the tech works or not. And they're telling us it doesn't because they don't use it. But I think that once the tech is usable enough, that once it actually works, once it delivers the promises it makes, then people will easily take a decentralized option. So like, for example, backups of private keys, I think, are some of the most intimidating thing for new users because they don't understand how it works. And then you're trusting them to write down a seed phrase somewhere where they won't lose it. And then that's it. If they lose it, they're gone. And so I think that there are plenty of backup systems that exist today that are good enough, in my opinion, for mass adoption, but they're very siloed and isolated. And so, for example, there's a lot of wallets that have those NFC cards, those tap cards. And for example, the Tangem wallet uses those cards instead of backups. They don't have any private keys other than those cards. And so everyone can understand, oh, I have this card, I tap it with my password and it works. And if I lose my card, I get another one that I've hidden somewhere in my house, and I tap that one and that works. And if I forget my password, I get two cards, I tap them and it works. People can understand that, but again, that's just one company. Then OneKey, I believe, has a backup card where instead of writing down a seed phrase, it's just on a card, and if you just tap it to the wallet, it re-inputs your seed phrase, and you're good. I'm like, oh, that's cool, but again, it only works with their wallets. It's not a wide standard. And then there's another app called Voltisig where you load your keys onto, let's say, 3 separate devices like your phone, your tablet, and your computer. And anytime you want to send a transaction, you need to sign 2 of 3 of those signatures. It's sort of like a multi-sig, but it's a aggregated threshold signature. And so if you lose your phone, you can just get another phone and then sign with your other 2 devices to re-add that phone or add another device. You don't have to completely redo the setup. And that works really well, especially if your computer gets hacked and someone tries to steal all your money from your browser extension wallet. Then it asks you on your phone and your tablet, and the odds of them compromising all 3 of them are much lower. And you can also have like 5 of them, like add your accountant to someone or whatever. But again, that's one tiny ecosystem. All these things need to become like standardized. And then I think that a user, because listen, I haven't had a bank account in a very long time, but from my understanding, you do have your login credentials, right? Your username, password to get in. If you forget those, you have your physical backup, which is your ID card and your face, and you go in and say, hi, I want to reset my thing. And if you don't have your ID card, it's a big problem, but you still have like a backup of last resort where you can go get a new government document of some kind, like a birth certificate. I don't know how it works in every country. I think in the US you can go with, for example, like your parents, and they can sign like a written thing saying, this is my child, just give the birth certificate kind of thing. And so that would be like a family backup of last resort, where there's some like, if you have like you give your backup keys to like 5 people, and 3 of them have to come together with a password only you know, and then you get everything back. It's the very same thing. Like there's self-custody issues with fiat as well. If you have cash in your pocket, you lose it, it's gone. So I think that once we just get this simple, people will start to use this. And another part of that, of course, is with all the online stuff, all the Web3 stuff, like Ethereum, there's a lot of security issues with the way Ethereum smart contracts are designed. And I don't know a ton about this area, but I do know that tokens, for example, are smart contracts. So you have a programmatic contract.
Yeah.
Yes. And so if you want to just send a token to someone, you have to sign, a smart contract. You have to sign an approval, and then the approval can then be used to just take all your money. Whereas, for example, there's tokens on the Dash system as well, and those are not smart contracts tokens. Those are basic data contract tokens that just prescribe the details of who can do what and how this works. And you just sign send. It's what they call a native token. And in a lot of newer blockchains, like let's say Multiverse X and I think Sui and stuff like that, they have native tokens. They have them outside of the smart contract space, so it's less vulnerable. So there's just so many of these things that, like, I think that once we get rid of a lot of these, I clicked the wrong MetaMask link and I got wrecked. Once we get rid of that or make that better, and once we make self-custody easier and more universal, then I think that the floodgates are open. Everyone will come into crypto.
So that is, I guess, your goal for 2026 to achieve.
Yes, that's a big part of it. The other thing is just to start decentralizing the web. Like, I want to have my website built on with the Dash network on the back end. I want everyone else's website. I want to post on social media sites that do this. I want to back up everything. And so, like, I do still have a few spreadsheets here and there for accounting purposes. I still do have, I have some things on, I wouldn't say like centralized infrastructure, but so, for example, like a password manager, right? There's a bunch of different ways of doing a password manager. You could trust a company to do it, even if it's, like decentralized, or even if it's end-to-end encrypted and they can't get your passwords. Or you can self-host your own password manager file on your computer, but then you need to share it across your other. It becomes annoying. We love a Dash password manager where it's just on the network and it just works. So there's so many things. I basically decentralize all the things. That's my my goal.
Sounds good, Joel. Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and by the way, you can add your name. I'm talking to the listeners now. You can add your name on the wheel. And
We're going to give away $10 of Dash, I assume. It's up to Joel to decide which coin it's going to be, but...
sure, why not? That's as good a one as any, right?
$10 of Dash on the wheel.
You need to have a Dash wallet, because if you win, you need to send me your Dash address. Yeah.
Yes.
So
that's coming up. I can see also Gerrit already joined the chat. Is he already visible, or you didn't show it yet, Joel?
It's visible.
Okay. Yeah. Gerrit is our next guest. Welcome, Gerrit.
Mm-hmm. I have also a question to Joel. What about the privacy on Dash? Because you're talking about your identity on Dash, but the tax office is also watching.
Yes. So this could spark another hour conversation.
Oh, okay,
but
okay.
let's do the speed.
It's up to you, Joel. It's up to you.
Well, so first of all the data that is written in terms of anything sensitive could be encrypted. So for example, when I write, this was for IKEA furniture, that's encrypted and no one can see on the blockchain what it says. Yeah. So there's plenty of all that stuff is encrypted. At some point there will be, I know that the developers are looking into some some advanced privacy functions for the data chain to make things extremely private. That's hopefully would happen this year. Let's see. But for the payments chain, there's a current privacy overhaul going on for Dash that would add something called confidential transactions to the base Dash network, which encrypts amounts and balances, but you can still see who you sent to, or you can still see where a payment went, just not how much or what the total balance was. And what that allows you to do is, combined with Dash's current privacy function, it would basically allow for, I would say, privacy comparable to or better than present day Monero, for example. And so we're working on that. And of course, Monero is going through their own overhaul beyond that, called full chain membership proofs. It's actually pretty exciting. It's a side project that I've sort of taken on because the developers are doing so many different things, decentralizing the web, doing all this stuff. And so I managed to get a nonprofit to donate to fund this development. And so, I'm running that on the side. And so hopefully that's going to be middle of the year or so. Hopefully we get that overhaul out as well. And it's one of those things where I kind of feel like right now in this year, about most of the world has woken up to the fact that privacy is essential. And some of the world, unfortunately...
Crypto world. Let's say crypto world.
Well, even beyond that, you're starting to see privacy messaging, privacy apps, and things like that become very popular. But so beyond that, I mean, there are some jurisdictions, such as Europe, unfortunately, that just does not like privacy.
EU, not Europe, EU.
Yes.
I live in Europe, but not in the EU.
The EU part of Europe, I should say, which unfortunately is too much of it. But we should do something about that. But again, that's not my business. But so basically, at this point, I kind of feel like a lot of people in the past with Dash have been trying to walk this line of trying to keep privacy there and important and usable, but also trying not to scare off regulators and things like that. And I think that now it's kind of the time that time is over. It's time to just do what you want. Yeah. Just do the best thing you can do for your users, for the world, and then deal with which markets you can operate in, which you can't, and then decentralize everything. Use decentralized exchanges, do peer-to-peer transactions. It might be underground in some regions. It might be above ground in others. Just that's the way the world is. We should just provide the best tech for the most freedom possible.
Yeah. That's a great outlook. I cannot agree more.
With this knowledge, we shall spin the wheel.
We shall spin the wheel. Yeah, Gerrit is already here, so I would like to start introducing him. You don't have to leave, Joel. You can stay if you want, but I understand your day is just starting and maybe you have different plans, but this is mostly a gathering of friends to recap the old year, have an outlook for the new year. Of course, that's the beauty of Bitcoin. That's the beauty of the blockchain and the Genesis block having its anniversary on the 3rd of January. Then we always have this new year vibe a little bit. So it's just, like I say, a get together to give a small update about everything, stuff like that. So, but let's do a wheel spin. How many people are on the wheel?
A lot.
A lot? Well, I will tell you something. I will also be on the wheel. Okay. And in case my name is being spun, then I'm going to double the price to $20 Dash.
Okay, and then spin again.
But you have to spin again. That's true.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Good luck to all the participants.
Yeah. It's spinning. And it's going to be... De rode. Dat kon ik net niet goed zien. Het rode vak.
I think it's dash news Italia, if I got it correct. But we will double check it in the replayer.
Yeah. There is a dash Italia.
Yeah, I know that guy. He's a good guy, but also he's relentless. He's everywhere. So
well, I'm glad we paid him a $10 dash. Now we are on his good page. I
Probably
guess.
not working.
Dash news
He needs
Italia.
the money.
Please send a message with your dash address either to King Hong Spiracy on Twitch in a whisper, or to what is your Freedom Radio? Vrijheidradio is.
You're paying it, so you can better.
I'm paying it, so it's best to if you could send me a whisper on Twitch. That would be best. Otherwise, we have to work it out.
We'll ask Joel. You know the guy.
I don't know if Dash News Italia is familiar with Twitch, but if you click on the username King Hong Spiracy, it will tell you to send a whisper somewhere, I guess. Whisper. Because the problem is I cannot send a whisper myself because of my telephone number, blah, blah, blah. Twitch is a little bit broken for me. But please send me a message, and then I'll make sure. Oh, I have. No, I'll make sure that Dash come to you. Don't worry. We will fix it somehow.
Sure.
We will. Yeah, we will fix it. I can also send it to Joel, and then he sends it to you. If he knows you, then maybe that's the better option. But
yes, you know what's funny?
Congratulations.
Do you have an Android wallet? An Android phone?
Yeah, I do, but it's not. It has an empty battery.
Okay. Well, what you could do is, if you wanted to get the Dash Pay wallet and get your own username, probably not during the stream when it's over, maybe. It's the username is. Let me see. Let me look for who their username was. I have to look on my phone which one it was, so we don't get to the wrong one. But there is a Dash Italia username.
Yeah. Well, he wrote his address in the chat, so I have sent the dash to that address.
Well, there you go. You already got it.
He got it. We fixed it. Joel, is there something you would like to share in this final couple minutes?
Yes. So basically, the world we're hitting some really good momentum. We're going to hit early mass adoption for cryptocurrencies in the next few years. And the time is now to build as fast as we can for the good stuff, to make sure that the decentralized good stuff, private stuff wins out. And so it is already possible for I've been very aggressive with onboarding different services around the world to accept Dash specifically. And as far as my math is correct, somewhere close to 3 billion people could conceivably pay at least some of their bills with Dash at this time, because of all the coverage we have in bill pay solutions and other things like that. So a lot of people can start using Dash all over the world today. And we're continuing to expand, where a couple of really cool things I'm working on for this year are, number one, a way for everyone, or lots of people, again, it's never everyone, but lots of people to be able to receive their full salary in Dash if they want to, where they don't have to change jobs or anything. They should be able to just do that. That would be one. So then you can start having a complete income, complete circular economy. And then the second one is I'm working on a Dash to anything to Dash feature, where if you just have a Dash wallet and someone says, hey, can I send you some Bitcoin? Sure. And you receive Bitcoin in, and it turns into Dash. And you can also spend from your Dash wallet to if someone only accepts Litecoin or something, or let's just say that, all the payment processors in Europe don't do anything with privacy. And it's like, all right, well then I could still use Dash every day because I just scan the QR code, send, within seconds it's going out as whatever asset they really want it to. And so all of that together, it's just like the Infinity Stones, you get the last Infinity Stone and then world domination. So that's what I'm working on.
Great. Well, I'm looking forward to see all of that development. In case you don't follow Joel on X, the desert links with Y and X on the end.
It's also my Dash username if you want to add
also
me.
Dash username.
Yeah.
Follow him because he has some great content. It helps me understand a lot of the technical stuff that I am too lazy to dig into myself. He has, like I said, great content, so I really recommend everybody to start following Joel. Thanks for being here with us today, Joel. Feel free to stay a little bit longer if you want. That's always possible. But I think this is time to introduce Gerrit Oerlemans and have a little community coins gathering. And so, I guess that's what I want to say.
I'll probably leave now because I have a few things to do before leaving the house. But It's been a very good pleasure. How many years in a row has this been? This has been a few, right?
This is like the fourth or fifth consecutive.
Yeah, I think fifth or sixth, maybe.
Yes.
Fifth or sixth.
Yes. I'm not going to stop coming. I'm going to keep coming to these things. One thing that I forgot to mention, because there's so many things, is we still don't. I'm not 100% sure about the date. It sounds like it'll probably be in September, but we're holding a Dash conference, the first since 2019, and it's going to be in Amsterdam. So that will be very nice. I'm organizing that along with. I don't know if you know the Crypto Canal people. They're very good people, very freedom-loving cypherpunk people, and so we're partnering with them to create a Dash conference right next to their one during something called Cypherpunk Week. So I don't know if anyone likes to come to events, but it's going to be.
Unfortunately, I am unable to travel at the moment because my passport expired, and this is a conscious decision, but that is how it is for me at the moment. Maybe by that time I have solved it, but we could always do a stream where I give away a ticket to one of the viewers, for example. So by the time that tickets are going to be for sale, I'm not sure what the price is going to be, but I might just do a little raffle with a ticket or make some.
For this conference, you can pay in Dash.
Yeah.
Because you have a lot of those Bitcoin core conferences, you can only pay with credit card, you know.
You know what? And I have to say, so obviously we will allow that. I have to say, it's harder than you think for some of these things because the conference, like the ticket providers, the EU payment processors, all that are just it's a pain in the ass for some of this stuff. So it's obviously not negotiable. Of course, you're going to be able to do that. It might be. Click this other link. You have to organize
it yourself because I do for the Libertarian Party. I'm not organizing anymore, but when I did locally for the Libertarian Party in Utrecht, you just rent a hotel room and you just do everything yourself.
This is a Dash conference. This is not a hotel room.
Well, yes, and
conference hall.
Well, hopefully, here's a couple of goals that we're doing here. First of all, we'd like there to be like 100 to 200 people or something, like a decent crowd of people. And also, we want to have it completely self-funded, as in not have to have the treasury pay for it. And I think that the last Dash conference was partially treasury funded, but mostly it's kind of half and half. It was progress in the right direction. I kind of like, obviously, one of Dash's superpowers is having this built-in treasury model to pay for things like development. But at the same time, I do think that you can't have that pay for everything, I don't think. I think you want to have a healthy business ecosystem and volunteer ecosystem, all this kind of stuff. And so that's my goal. Just like this whole privacy development thing, that the Treasury is paying for none of it. And this conference, I'd like the Treasury to pay for none of it. And the more things I can build that are outside of that, the more cool things that the Treasury can then fund for other development. And then we kind of go from there. And it's been very impressive how the Bitcoin Cash and Monero communities have both managed to sustain some pretty good development despite, no internal funding, no VC, just through crowdfunding donations. And a lot of time. And so myself, I did donate to Monero full chain membership proof development because they were kind of asking about, hey, not enough people are donating. I'm like, I'll donate. This helps the whole space, right? This is a lot of the world is going in the direction of Zcash's privacy model. And I kind of think that we need to have an alternative as well. We can't just everyone focus on one tech stack. So I like both out there. I think it'll make a lot of good projects a lot more private. And so I donate to projects in the Dash ecosystem as well, but also outside of the Dash ecosystem. So we're all going to make, we're all going to make it. Everything's going to turn out all right.
I think that's the right mindset. We are one big family in that way with all of crypto, and we need to support each other in this still early days, and also later, of course. But we are, in some way family, and you should keep the family close. So, Joel, thanks again. All the best for the new year. Stay healthy, and I wish you all the best, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks a bunch for having me. I'll be around, but at least I'll see you next year.
Great. You can expect my comments on your posts.
Of course.
Bye, Joel.
Bye-bye. Have a good one.
All right, that was Joel Valenzuela. Gerrit, my apologies. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but like I said, I don't really want to plan the time too hard and stuff like that. Hey, Johan, could I maybe ask you to remove the camera for Peter while he is not around, because it's or move Gerrit to the upper television.
It's happening now.
Okay, thank you. I just saw that when the wheel was spinning that Gerrit is a little bit hidden. So.
Okay. Hi, Gerrit.
Yeah,
Hi,
I'm just
Johan.
reacting to some chat.
Yoshi.
Yep. Welcome. Gerrit, welcome. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Is there snow? Is there snow in the mountain?
Which mountains?
You live on top of the mountain, Gerrit. Come on, you
300 meters high. Yeah. It's cold. It's cold.
I'm from the Netherlands, so that's a mountain for me.
Yeah.
Here, this morning we had 5 centimeters of snow. So I'm very glad that I can just be inside today talking with you.
Here in the Netherlands, no train is driving because of
I need 1 minute because my fire is burning and I need to throw some wood on it. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome, Gerrit. You're from the Electronic Gilde. The Gilde used to be the method of payment in the Netherlands for a few hundred years, and now there's only the Electronic Gilden left. Yeah. Well, tell us something about your project.
Well, because this is also for me the fourth year, I think. People might.
We did it before also. I think it's the 6th now.
Or 6, well, maybe I've not been every time here, but talking about e-gulden, it is in the asset class of country coins, so to say. But it's a full blockchain, which is in itself thriving. I mean, it's still going strong. It has.
For how many years does it exist?
This year will be the 12th year. Most of the coins arose around the year 2014 and 2000. And I'm talking in line with other country coin types of coins. And like there's Canada E-coin and Aurora coin, and our competitor, which deceded, Gulden coin, and it's been a 12-year ride, and looking backwards, we've got quite an impressive perspective and experience, and on the other hand, that's on the positive side. On the other hand, there's this general fatigue in these type of coins. But e-gulden, for example, is it has its community, it has its backholders, it has its small holders. But what really is happening, you can see on the social media that are still open, like Telegram, like the website. You can see through analytics how many visitors there are, there are other services still open, like mining pools. How many miners are still mining EFL? You can look at, of course, the Block Explorer, which is gives you an insight to what's happening on the blockchain, and then you see what money is moving, when and how much, and how many people are still actively using it. You can look at the rich list, and you see it is a community, but it's not thriving right now because generally we've had a lot of pressure from media, from regulators, and all that's not diminishing. That's increasing. And now we have the European regulation who announces every year new ways to make life more difficult for especially as Joel was talking about for the privacy coins, but for cryptocurrency in general. So that's the fatigue is showing everywhere, with development, with developers, with active community members, and you and us are diehards, so to say. You could say that, but keeping things strong to be ready for the moment when things explode, and that was also what Joe was talking about. We're still a very early, not with respect to time, but with respect to adoption. And,
well, Yoshi bought a house with e-gulden, huh?
I must say, listen, it was financed, 100% financed.
Okay.
I was not. I paid a part of it with EFL directly, but in the end, I had to sell crypto for debt currencies to be able to buy it. But
it is money, huh? It is money, and you can buy things with money. And a house is an interesting example.
The next thing is the car, huh?
specifically for the house, I did manage to find a buyer for those EFLs on that moment. So in a way, I sold my EFLs for a house, but there were a couple of steps in between to really get the house. But yeah.
You guys know about nohodl.org or .com? What is it?
Org. Nohodl.org.
As a you find cars there. You were mentioning it.
It's a kind of open bazaar. Kind of open bazaar.
Yeah. It's. I say it's a marketplace. Why not? It's
your next goal. You're buying a new car.
I already bought a car with EFLs, but just like my passport expired, so did my driving license.
Okay. Yeah.
I bought somebody else a car with EFLs. What about that? And then he drove me all around Europe for a couple of months.
Okay.
And, I had my private driver ready 24/7. Let me introduce also Jason. Welcome, Jason, or should I say the king of all data?
Yeah, I put them in make them visible as well.
Great.
Hello.
Nice of you both to join. I have asked what I forget his name all the time. What is his name of the book? Johannes.
What?
From the Deutsche E-Mark, but he was not able to join. Jonas. He was not able to join us until 6 o'clock. But yeah, I have to apologize a little bit to both of you. I had a hangover on the 1st of January, and I was a little bit late with setting everything up. On top of that, one of our guests today called in sick in the last moment, and there was some shifting in time, and I got it done, but I didn't really tell you clearly what time we would meet. So apology for that, but I'm very glad that also you could make it, Jason. It's still early for you in Canada. And the reason why I invited both of you is this is part of the developers group of Community Coins, and I wanted to emphasize the start, or at least some part of our conversation about the Ring of Trust. We have just heard Joel speak about the extra data chain that has been added to Dash, which in my perception of what he said is basically a decentralized ring of trust, because our ring of trust is ran by one entity in a way that provides that extra layer for the users, but it's very similar and allows the users of the ring of trust to share all kind of extra data on top of just a money system. Also, in case you missed it, both of you, Amaury Sechet, I always mix up, I don't know how to pronounce that French name, but Amaury joined us, the developer of eCash, and I have pushed the Ring of Trust ID to him, and he told me that I can send it over and that he would look into it. And in case he likes what he sees, he might implement it if it's a workable how to say, extension or a workable feature for eCash also. So
you also proposed it to our last guest from Dash, Joel.
Yeah, I mentioned it, but he kind of said
yeah, you can run it on Dash.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah. So I would like for the listeners to understand what the Ring of Trust development is all about, what we can do with it, how far is the development on its way. Small things like, I mean, it's better that I be quiet and let you talk in a way. Of course, whatever other info you want to share, go ahead and do so, but I would really like to hear a little bit about the Ring of Trust. So I don't know how I should. Maybe I don't know, Gerrit, you first or Jason or. Maybe Gerrit first because
I don't think maybe there are two visions on it, but it's in fact Ring of Trust is not very new in the sense that it's another type of SPV servers, and SPV servers is the way to expose the blockchain to other users than core wallet users, and especially to light clients, HD wallets, hardware wallets, and an SPV server is a concept that existed in 2011 already. So, but the problem with the most common SPV server is Electrum, but there are others like Fulcrum and Electors, and the problem with running these is that these are individual monitors on the blockchain, and there is no coordination between them. So the Ring of Trust is in fact a set of SPV servers that are checking on each other. And your statement that the Ring of Trust was centralized, that's not true at all. On the contrary,
my apologies.
It is decentralized. It's decentralized, and the SPV servers check each other before they present the information to the user. Let's say the wallet, the people that's using the wallet, and yeah.
Well, let me then clarify. Let me then clarify why I said that it was centralized, because Joel mentioned that the Dash blockchain today consists of two blockchains in a way. One blockchain only handles the Dash transactions, and then there is a second blockchain with only data, where you can, for example, register a username. And what I understood from the explanation of Ring of Trust is that if I add a username to my Ring of Trust on a certain website, then if a different website uses its own implementation of Ring of Trust, that is not automatically connected with each other, but that is then maybe misunderstood by me, or that's why I said it's centralized, because it is to this, I don't know how to explain myself properly, but
SPV is nothing more than exposing the blockchain in another way than using the core wallet. And the core wallet is difficult to maintain for ordinary users. It makes the blockchain mobile, and it is just a representation of what's in the blockchain, and you can put anything you want on the blockchain. So if Dash decides to separate payment data, payment transactions from other type of information, that's quite valid. But then they have two blockchains, and they expose information through a central interface, probably.
Yeah, and those who run that blockchain, of course, it's going to be not your average computer probably running that stuff, because if everybody is going to put more and more and more data, it's going to be, well, let's say that you will not be able to run it on your phone. Let's say it like that. So
yeah, maybe Jason can give his version on the Ring of Trust.
Why not? Let's ask. Jason, would you like to share your vision on Ring of Trust with us?
Well, like Garrett said, SPV is very important. But then we can extend that to include more than just blockchain data as well. So you might talk about transactions, invoices, receipts, identities, and all that extra stuff. But it's more of an extension per user. So if you're running a Ring of Trust and you want to extend your data into more than just the blockchain, that's kind of up to you because it's your copy of the Ring of Trust. So you can imagine a standardized, extensible SPV server,
And then what would be the difference with this Dash data chain? Because Dash now has this extra data chain in which they do that. What makes this
data chain, as far as I understand it, is just a blockchain with data on it. So it's just a blockchain, and probably there is some hard wiring into of between both blockchains. But if I ask you, Yoshi, or you, Johan, what do you know about an SPV server?
I'm just a user. I'm not a developer.
I just try to explain it, and now you translate it in with your own words.
Well, so if I can answer it, then an SPV server allows me to interact with the blockchain without the need of downloading it completely. So it's like an intermediate in that way, a service provider that I can use to have all this data that is in the blockchain without having to put it on my hard drive, because it's on hard drive of the SPV.
That's right. So that is what we are talking about. So the core wallet downloads all blockchains, and it's important that people do that because we need decentralization. I mean, each core wallet user has a copy of the blockchain, and that way there are more blockchains in the system. That's decentralization, but it's too heavy for ordinary users. For example, Bitcoin. It takes 1 terabyte and a heavy load on your system to run one Bitcoin blockchain wallet, a core wallet. And that's why we have light clients which don't need the blockchain, but they need SPV services. And what we are trying to achieve is a better way to implement SPV servers. So every core wallet holder should be able to add an extra connector from which people from outside having light wallets to get access to the blockchain. And the point is, we were developing the Ring of Trust because we started to develop a light client, which by the initiative of Community Coins, where old initiatives, there are about 12 blockchains integrated within Community Coins. And each blockchain development had its specific state. Some were old and abandoned. Some were quite new. Canada eCoin had a fresh start in 2019, 2020. Deutsche E-Mark was very, very slow, and it had other problems. So all those teams came together and we compiled it into what needs to be done, what is common sense for all of us, what would be most important for our types of blockchain. And we came up, we need to help ordinary users to make your blockchain mobile. And so the ring of trust, in fact, is a way to accommodate that. And it was the easiest service to compile from all to-dos on all our blockchains. So it's the most important thing. And we started to develop the Light client, but we, in a very early stage, we discovered that it was more important to have this service layer for all community coins comparable, such that the teams could copy this, distribute it, and to have a common ground. And from that point on, once the blockchain exposure is ready, which it is, the first release of the Ring of Trust was in this summer, we can finalize the Light client, the community coins wallet, where all the community coins will be available in one wallet. And next thing will be marketing, I suppose, to explain it to you ordinary users. And that's a bit the flow of things within the Community Coins initiative.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm learning myself. It's not the first time today that I will state it again, but it's not the first time today that I say that I am not the most technical savvy Bitcoiner out there, or blockchain user out there. For somebody who is living in this world for the last 10 years, you could say I really lack some skills and I should have already investigated a little bit more, but it is what it is. So that's why I'm asking maybe sometimes stupid questions or that go in the wrong direction, because, well, that's
don't excuse yourself, Yoshi. It's
no, but I just try to explain myself, yeah. And I'm not ashamed of anything. I mean, I'm a pretty shameless guy, so I will keep on asking those questions. But
no, and we give away e-gulders. But go ahead.
EFLs and Canada coins. We will also do some Canada coins.
Yeah. The wheel is there. You can add your name on it.
All right, and this just to let you know, Johan, this is a 2-hour segment.
Oh,
so we're going until 6.
Okay, the first hour do e-gulden and the second.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We always like to give away the cryptos to the viewers.
Okay. You tell me what if I can continue. Let's say Jason and I are really sparring partners, and the main subject to spar is let's say I'm defending grandma, and Jason defends the technology, let's say.
Yeah.
And what Joel was just talking about is that it's quite difficult. Privacy is difficult to maintain and to enable and to have let users keep their keys, their coins. It is very difficult for non-technically savvy people. If you say you are such a one, then you're not justifying grandma either, because she's even less technically savvy. So, if we want to penetrate the financial system, we need grandma to onboard grandma.
Yes,
and
that's in a way why I'm asking these questions, so I can explain it to grandma. My grandma does understand Bitcoin, for example, because I understand it well enough to be able to explain it. And so I feel that still, I've mentioned it already before, we are talking on a more regular term than the other guests that have and will visit today. But so, yeah, I feel like I'm still not 100% familiar with everything, and so I cannot explain it to grandma yet, and that's why I need to ask those questions. So
yeah, but you don't need to be on the binary level. You have to leave some things. Grandma can drive a car, but she doesn't know how it works. So
yes.
This should be your position also.
Mm-hmm.
You are not satisfied by that position. You want to look under the hood, and that's why you say, "I don't understand everything."
Well, in that way, if Joel then says we have this extra blockchain added to Dash that only contains data, then I'm like, hey, this sounds very familiar to what we are doing to Ring of Trust. And so, what is then the difference between those two?
No, it's not like Ring of Trust.
It's not.
What Joel is talking about is the blockchain, their blockchain, and the interface which allows people to transact on one blockchain and to communicate with data on the other blockchain. It separates functionality. And Ring of Trust is blockchain. It's and opening it up, but not about function.
Mm-hmm. Well, good. In a way, I it's, you know, it also takes some time to process everything. So no, I'm satisfied with the answer. Just so you know,
we are not extending function more than receive and send money.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we are doing.
Yeah.
And what Joel is doing, and what we can extend Ring of Trust also for that reason. But for the time being, the blockchain is used to handle and expose transaction and money attached to keys. That's the main function. So if you talk to grandma, then the only thing what we are doing is we allow her to send and receive money. And you do that using a wallet. And traditionally, you did that using a core wallet. And that's too complex. So that's why we built a light wallet, a simple wallet. It does the same. You send and receive money with it. But it's simpler to do it with a light client. Yeah. But still, grandma needs to remember her passphrase or her password or whatever. She needs to remember something which she does not forget. And that's what we are all talking about when we're talking about complexity. So the money she has, that's simple. You open the wallet and you see your balance. And when you want to pay, you ask where do you pay to? So you need an address. And if you're paying to a merchant, he shows his address and you pay that. That's not difficult either. I mean, you have to always to send someone your money to, and you need a bank account number, or when it's cash, the equivalent would be a QR code. So you point, the merchant shows his QR code, and grandma points her phone to the QR code, and the address is transferred, and she types the amount, and that goes also. So it's just that. Let's not talk too much about the extras. Let's say privacy and stuff like that. Our communication, our files, that could also go into the system. But just talk about send and receive money. That's it.
Okay.
And make it simple.
Yes.
Call it difficult. A light client is simple.
Yeah. No, okay, that's clear. That's clear. I can, if you say it like that, then I can talk to Granny. You know?
Yeah.
That I can explain. So
forget about everything else. Just send and receive money.
Mm-hmm.
And keep money, of course. That's
yes.
Look at your balance.
So pretty soon your grandma is on the blockchain.
She already is, Johan. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yes, she is already.
But I told her to not put in too much because,
Okay.
The thing is with crypto, in some way, I really do believe at some point you become too old for it. My grandma receives.
Then you forget your keys, eh?
No, my grandmother is depending on the system 100%. She saved her entire life in a pension fund, and every month she receives a fixed amount in euros. She don't want Bitcoin on $1 million because that's not what she's been saving all her life. You know, so there is a little bit of a conflict of interest in between generations, I think, and that's still, you know, my grandmother has some coin, and of course she's participating. But to tell her to go all in on any kind of crypto, that's not her stage of life. You know, everybody under 40 should blindly cancel their bank account and make the switch. But the older you get, the less attractive it becomes, because your entire life you have been paying into something different. So for the most Dutch people, crypto is terrible because they are losing all their savings to it, you know. And that makes it even more complicated to get it accepted in that nation because, they are old people, or let's say over half of the population is over 40. So, you know, they have all made their choice already in a way. Although there wasn't a choice maybe when they made it, but the sunk cost fallacy, you know.
But I think extending on what I just said, keep it as simple as possible to have grandma on board is based on something. And that something is 11, 12 years of experience with presenting, ego in my case, to anybody. There are about 5,000 people that know about EFL. That hold it, or that smelled it, that touched it, and once a week I get an email of one of those 5,000 people with regards to I've lost it. That basically that's it. People ask me, how can I get my money back? Because once I had it and now I can't find it, or I did something, I made a mistake, or
I can't remember the passphrase.
Yeah,
something like that.
That's there are seldom mails like, I want to help you. I want to participate. No,
they need help.
It doesn't happen. They always need help. There are also quite many emails about I want to help you, and if you pay me, and those are marketing companies exchanges. People want to earn money by servicing EFL or kind of e-coin. Yes, will have the same experience. And you might too. I mean, how many mails do you get from people that want to make money to service you? Like,
yeah, well,
I have a system, I have a network, and I can expose you on my network.
Yes. No, even if you are streaming, I mean, Johan and me will know it. The very few chats that we do receive are from people like that. Oh, you want more viewers?
Yes.
Send me some money and I'll fix it for you.
No, but
and it's a Nigerian prince also.
Yeah. Okay. No, but basically that's it. The reason why we have support Aerobaze or Dash apenstaartje egel.org or communitycoins.org is to help people that are genuine questions, and with us it's about one a week in this descent, or maybe even less, but just about that.
Yeah.
They lost their coins, so that's the basic thing we need to make simple. And that's about it. And you want to have traction, so people should spread the word. And we had quite a few campaigns to make ourselves known in the Dutch community, and especially Dutch. Why Dutch? Because EFL has some bias into it's a local coin, it's a country coin, and it's in that respect it's an asset class. And like with Canada, it's kind of the e-coin. It's intended, of course, it's borderless, but it's to address people that can help each other spreading the word by being local, by being close to each other, by being a community. And that's why we are talking about community coins.
Yeah, I really believe that it is its own niche, and that it is at some point going to have its moment, and that is when those people in those countries are going to be willing to look at solutions. So far, they don't see the need for them. So yeah, we are just maintaining our position and holding on for the moment that they might look for the solution, and then we can offer it. Regarding that, let me ask you the same question that I asked other guests of today. We have seen a small rally in metals these last couple of months. My most recent blog post was about that. My most recent video I made with a little New Year wish was also about that. Personally, I think that the impact of these metals on everyday life are going to create the momentum we need for people to start looking into different solutions for traditional problems. Do you share this opinion with me? Do you have any opinion about it at all? What do you think about the overall state of the world, and what could move people what could break the trust of people in the traditional way of organizing? Is that a correct question? I guess it is. Because, for example, let me make it a little bit more specific. 3 months ago in the Netherlands, 75% of the people went to vote, which in my opinion means that 75% of the Netherlands is completely fine with the way how things are going, because they will just keep on doing the same thing that they have always been doing. What needs to happen for these people? Now, do you believe, like me, that a breakout of a silver metal could reduce that trust that these people still have?
You're asking that to
to both. Let's do Jason first, and then we hear a little bit of Jason also. Did you understand the question, Jason?
Reduce the trust. Yeah, but I think like 75% of the people vote because that's the only option. If they had a different option.
Jason, we cannot hear you. There is a bad. Could you maybe try to?
Yeah, maybe Jason, you reduce the resolution of your camera because it's probably taking too much bandwidth.
Yeah, it will be a connection thing.
Okay.
I will write him. I will write him in the chat. Maybe we first go to Gerrit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I understand your question. The point is that Bitcoin didn't arrive for nothing. I mean, it was a response to the fiat currency phenomenon. And we left the gold standard, and silver comes in that same line during the Nixon period. But where we all were confronted with in 2009 was the near collapse of the fiat currency system. And the main reason why we started following Bitcoin and diving into an alternative like EFL is to present an alternative, and it is the price of silver. Is just an indicator on the health of the fiat currency system, and the regulators and the people that defend the fiat currency system are using all their tricks to keep it afloat, but the silver price and the gold price and the Bitcoin price are all indicators that it's losing its value and its power. And I don't think we have to do much to defend the cryptocurrency sphere because it will prove itself in that sense. And I follow Joel's motivation in that sense. Let's just sit and wait with regard to beating fiat, but we need to be prepared to offer a good alternative. And that's I mean, a blockchain is already a good alternative, but it's not fit for grandma. So we are losing her in that sense. And that's what community coins is about. Country coins. It's helping each other and come together and help each other to embrace this new technology.
Yeah.
And well, your question was about silver and gold price. It's just an indicator that we don't have to beat fiat. It will be void within no time.
Yeah. Okay. Before Jason tries again, I will walk away for 1 second because my dog needs to eat. So I will just take 1 minute. My apology for that, but I'll be back quick.
Yeah. And in the meantime, you can add your name on the wheel if you want to win 10 euros of e-gulden, electronic gulden. And Jason, hopefully we can hear you now. Say something.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you well. Yeah.
How about now?
You sound very good. Yeah.
Okay.
But what's your response? I mean, on the question.
Well, I think there's 75% of 75% of your people are still voting because it's their only option, and they don't see another way. I'm not sure the silver price has much to do with that. I think it's infrastructure and trust.
Yeah.
Don't you think that maybe because if fiat looks like it's failing, that maybe people go back to what used to work first, and then they still see crypto as more speculative than as a defense against fiat, and then they go back to silver because silver is still like money in French is argent, it's silver, so it's even in the language. So maybe take some time before people move to crypto.
Right. Yeah.
We
maybe when we are discussing with the community coin teams, we're talking between people of Pakistan and Iceland and Canada, and we have always this problem with bandwidth. So we don't use to turn on our camera and just have voice. Maybe that's the best solution here also. It's a shame because this is all about showing faces, but
we have our cameras on very low resolution. But maybe Jason and Garrett, you can switch off your cameras.
Or change the resolution. That's.
Okay, hopefully this works.
If all the cameras have the same resolution, it's probably easier to mix them and match than if it has to rescale one on the fly.
In the meantime, people can add their names on the wheel. You have to be on Twitch. Just type anything in the chat. If you don't have a wallet for e-guldens, you can see on the screen here e-gulden.afl.nl. There you can get a free wallet. Yeah.
Well, I will put myself on the wheel also.
I can do
for a double. And I see now that Peter is not visible.
Oh ja. Dus ik had het vergeten, hij zat voor die tv toen met die stoel, hè?
Ja, it's okay.
Dan zal ik zomaar even aan het rad gaan draaien. I shall spin the wheel. Ondertussen maakt Peter even zichtbaar. Hoppa.
Yeah, the biggest achievement is simply that against all odds, we are again celebrating a blockchain anniversary, The amount of people who have told me over the past so many years that it's all useless what I'm trying and that you will never achieve, well, we are still here. And that is
They can't afford to pay the rent of their house, and you just bought a house.
Yeah.
What I do understand that the idea of these community coins is that that you limit the use of a coin, and then you don't have such a giant blockchain.
Also, but you have to also see it in this way, Peter, that everybody in the Netherlands who is using Bitcoin could also be using EFL, and that way we also reduce the pressure that is on Bitcoin. So because we just add another blockchain to the crypto ecosystem, we are scaling Bitcoin in that way. That is my vision, at least, of how I see it. We can use to really make the switch from the traditional fiat system to something different. Just Bitcoin is not sufficient. So EFL
capacity is not enough, and Litecoin or this what is it layer 2 on Bitcoin, Lightning, that is not sufficient to or it's not popular, at least, and it has some drawbacks, I understand.
No, but also with that, every Lightning transaction still needs to be topped up at some point. So if everybody in the world would open a channel, it would cost something like 50 years or something to process all these transactions. And instead of trying to scale one blockchain, just add more blockchains to it. Bitcoin is proving to be a very useful tool. It's just too popular to service everybody in the world in one chain. So why not have a community which, well, in the case of community coins or country coins, live together, speak the same language? Let's adopt Bitcoin by adding our second layer blockchain next to it.
Yeah, the idea of the scaling through layer 2s is more or less that you can hide a lot of transactions in this layer 2, and it's settled on the main chain. You still have less transactions on the main chain.
Yes, but sorry, the community coins are just blockchains. They are a copy of Bitcoin, so it's not a layer 2, it's layer 1.
Yeah.
And layer 2 means that there are things like what's happening on exchanges or hosted wallets. If you have a hosted wallet, then you are functioning like a bank. A bank is a layer 2. Layer 1 is cash money. And banks are supposed to have the cash you deposited over there, to have that in store, so that they can give it back to you. So banks are layer 2, and cash is layer 1. In that sense, community coins are layer 1 next to Bitcoin. And I remember a very heavy discussion we had in Amsterdam, the Bitcoin conference in 2014. I was talking about the bloating of the Bitcoin blockchain. I mean, we are talking about 1 million transactions per day. And I showed an impression of the capacity of Bitcoin compared to the capacity needed when everybody makes one payment a day, everyone on Earth. The capacity of Bitcoin would be 1 dot on your screen, while you're having 2,000 or 4,000, one pixel. Yeah. So that's why we came up with EFL, for example, to help a blockchain, not to compete with it, but to help it and
to scale it. It's for me, it's the scaling solution.
And to help it scale, and to why community coins, why country coins? Because you can address people in Dutch, you can help and explain. That would also be possible with Bitcoin, but commute, get together, And it's also one of the main examples I'm using all the time is when you pay for a cup of coffee in a bar in Holland, it is ludicrous to put it on the Bitcoin blockchain. When two Chinese pay with each other, transact with each other, and you do that on a Chinese version of Bitcoin, it's very easy to understand that is a way to scale, to reduce the burden on blockchain, on Bitcoin. And
the thing is that the total number of transactions on chains is now spread over different chains, but the total storage remains the same. So every transaction is stored on a chain somewhere. So
that's right. But it's not in one chain.
No.
And the point with do you have a core wallet of blockchain running, Peter?
I have not at the moment, but I have a full node running yet, or I have a full node. Yeah.
Then you know what's the weight of that node.
Yeah, I haven't checked, but it is probably a couple of more than a terabyte probably already.
It's close to a terabyte. It depends a little bit, but that's right. So it's heavy. It's simply heavy. Yeah. It's not mobile. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And that's the point. So we need solutions with regard to scaling.
I think another thing is also that with the full node of the blockchain, if you have all transactions on it, it is not just one time stored, but it is stored across all the full nodes of the network. So every transaction is stored many times. So if you look at the total amount of terabytes, if you have 10,000 full nodes, then you have that 1 terabyte, 10,000 times 1 terabyte storage. And
that's the point of decentralization. Yeah, that's right. You have copies of each. By the way, 10,000 is about it. I mean, if you look at the Bitcoin blockchain, we see that the amount of full nodes is decreasing. It's decreasing all the time.
Yeah.
People are...
there's no incentive to it.
There's no incentive to it. Yes, there is, because it's your version. It's it's heavy. It's heavy. Yeah, there's no incentive. That's that's also the problem with the Ring of Trust. I mean, there is no with SPV in general. So if you're running a full blockchain, the only incentive is that you're helping. If it is Bitcoin, you're helping the Bitcoin network.
Yeah.
But if you are running an SPV server alongside, you're helping the wallet users that use the blockchain. But there's no incentive to that either. You could send your donation address, being a wallet, a Ring of Trust server provider, SPV server provider. Maybe people will send some, but there's no incentive there either. So that's a real problem. And Bitcoin was always about decentralization, but that's under pressure. And that's the price of a bloated system. So that's why we always said we are helping Bitcoin. We are not competing with it. We are helping Bitcoin. And it's just a copy of Bitcoin also. EFL it's functionally equivalent. It's exactly the same. It's not different. It's just Bitcoin, except with a locally biased database.
Yeah, what I always found strange about the decentralization of Bitcoin, that if you have 10,000 nodes, it means you create the redundancy by copying the whole transaction history 10,000 times, which is in information technology is a weird way of creating redundancy, because what you can also do is store all the blocks, say 3 times or something, distributed. And because the whole goal is, if one full node is switched off, it should still have the whole blockchain, but it doesn't require 10,000 copies. So you could recover, I don't know if you remember from this news groups you used to have, then you have, you could recover a movie, for example, or a game from a number of posts, and it had some redundancy on top of it. So the redundancy was just all the blocks, but there was always something failing, and then you put 10 extra blocks on top of it, and they were enough to recover the missing blocks. And that
you talked about torrents, yeah.
And I think that is also how you could do it. Of course, it requires more bandwidth, but you could take the whole blockchain and split it up in blocks and just have redundant blocks everywhere. But it would already reduce the total amount of storage, but it would still allow you to recover even if some nodes drop off.
Yeah, I don't know any type of implementation that takes that idea, but that's very, very simple. It's when you look at the QR code, the same information, it's based on errors. So even if you don't have the entire QR code, you're still able to copy the entire information. So
it's error correction code.
Yeah, that's right. So it's that would be a good idea, but only if you look at it from the perspective of somewhere the entire picture needs to be visible. So if the entire picture has error correction in it, the entire picture becomes larger than the simple full picture. But anyway, it's bloating is an important reason why country coins exist. That's as simple as that.
But there also, for EFL, there are several copies of the whole transaction history, I take it.
Yes, of course. Yeah. If you look at Cryptoid, which is the block explorer that EFL uses, or any block explorer, you see there are currently about 30, 40 full nodes running currently.
And also they have no incentive to do that, right?
No, that's right. That's pure loyalty, except one of those will be Cryptoid. One of those will be each miner pool. Each miner pool will have a full blockchain, and people that are running hosted wallets, second layer functionality, they would require a full node. But
would it be easier to do a 51% attack with so little full nodes?
No, because the 51% attack is on the level of miners. So
and EFL has a unique. Let me prop this one, Gerrit, because this is your thing. So now I need to speak for Gerrit. But EFL has a unique system which is called the Uru Shield, developed by Gerrit himself and another eGulden developer, which, as far as I know, no other coin is using. And what it does is that every 6th block can only be mined by a white-listed address.
Mm-hmm.
And that way, after 6 blocks, we can be sure that every transaction is valid.
What it translates into is that it's identity-based mining. So you could say, that's tricky, because there goes decentralization, because only known identities can mine the 6th block. well, it's a decentralized concept also, because every Dutch company registered with the Chamber of Commerce can apply to be an identified minor.
Yeah, but even if there would be a company, I would still be incentivized. I would still be incentivized to decline them because, how many of those whitelisted addresses you need? We need maybe 3, to back each other up, and that's it.
But it also means that if the government captures these three servers, they could torpedo it.
That's true, but then we can just change those addresses into a different one, and the thing is that
I also feel like if you have a whole bunch of these EFL type coins, it will be more and more difficult for them to because that would mean that everyone immediately moved to an alternative if they would do that, and it would be impossible for them to keep that locked up or to prevent it like that.
Yeah.
Yes, and in a way, the most important step that I believe all of crypto has to take, which is why I started to dislike Bitcoin more and more, is that we should not be willing to participate with all these regulations that governments come up with. It is our own enslavement that we are processing. So at some point, somebody needs to stand up and say, it's been enough, I'm not participating with this, I'm going to do it different. And once enough people like that exist, then you can, for example, ban fireworks in the city of Rotterdam. But if everybody just buys fireworks and starts lighting it on fire, they cannot do anything about it. So the power is with the people, and that is what we have to relearn in a way, because we have lost that notion.
But now they have an excuse to close the borders during the New Year's celebration.
Yeah, they closed it to Germany for fireworks.
But I have the wheel and I want to spin it.
Spin it.
You get now a few seconds to type anything in the Twitch chat if your name is not yet on the wheel. And that's and we were also going to talk with Jason. I hope Jason, can you let your voice
unmute?
Say something. We check if you're now.
Yeah.
Ooh, you still sound like a robot. Like a Daft Punk.
Also a lot of sound falling out.
Yeah. But I'm going to spin the wheel. Here we go. 4 people on the wheel.
Oh, yeah. I think I'm on it also.
Yeah, you're on it, yeah. And it's going to be King Conspiracy.
Oh, then we double it.
Oh, that's a 20 euro in Eagles. Yeah, then I'm
yeah, better than before.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, this is better, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Just a moment.
But yeah, also Solana tries to solve it by having a large capacity network, and I think it is somewhat decentralized. It can take an enormous amount of transactions, I think, but it has only 7 super nodes, which are enormous computers. So yeah, it's also still not decentralized, I would say.
Yeah, you've got the masternode concept. You've got what kind of the eCoin did was Auxpao, which is borrowing the Litecoin blockchain by using the hash power to mine Bitcoin of kind of the eCoin blocks. You've got checkpointing, you've got all kinds of and proof of stake is also a mechanism to avoid the 50%, the 51% attack. But proof is in the pudding. I mean, if you're not being attacked, it could be because you're not interesting as a coin. But every coin has had its highs and lows, and EFL has been attacked also. And you need defense. That's true. But even Bitcoin, Bitcoin is not protected anyway against a 51% attack, except
rid of the mining power.
But we had occasions where there were very few pools, Bitcoin mining pools, or let's say a mining pool which had close to 50% of the mining hashing power. So, Bitcoin is less vulnerable for that in that sense, but how about Litecoin? It has no defense. It has no gravity well. It has no.
Yeah, and especially with, I'm in the Bitcoin Cash world a little bit. And so especially if, for example, the price of Bitcoin Cash starts to go up, which is completely compatible with Bitcoin mining, miners could switch. Once that starts to happen, I don't know how viable those block times are going to be for Bitcoin, because if miners are going to jump in and out of Bitcoin to also mine Bitcoin Cash, their blocks might really be delayed, and so, yeah.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
But I think we are inventing problems also. Of course, you need to be aware of what's to be known. But look at fiat currency. For example, if you bring in functionality, fiat has no functionality either. I mean, it's send, receive, and it's about money. It's not about second layers, or except when you look at banks for that purpose. But we're making it more difficult for us than really necessary. But you need to be prepared. That's true, and continue developing. But I think the most important for us is marketing and making people aware, and take care that you don't lose traction. And that's for you at Vrijheidradio also a point. Do you track the amount of visitors you have? Is there a pattern?
It's very stable with us. We are on a stable 5.
I think we get very close in that sense.
Yeah.
EFL and Vrijheidradio and whatever.
Yeah, in that way, Gerrit, I have to give you a small compliment with this. This community coin initiative is basically your vision of at least your initiative, let's say it like that. And in the beginning, I was like, why we need that? We have EFL, we need to focus on the Netherlands, but the more, the merrier, and together you are stronger. So,
Are there more community coins in the Netherlands?
There have been more than 10 different attempts at making a EFL kind of coin. Yes, but are they all
regional, or do you also have like a coin specifically for, stamp collectors, or for?
No, it's really like they all have something like florin or guilder in the name, and they
were not blockchains. There has been one competitor. Let's say when we came on the market, it was March 2014, And gulden coin came a little bit 1 month later, and then we had
that was the most fierce.
Other, yeah, that's right.
But there have been plenty more with their own blockchain. With their own blockchain, some just as a token, but they were all trying the same thing to reach the Dutch market in a way. And after 2004, so this is the 12th, we are going to celebrate the 12th anniversary of VFL. After those 12 years, none of those other coins managed to survive. So
yeah, that's right. So that's sorry.
Yeah, I wondered if it makes more sense to have a community coin for a community that that is not geographically bound, but just bound by usage or something.
No, but that's also yes. Also have a community car collector community coin or whatever.
Yeah. But those coins...
And that's how you scale the blockchain, because every community just makes their own blockchain and adds it to what already exists just by accepting that Bitcoin is out there. And then
there's one reason why that's not attractive. Let's say it confuses the market. So it's very difficult to...
I don't agree with that. Yes, it confuses the market. Yes.
If you... It's when you want to pay when you want to pay your bread, the bakery needs to accept the money you have, and chances are slim that the bakery accepts whatever coin. The chances that it accepts a Dutch coin are larger.
Yeah,
and
then it's up to those communities to work together to make their car collector coin also available for bakery.
Yeah, but it confuses.
You could have a swap at every supermarket, a swap facility that they just swap everything to their own coin or that.
Yeah, but you forget the trust aspect. So let's say Bitcoin earns its value because it's being trusted, and it has been proven after so many years. And if you have coin X, it needs to prove itself. So if you're confronted with someone who wants to pay you with coin X, you have to dive into its background. What is this you're trying to pay me with? Is it a scam, or is it a sham, or a shit coin or not? And this aspect of trust is important. And if you've an avalanche of coins, people lose track of what's true, what's untrue.
Yeah, but
I think too, though, if you consider people as a ring, as a zero layer, and then how many communities are they in? So I could be in a car collector community, but I could also be in a local farmers community. Like, I can be in multiple communities. So you wouldn't necessarily need a baker in your car collector's community, but if you had one in that community, then like every community you join is another clump of resources.
Yeah. For the community itself, trust is easy. Yeah, that's right.
That's the thing. So you might have a baker in your community, you might not, but every person would be connected to multiple communities. So there would be overlap in their needs and skills and abilities.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
if you look at that, if you look at it in the past, you had, silver was money, but they had different coins. You had a silver dollar, and you had a Mexican dollar, and you had all kind of. The base layer was still silver, but they minted different coins out of it in different jurisdiction. and then it would still be swappable between these communities because they just note how much silver was in there. And maybe you could have that with these community coins also, that if they're all related to Bitcoin in a certain way, Bitcoin price, then you could
everything's priced in Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin is the mother. How do you say that, Garrett? Bitcoin's the
MOAC, the mother of all crypto.
Yeah.
Are you guys familiar with atomic decks?
Yeah.
Yeah, some chain to chain swap, direct from chain to chain.
Yeah.
Tor does that also, right? With Tor, you can swap directly from one chain to another, I think.
Yes, they have a rune chain, I believe.
Yeah, a rune chain.
Yeah. EFL and other community coins are using the Komodo platform for their atomic swaps. And if I can reveal a little bit of what's in the pipeline, this new wallet that is coming out will have option to exchange different tokens with each other. So if I have EFLs and I happen to be in Canada and they only accept the Canada coin, then I can just swap them to Canadian tokens and have Canadian coins.
And talking about coins, we're going to give away €20 worth of e-gulden. And you can type in anything in the Twitch chat to get your name on the wheel. And we're going to spin it very soon.
I will not join again because if I have to double it again, I go broke today.
Until now, there are only 2 people on the wheel.
Please write your name.
And
in
I
the wheel,
see
people.
that there are multiple listeners. So yeah, there's another one. Yeah, but continue.
Yeah, it's a fight to get traction. That's the most important issue we have currently, and it's traction, not only traction but cooperation. If you we have with community coins, we have been discussing since 2018 just about, and we've collected every wish to do, let's say, in a bucket list, and the bucket list is immense. It's very large. It is not one person lifetime. It's hundreds of people need to cooperate and to build the system. And the same happened to fiat, because fiat as such is not such a bad idea, except it got in the hands of the wrong people, and
as it always does.
Yeah, that's. But you need to build, and there are always drawbacks, and there are always to-dos, and that's the point. And currently, it's on the shoulders of very few people, and that's frustrating. And yesterday, I tweeted a tweet. Let's work instead of let's celebrate New Year, and that's that is my message for 2026. It's we need to build.
Keep on building.
Yep.
We are not finished yet. Maybe have the spin, Johan.
Yeah, spin. Only
I also want to give away the Canada coins.
Yeah.
So we need
only 4 people on the wheel.
No.
Yeah.
That means
but there are more listeners.
25%.
Yeah.
And anybody wants insurance for €5?
Insured.
Here we go.
The market. What the chances are that?
I'll pay you €5 now, and if your name is on the list, that's it. But if you don't win it, you still get €5.
Maar je hebt toch zo'n... you have this website. No, you have this website where you can change your crypto for like bol.com vouchers or... yeah, what was the name?
Refill, Bitrefill?
Yeah, Bitrefill, yeah.
No, we have had a lot of these kind of servers for EFL. The highlight of it was around 2018. And there was
but Bitrefill still exists, eh?
Yeah, I know. But even if they would have listed EFL at some point, they would have delisted it because there was nobody using it. So...
yeah, I was. I know. Just kidding. Yeah, but you can change it for Litecoin and then send it to Dash.
But really, if we get with community coins the user base, then services like Bitrefill will start to accept it again because they are just interested. If people hold the money, then they can make a business with it. So it's the chicken and egg.
Yeah, but now we're going to spin the wheel.
Let's go. Let's go.
Even kijken. Pjottertje, Garfield. Vrijheidradio. And it's the red one. Ja, god, hoe heet die? Zwaniga.
No,
Zwaniga.
With me it's Pjottertje.
Is het toch Pjottertje? Oh.
Yeah, with me.
Oké, dat heb ik niet goed gezien.
Congratulations, Pjotter.
Oh, man.
€20 of EFLs.
That is, I just bunch in here and get the main prize.
That's how it is.
Yeah, but you can get your name on the wheel again for the Canada coin.
Yeah, we will also do €10 Canada coin. I will put myself on the wheel again in case it spins me, then I will double it.
Yeah. Okay, Jason, tell me what's the Canada coin doing?
Yeah, same as the EFL. We're working on Canada. We're working on community coins.
How long does it exist?
Since 2014, March 2014.
Okay. Same age as the EFL.
Yeah. When I think of Canada, I think of this truckers' protest and the people being debanked because of that. Did you see some kind of spike when that was happening? That people suddenly realized like, oh, we need some alternative that is not controlled.
Not really. No, there's very little people actually using Canada eCoin. The problem is it's not useful, right? Because it's a totally different thing. You would have to use Bitcoin in order to even care about Canada eCoin. You'd have to already know about crypto, and people in Canada don't really do that. Like, they don't really even have cash. They have credit cards. So for me, I look at Canada eCoin like a home team where I can develop software and systems and tools. And I see a vision, and like Garrett says, we have a list of things we're working on that's lifetimes long. So for me, it's a place to kind of call home and build on, and hopefully in the future have tools and systems that use the blockchain to coordinate communities. So that's kind of it. Like, we're building software. Right.
Yeah.
I can show you some of it if you want. There's ecoincore.com, which is a server that lets you can download it and run it, and it'll allow you to set up rules for doing exchange rates So where you get the exchange rates and how you calculate them, and then it serves an exchange rates API. So when you write software, you always have the right exchange rate. It has a WebSocket, but it also has connections to all these blockchains, and it allows you to install blockchains. It's a fairly big project. You can imagine it's like Steam, but it's for blockchains, and you can run it yourself, and then you can install a ring of trust with your, let's say you have 5 blockchains that you use. And then you're basically establishing your own copy of your own world. Now, again, most people in Canada aren't going to do that. They're busy doing stuff. I don't know what they're doing. But
probably watching sport with a beer.
I think it's important that you operate as a sovereign. Your rights are actually yours. Nobody can take them from you, but you can forfeit them by not respecting them. So for me, I want to be able to run all the blockchains on my own computer, and I don't want to have to figure out how to do that. I just want to click a checkbox. And then I want to be able to choose where I get my exchange rate data, just a couple checkboxes. And then when I'm building a software anywhere else in the world, those are the things I need, like right off the bat. Like, you get what I mean? So I'm trying to pipe all that into a place where a developer can build his own website and use all this stuff without having to know any of it. You just turn it on. In fact, YoshiLevo.com is an example. If you go into the JavaScript console log or the debug log of YoshiLevo.com, you'll find out what I'm talking about. There's some interesting stuff going on there. And over this next year, 2026, YoshiLevo.com is going to be an example of what I'm talking about right now. It's very hard for me to explain any of this or for anybody to really comprehend the scope of what's up when you have a key. Like when I show up to YoshiLevo's website, he doesn't need a database of users. There's nothing to hack. I'm showing up with a cryptographic profile and I'm identifying myself in that moment. And that's a different way of doing it. He doesn't have username and passwords. I'm signing in with a PGP key. A PGP key is from 1993. It's not even new, but nobody's using it. But I think everybody should use it. So we're building things differently. A ring of trust. You can imagine, like, you have layer 1, layer 2. Yeah, but where's layer 0? And that's where you are. That's you, the user. You are layer 0. What are you connected to? And the thing is, if you have a PGP key and some deterministic protocols, you now, as a human, are addressable in the network of humanity in the digital realm. And this is crazy. This replaces everything out there. And this is what I thought Bitcoin was going to be. But Bitcoin just turns out to be liquid and profits and la-di-da. But no.
The social aspect of blockchain is completely undershadowed by dollar signs in people's eyes. You know, it's not about how much dollars did I make a profit. It's about how more free did I become, how much more autonomous can I live my life by, you know, working together with like-minded people without the need for a government to force any of them to accept my value. The only reason why you can pay with all this paper debt is because if these shops would not accept that paper debt, they would be closed tomorrow because the police would get there and tell them, this is legal tender. If you don't accept it, you are out of business. So, you know, the voluntary aspect of being able to transact value with each other completely got overshadowed in the last 8 years. But
it goes deeper than that too. Like, who are you transacting with? And the fact is, you're transacting with your mom and your sister and your cousins and your loved ones and the people who fix your roof and clean up your dog shit. Those are real people in real life. Do they have a key? Can you add them to your contact book? Does your contact book have addressing in it? wallets and keys, and can you add a loved one to a channel and just talk to them directly peer-to-peer? That's what this is, right? Peer-to-peer. So if you think of all the software in the world that has client and server, well, that actually has to merge into peer-to-peer. A peer is a client and a server.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a different way of building software. It's a different way of thinking about software. And it all comes down to the communities, right? Like your contact book, how many communities are you in? You're on a hockey team, you play poker, I don't know what you're doing. Whatever you're doing, if you're a Canadian trucker, do you have a safe space that you can talk to your loved ones? Maybe all the truckers that went to Ottawa, if they just had a channel. And in fact, the one lady who went to, like, oh man, they got, I don't know if you guys know what happened to that whole scenario, but they're basically just closed the case not too long ago. It cost the one lady millions of dollars and years of her time in court because they didn't like a Facebook post. Somebody, like they called her an organizer of the whole thing, but no, it just happened on her Facebook page. Like, I don't know all the details. I just think it's disgusting. People can't talk. People are afraid. Everybody's looking over their shoulder everywhere you go, including on the internet when you're paying for something. Like everything's recorded. Everybody's judged.
Yeah,
when really you need your privacy. If you just had your privacy, you wouldn't feel like you're getting hammered all the time. And that's more than transacting money. That's transacting identity and trust on some network somewhere. Here's the thing. If you know me as a key, then you know you're talking to me. If you just know me as a username and password, that anybody could have stole that. It's not even a real thing. So to me, the real value is the identity of a peer in my ring of trust. If you're in my ring of trust and you're a peer, let's do stuff. Let's play games. Let's connect. Let's work, whatever you want to do. Otherwise, you don't exist. Like, I don't get notifications from Twitter or Facebook. I'm not even on Facebook. Well, I kind of am, but I'm not. I don't get notifications at all, unless I've basically whitelisted you somehow. You might be able to ring my phone, but like, I don't care about the stream of barf that comes from the whole world. Everybody's yelling and complaining, pointing fingers. No, I don't want to participate in that. But I do want direct connections to my loved ones. So that's as simple as that. And I need to be able to send you an invoice and get paid because you might be a customer of mine. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Definitely the social media that needs a decentralized solution also. Because, here in Europe, they want to have all chats decrypted or have a backdoor in all chats so the government can listen into everything and check everything. So communication.
That's at a business level. Like if you're a business that runs software, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about as a private person, I'm connecting directly to my other friend called Yoshi Levo in a channel. Like
Gerrit or Johan.
Yeah, you don't want to use WhatsApp or something where there's a central business in between that can be extorted and coerced into giving up the content.
Well, even this Video Ninja is a peer-to-peer RTCP. Like, there's no server. When you're using Video Ninja, there's no server. But that could also be baked right into your contact book.
The problem is there's so much to do, and when you're building a ring of trust and a light client, you're immensely tempted to add things you want to add. And one of those is PGP, for example. If you create, if you open a wallet, why don't we add a PGP key in there, public and private, which allows you to communicate privately to anyone you send your public key. And that's an easy extension, but it's a rabbit hole. Also, because you want first, let's do first things first, and eventually we will get where Jason is talking about. and enhanced privacy, peer-to-peer as a baseline, and extend from that. So, but you need to, let's say, you need to be you need to be sovereign yourself first. And there are very few sovereign people in the sense of void of interference from government and such. So it's I think sovereignty is a very important word in this sense. It should replace freedom, even freedom. It's freedom is a big word.
They can lock me up whatever they want, but they are not going to change my mind and the way how I look at things.
Amen.
No. So, and Jason's talking about loved ones, and these are all circles, and you should be the one who defines them for your purpose, and they become your community, and and I think Bitcoin is a starting point. It's just a starting point, and you can copy it. Well, that's what we have done, and then complexities came about, and we are solving them, and that's what we are doing, and we are collecting community coins. So when you go to communitycoins.org, you see our manifest. It's 7 years old right now, and it could be improved, of course. But it's a manifest which has been subscribed by currently by 7 community coin teams, using the words like "we endorse community coins because we believe," etc. And as community coins, as a community coins organization, because we are an alliance, we are not an association or whatever. No, we are an alliance. And we are looking for other community coins. We are looking for them. So once we got Matthias Klever, who knocked on our doors, and he came with Europe coin. And we embraced him. He had a loud voice, and he was very present, and afterwards he was just an inheritor of an abandoned blockchain, and he managed to keep it going, but he needed help, and we helped him, and stuff like that. And then especially the community of Deutsche E-Mark, which is another group, had problems with Europe coin, because quite a few members hated the idea of Europe and were against it, etc. So there was Matthias with with conflicting voices and conflicting ideas, and they stated, well, Europe coin is not a community coin because it's a federalization of coins, and it competes with us. And that was the nice thing about country coins. If you divide the world over 200 countries, you don't really have competition in that sense. So why would kind of the eCoin compete with EFL? Because it geographically they have no competition. So that was also a nice notion around community coins, why we could cooperate in the first place. That's really one of the problems with altcoins in general. They're all competing with each other. And if you have communities X, Y, and Z with each a very noble purpose, still they're competing with each other. So community coins...
Competition isn't a bad thing.
No, but we wanted to cooperate. We wanted to leverage. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel. You see, you've got a lot of that's what a community is about. In this sense, a community of coins that cooperate instead of compete. And competition is not bad, of course. I mean, there's a funny thing that happened also to community coins. You know that some teams are more competitive than others. And I'm not naming names, but it's a fact. So we are the best. That sense that we are the best blockchain. That's a silly notion because we are all copies of Satoshi's vision.
Oh, be careful with that one.
Yeah, he might sue you.
Guys, I see the next guest is already here. Before you go spin the wheel, I am going to quickly put some wood on my fire, and then I'm ready for the next one.
Yeah, there are more people than names on the wheel, but you have still a few seconds to add your name on the wheel, and you can win 10 guilders worth of Canada coin. Ja. Zo, let's go. Even kijken hoor, dan ga ik... Hoppa. Yeah, there we go. And now you're too late. Het is Garfield. Oh nee. It is. Oh, Freedom Radio. That's me. Yeah. I'm gonna use that to buy a new mic or a new.
Congratulations.
Yeah. But shall I give it back to the?
No, they're all yours.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Those are the rules.
Yeah. All right. Okie dokie. Then I need a wallet, I think. But I'm going to, I think Yoshi knows how it works with the wallet and etc. I'm going to ask
you. You can get the Atomic Dex wallet.
Oh, okay.
The Atomic Dex wallet has all the different community coins in it.
Okay. I think I might have it. Yeah. All right. We have the next guest, so I'm going to put him, make him visible. Studio modus. Well, in the meantime, Jason, you can maybe there's something you forgot to say, or like is there a website if they want to know more about your project? Or?
Yeah, you can see CanadaEcoin.ca or ecoincore.com.
Okay.
Thanks for having me on.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Bitcoin.
Yeah, thanks. Kijk hoor. Gerrit, maybe you want to say something before we...
Yes, with respect to a nice reference, it's communitycoins.org, I would say. They find all community coins and you can single out if you're a special attachment to Holland or Canada or Portugal or wherever. And our project, that's the tweet I talked about. All our projects are clustered within a GitHub a collection of repositories, and we switched the common practice of publishing whatever project you have on GitHub or GitLab, and we self-hosted our repositories and our projects and mirrored them on GitHub and GitLab. So you find our work and you can participate on git.communitycoins.org.
Okay, thanks.
So I hope to see you there. git.communitycoins.org.
Okay, thanks. Yeah,
Yes,
Yoshi.
thank you so much. Yeah, thanks, Gerrit and Jason, for being here today with us
Thank you very
to
much.
celebrate the Genesis Block 17th anniversary. It's always great to have you in the show, but the next guest is also waiting, and in some way, this is the guest I am most exciting about today.
Okay.
Because it's the first time that I speak with him.
Oh, all right.
Can the people already see him?
Yeah, we can see
Luke
him.
is here. Luke Pryor.
Look at Luke.
What's up?
Welcome, my
Yo,
friend.
yo.
Nice to
How we
have
doing?
you around.
How we doing?
Yeah,
Well,
fine.
congratulations on 17 years of blockchain.
Yeah. It's been a ride.
I hope that your year started well. We are doing this annual show for the 5th or 6th time now. This is the first time that you are on. We're very happy to have you. If in my planning, you represent all of Bitcoin Cash, so don't feel the pressure.
Oh, you have all the Bitcoin Cash.
This is our Bitcoin Cash block, let's say it like that. Bitcoin
Okay.
Cash is, of course, one of those coins that shares the Genesis block with other forks of what most people call Bitcoin today. And, well, I haven't really spoken with Luke in the past. We have met each other on Telegram through various cash token groups. Luke is the one who launched Roach token, which is the token I want to adopt for my streams in the new season. And so that's why I thought, let's see if Luke is willing to join us. Luke, welcome.
And we're going to give away those Roach tokens, huh?
Roach, yes, there's going to be, I first promised 69,420, but that's...
The price went up.
We are adjusting for inflation, and it's going to be 420,069 Roach in 50 minutes.
But at the moment we spin the wheel, it can be less or more.
Yeah, well, if my name is being spun, then we double the price, of course. So, but look, since it's the first time that you are here, why don't we start with a little bit of an introduction?
Well, my name is Luke. I got started. Well, I was in crypto before the fork, before Bitcoin Cash forked.
Yeah, most of us
I
here
first
in
bought
this
Bitcoin. I think it was around $300 on Coinbase.
Okay.
So it was before there were any other token. You know, it was the easy
2014.
days when. What's that?
2014.
Yeah, around.
Okay.
Yeah, around then. It was the easy days where all the only coin on Coinbase was Bitcoin.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't have to pick from a million coins. Just like, I'll just buy Bitcoin. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually found out about it from Andreas Antonopoulos on the Joe Rogan Experience.
All right.
You know, back when Andreas was cool.
What to say about it? I mean, I haven't followed him since, so maybe that says it all. You know, I only follow the cool guys.
No, I don't really follow him much either.
He disappeared, wasn't it? Or at some point, I remember that it turned out he didn't have any Bitcoin himself or something, or he was there was a donation campaign for him, and after that, I never heard anything from him.
Yeah, Andreas was the shit back in the day because all there was Bitcoin, and he was like an expert on Bitcoin. He was like the main guy for a while. You know, he was going on Joe Rogan. He was doing tours around the world, giving talks about Bitcoin. But I was watching Joe Rogan Experience because I was already watching that show, and then he popped up, and that's where I learned about Bitcoin.
Okay.
And I was pretty lucky. I had a business at the time, and so I was able to put a good stash of money into Bitcoin.
That's nice.
Then fast forward. Let's see, when did the fork happen? Like 2017 or something?
August, I believe.
Yeah. So I was one of the guys, I thought Bitcoin Cash was basically a scam.
Okay.
I immediately sold all my Bitcoin Cash. I was so stoked because Bitcoin Cash had spiked to like $3,000 at the time. And I was like, I got a free airdrop.
My fucking Bitcoin Cash were not sold on Bittrex because the fucking Bittrex blocked out.
Yeah.
And then I was like... what to say? But
basically, I forked, and then it finally went live on Coinbase, and then I sold that spike.
Yeah. And well, I missed the fucking spike. God damn it! Now you remember me of that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was a scam. I was just stoked to get some free money.
Okay.
I think I just sold it right back into Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember right. It's been a while. But then fast forward. As the fork kind of progressed, I started, I always keep an open mind with things. And so the main place I think was RBTC. And then I was still following Bitcoin Cash off and on. And then I just learned more and more about it. Then I realized, oh, wait, this isn't a scam. These guys were right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, in the December 2017 is when I paid over $50 for a Bitcoin transaction, which I was very happy to do because at that moment the price was near the top, so I wanted to be in the next block and not wait 2 weeks for the price to crash. But yeah, that fee spike also went down again. And then, I've always, the main reason why I got into Bitcoin Cash is because the Liberland Merit was a SLP token on top of Bitcoin Cash, and that's how I was kind of forced into working with it. And what I noticed is that the community is just much better than what Bitcoin became to be at that point, because Bitcoin became institutionalized, so there wasn't really any peer-to-peer left.
They were censoring, right? They were censoring people.
Censoring, yes.
It was quite
Give me a second. I'll throw my dog in the snow because she's barking. Give me a second.
I went to Bitcoin Cash, it was 2018, I think January. I tried to sell some Bitcoins and I had to pay a shitload of fees.
So do you guys live in Liberland? Is Liberland like an actual... What is Liberland?
Yeah,
it's in Europe, I live in the Netherlands. Justin lives near Liberland.
Yeah, it's a project, but it's an island in the middle of the Donau, the Danube.
It's not island, but okay, never. It's
Can you live there?
An island.
Peninsula, I think.
Does it have a government?
It has a government, and he is kicked out of.
It is a complicated story.
Can I buy land? Can I buy land there?
You can.
You can buy it, but you cannot make use of it yet because the territory is not in control of Liberland.
Well, shit, we ought to buy it when Bitcoin Cash goes to 100K. We'll all chip in and we'll buy a.
Roger Ver actually.
We'll pay off. We got to pay off.
Roger Ver used to be the first, the number one investor until last year when I think Justin Sun took his place and became the number one. Yeah, that's basically the summary of my involvement with Liberland and also with Bitcoin. Most people don't really want to build anything new, but be accepted by the old. And
yeah, I never got much into SLP. When SLP first came out, to be honest, it kind of sucked. I was mostly I'm pretty chain agnostic, so I was just playing. I was in Ethereum at the moment. You know, that was during the ICO boom.
Yeah.
So I
didn't play that, but okay.
I was just balls deep in Ethereum when that happened. I think I might have bought one SLP token. I was playing around with the one. What was like? It was the anime girls, like the Wafu.
Oh no, I don't know.
You don't remember the Wafu?
I know. I remember that time. Yes.
It's like the Japanese anime girlfriend NFTs or something. I think it was SLP. But yeah, SLP was not. The user experience sucked.
In the SLP time, there was this honk token.
Yeah, honk was fun. And Spice.
And Spice. And that is what I used to express my discontent with the clown world. And that's why I'm now going to choose Roach. Because the world is transformed from clown world to shit show. So that's the subtitle of my stream these days.
Yeah.
And Roach fits the narrative, so yeah, it was easy.
I had also this SLP token called Wielerspaß in eine Tiroler Stube token on SLP. And I make like the maximum number, but I pressed twice because I actually was drunk when I created it. I was showing somebody in a pub in Tyrol, Austria, how to make SLP tokens, and I was under the influence of a lot of beer, and I pressed twice, and so I made like a trillion, I don't know, of those tokens. So
and then everybody got a couple.
Yeah, everybody was millionaire, billionaire.
I would like. It's good to talk about our experiences also, but I like to hear from Luke.
I kept following on RPTC, and then I actually ended up selling all my Bitcoin for Bitcoin Cash at it was around 0.03, so it's still too early. You know, but it's the nature of markets. I thought it had bottomed out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. I actually I made my large buy on 0.06, so 6 cents. So I'm even double bad than you.
It was it was 0.03 on the ratio, but then I got wins in other coins, and I honestly just kept accumulating Bitcoin Cash because I've for some time I've wanted to make Bitcoin Cash my main bet. You know what I mean? So Bitcoin Cash is my biggest bet.
And why do you think Bitcoin Cash is worth your main bet?
Well, to be honest, part of it is intuition. I'm a very
that's good.
I follow my intuition on a lot of things. So like
that's a good thing, man. That's good.
Yeah, so when I found Andreas Antonopoulos and I heard him talk about Bitcoin, I knew that like he was telling the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so my intuition was, you should get involved in this. Now it's the same with Bitcoin Cash. That's part of it. Also, if you run the game theory in your mind, you can see what's probably going to happen. You know, if you analyze the Bitcoin community, how they've stagnated, how upgrades have become nearly impossible. They're probably never going to increase the block size, and you play that out, and the infighting in the community, how the infighting's ramping up, and then you play out, the upgrades of Bitcoin Cash, and the fact that they share the same mining algorithm. Eventually on Bitcoin Cash, the transaction fees are going to be high enough to where miners are going to start leaving Bitcoin for Bitcoin Cash, because it's amazing how many people don't even realize that transaction fees are supposed to replace the block reward.
Yeah.
And so the block rewards on both chains are always going to be relatively equal because of the way the difficulty adjustments work. But as Bitcoin Cash starts to get network effects and you get more and more transaction fees accruing to miners, eventually it's going to reach a threshold where they're going to switch to Bitcoin Cash because they can make significantly more money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But then you have the miner switching. It doesn't mean that the coin goes up. It's like,
you're right. But that narrative will build. We're still in the early stages of that.
The reason I don't know where we mentioned this. Was it Gerrit who just mentioned that in the previous blog? But maybe it was Amaury in the beginning. Once the miners start to game on the difficulty and jump in and out to basically make maximum profit, you cannot blame them for doing that. That is when a lot of coins experience high variance in block time. And Bitcoin has never had to deal with that problem. So if it ever comes to their table, they cannot handle it. They don't know what to do with it. So, yeah.
Also, aren't there a lot more similar projects like Bitcoin Cash? There's a lot of other forks also. Do they? Why do they not reap the benefits from this switch?
What do you mean? What switch?
Well, if you say people will switch from, or miners will switch initially from Bitcoin to Bitcoin Cash, why wouldn't they go to all the other forks, Litecoin or Litecoin is not a fork, but I think
it has to be a coin that has the same mining algorithm. So Litecoin has a different mining algorithm.
Ecash.
But you're right; it could be a different fork of Bit. The likelihood is pretty small of them getting enough network effects.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to get a lot of network to actually generate enough transaction fees, and you're gonna have to get a lot of network effects.
Does that Satoshi Vision thing still exist?
What's that?
Yeah,
Bitcoin SV.
Yeah, the right.
Yeah, they exist as a shell of the reformer selves. In practicality, they don't exist. I think it's below $15 a token.
Yeah.
And also, why do you think that Bitcoin Cash will reap more transaction rewards? Because the block size are bigger, or possibly bigger, right?
It will come from DeFi usage.
Yeah.
So I think that probably this year you'll see Cauldron swaps be the biggest. You'll start to see Cauldron swap already this year be the biggest source of transactions. Most transactions,
I'm guilty.
Yeah, no, same. No, I've done more transactions on Bitcoin Cash the last year using Cauldron than I have ever have by 100 times.
Sorry, I'm not. I'm a bit of a noob in that sense. What is Cauldron swap?
It's a place where you can just. Have you ever used? Are you familiar with Uniswap on Ethereum? Yeah. It's basically a Bitcoin Cash version of Uniswap.
No, Peter actually used it because he bought a couple of free Roger Ver tokens when I pushed it to him.
Yeah. So it's a place where you put up liquidity, so you can pair your token with Bitcoin Cash and you create what's called an AMM, to liquidity pool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I know.
Yeah, and then so most of the transactions are just bouncing the pools actually. So like when MUSD, for example, gets outside of its bounds, people will buy and sell that into other tokens or Bitcoin Cash in order to recalibrate it.
Yeah.
So most transactions will just end up being probably like rebouncing AMM pools.
But you think this will create so much traffic on the Bitcoin Cash chain that the transaction rewards will be worth the miners?
Yes.
In combination with a better ratio against Bitcoin, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, and then another big one will probably be AI payments. So I probably most transactions in the future will be AI paying other AI agents.
But if these blocks can be quite large, doesn't that mean that the transaction fees goes down?
No, they generally stay the same unless the blocks get full.
Okay. Hey guys, sorry, I have to leave.
What about all these questions that you're asking? I was enjoying.
I just get a call from downstairs. Dinner is ready.
Oh, yeah, so we will see you in 90 minutes.
Yeah.
What are you having?
When do you think will this shift taking place from the miners, from Bitcoin to Bitcoin?
Oh, we got one community coiner.
Jason.
No, it's not Jason.
I'm too hot. I gotta take off my sweatshirt.
All right.
What was the question?
Yeah, what's the question?
The question was when you think about the time frame, the time span, when this shift will be taking place from Bitcoin to Bitcoin Cash from the miners.
When the shift will happen?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way to know that.
As soon as it becomes profitable, that is the answer, right? As soon as the miners are going to make more money on Bitcoin Cash than Bitcoin BTC, that is when the shift, when they will start changing.
Yeah, it probably has to be a substantial amount because it varies. Like, doesn't it vary every day, like 10 to 20%, or every week?
I don't know.
It varies a little bit, so it needs to reach a consistent threshold over a certain amount. I don't know what that number is.
And
maybe double.
Isn't there a way to merge mine Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash? Is that like they do with Litecoin and Dogecoin, for example?
I think so.
I think merge mining is something different.
Well, that's what I understood it was called. But many Litecoin miners use their hash rate to also mine Doge, and that way they have double the benefit of their hash. So wouldn't it be possible to mine both BTC and BCH in the same fashion that script miners mine Litecoin and Doge?
Yeah, of course, but that's the case now.
Okay,
but that's still the same. But they still have to allocate their resources. You know what I mean? Of course, they can split it if they want. They can do 50-50 or whatever they want to do. But
no, but I believe that 100% of your hash rate both goes to end Litecoin and Dogecoin. But I don't know. So I'm out of my league here, and I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's some mechanism where Dogecoin uses Litecoin for its security.
Yeah, or the other way around anyway. But yes. If you go to, what is the name, Litecoin mining pool or something, they automatically put you in a Dogecoin pool also. So once you start mining on their pool, you get both Litecoin and Dogecoin rewards for the same hash rate.
Yeah, let me see.
And in the meantime,
let's ask Dr. Grok.
All right.
Let's see. So yeah, Litecoin is the parent chain.
Yeah, in the meantime, people, you can put your name on the wheel if you're on Twitch, and you can win 10 euros worth of.
No, it's not going to be 10 euros. No. This is a different amount. I will tell you how much it's worth. Wait. Oh, actually, it's 13 euros, so it's not so far off.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, you can you get a shitload of Rhodes coins tokens.
Yeah, I really enjoy the double digits in the Cauldron swap. It's
and somebody gave answer to your question in the chat. 100 of the power goes applied to both chains.
Okay. Yeah, so if you would do something like that, the miners start to mine both, so the hash rate is just equal.
That's possible, I suppose. I don't know. That's a good question.
I know that they do it for sure with Litecoin and Dogecoin because they are very keen on pointing that out. That even if the miner reward of Litecoin runs out, that doesn't mean the miners will stop because they will merge they call it. But they will also mine Dogecoin with the same hash rate, and yeah.
So I don't think that you're actually you're not actually providing hash rate to Dogecoin. You just earn Dogecoin as rewards, and then Dogecoin has a system where it like verifies the hash of Litecoin into its block header.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think you actually really mine Dogecoin. It's just the Dogecoin is attached to like the difficulty, and then it's doing a commitment to its block headers.
Hey, and I want to get into your background a little bit because you mentioned that you have a company. I want to know how you what is your specialty in the crypto world in a way? Are you more a technical guy? Are you more a activist? Are you more?
No, my company is outside of crypto.
Completely outside. I looked at it. Is it?
Yeah, it's not related at all.
You want to talk about this company?
Yeah, we can talk about it a little bit. So what I do is something called mineral bouncing using hair mineral analysis.
So I looked into it and it looks interesting.
Yeah, so what this is a way to, you look at basically the mineral levels in the hair. Okay, so your hair is a tissue. Okay, so you would get something similar if you were to use your fingernails, for example, something like that. We just use the hair because it has no nerve endings and it grows out, so we can get more recent readings from the hair. And it's easier to sample. Okay, so we're looking at the mineral levels in the tissue, okay, which in this case is the hair that we use. And then we're using the mineral levels to get a picture of the overall health of the body. Okay, so minerals are kind of like the master of your body. Okay, the base building block of your body is actually minerals. Okay, so for example, it takes zinc to build testosterone.
Okay,
you know, to actually build the testosterone molecule, you have to have zinc. Okay, same thing with like sperm, for example. Sperm there's zinc in sperm. That's how part of how it actually you know, attaches to the egg.
Okay.
And this is true with a bunch of different enzymes and things like that. You need selenium to produce thyroid hormone, things like that, okay? And so your body has to regulate, and the tissues has to regulate the mineral levels. And so from the mineral levels, we can then look at how your thyroid and your adrenals and your energy system is behaving, okay? So for example, like your sodium level, that's mostly regulated by your adrenals. And so what your sodium level is in your tissues, or your hair in this case, it has nothing to do, or very little to do, with how much sodium you consume. Okay, it's really telling you the state of your adrenals. Okay. And then from that, we can see your metabolism. Okay, and we can see the ratios between the minerals, and then we can use minerals and vitamins because all the minerals interact with each other. Okay, so we can use specific dosages of the minerals and vitamins to move your body in the direction we want to move it. Okay. So
and then example, are you going to give me a diet as a product? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a diet. It's targeted supplements based off the hair test. Some of them are generic, like everyone needs to take vitamin D, everyone needs fish oil, everyone needs a good calcium, magnesium supplement. I give everyone a good digestive aid. And then there's usually 2 or 3 that are targeted. Some people need zinc, and they need a certain amount of zinc. Some people need certain B vitamins. So most adults in the Western world are what we call slow oxidation. Okay, so most adults have what's correlated with slow oxidation is low adrenal output, low thyroid output, low body temperature, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, slower metabolism. And so for that specific group of people, they need certain B vitamins. Like they need, probably the most important one is B12. Okay. But if they're in something that we call fast oxidation, which means the adrenals and the thyroid are over-revved, then we have to give them other B vitamins like B1, things like that, okay? So it's 3 to 4 targeted supplements, and then they get the diet. The 2 most important food groups are cooked vegetables and animal protein, okay? I would say the diet is most similar to like a Eastern diet. So lots of cooked vegetables, lots of animal protein. You know, you have cooked grains as well in moderation, things like rice. Okay. Those are like the staples. And then also detox procedures that help the body detox the heavy metals. Okay. Because a big part of what we're trying to do, as we move the oxidation rate, we change the ratios of the minerals, the body will push out heavy metals. Okay. Heavy metals are the biggest problem in modern society. Okay. So many people think it's plastics. It's not plastics, it's metals. Okay. So for example, I can tell you that about 95% of people in the Western world have at least a mild aluminum poisoning. Okay. Just there's aluminum in the water, they spray it in the air. You know what I mean? It's in the top.
I got my aluminum can. My aluminum can.
Yeah. So aluminum poisoning, so heavy metal poisoning and heavy metal accumulation is a much bigger problem than plastics. Yeah. By far. It's not even close. And so a big part of it is removing the heavy metals. And so certain detox procedures we like. Big one is sauna therapy.
Well, that's also a very how to say that must be a pleasing job. You are helping people. That's nice.
Yeah. So your skin is your largest eliminative organ, and so in the sauna you will sweat out toxins. You'll sweat out metals.
Yeah. Nice.
Another good one is coffee enemas. Yeah,
I'll consider it.
Yeah. Coffee enemas are extremely powerful. Our favorite type of sauna is the near infrared sauna. That's the most powerful.
Okay.
And we can see that it works because they do the sauna and then we look at their hair test and we can see heavy metals coming out. So we know that it works.
Nice.
Okay, the coffee enemas. Other things that are good, a lot of people get a lot of benefit. One of my favorites is probably chiropractic.
And how did you? Was that the same business when you ran into Bitcoin, or
Yes.
did it develop over time?
No, it's the same business. I've been doing this for over 10 years.
All right.
And you accept crypto as a payment?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, sure.
Interesting.
You can pay me anything you want.
Okay, you accept also customers from Europe?
Yeah. I work with people from Europe all the time.
Okay. So just send some hair samples through the post and then...
Yeah, exactly. You send it to the lab. I use a lab in Arizona.
Okay.
Well, maybe shield the website to us, and then...
Yeah, the website is just htmapro.com.
htmapro.com.
Yeah. And so you can click work with me, and then it also has a course. I also train people that want to learn it for their own practice.
Okay.
So the chiropractors and like naturopaths and stuff like that, they come to me, then I teach them how to do hair analysis.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And to get back to crypto, because in the end it's a crypto show, or it's a Genesis block anniversary. Let's just go with what is your outlook for the upcoming year?
I am bullish.
Yeah, because a lot of people, for example, in 25 minutes, we're going to have R.L. Breyer, who last year predicted that the top of the bull market would be 128,000 in October of 2025. Until today, he's right, but I don't believe we are in this bear market. I believe that we got manipulated around the 1st of January and that the breakout is still imminent. So I'm glad to hear somebody share my vision, but maybe is it just your intuition or you got some...
Well, part of it is the ratios. So altcoins are cheap. Bitcoin dominance has been up only for about 4 years now.
Okay.
And there's a little bit of intuition with that. Part of it is the chart, but also, the universe, markets are brutal. And so there has to be a snapback for what's happened with Bitcoin dominance. Before it's over, Bitcoin maxis are going to have to feel the pain.
Yeah.
Before it's over, Bitcoin maxis are going to have to be questioning everything that they thought. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, they have to, because
it's just the way the universe works.
Since last year, we call this the Genesis block anniversary, because I was getting tired of all these maximalists and I wanted to make a statement. And the real enemy, the only shitcoin I recognize is based on debt and requires violence and exclusion to function. And that is all the paper currencies that we still are using on a daily basis. And as long as we are still using those, all other initiatives that could lead towards the abolishment of those shitcoins, in my opinion, are valid projects that deserve at least some attention and not just some.
Right. So
So-
part of it is the market has to go back to balance, and so everything that the Bitcoin maxis have experienced in one way the last 4 years, they're going to experience the other way.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, it sounds logic. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And also, at the end of the day, this is, crypto is technology, and the code is always evolving.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So we're going to find new use cases that we don't even know about yet. I'm thinking probably a big one will be AI agents.
Yeah, you mentioned that. How do you see that? I just have my AI and he knows when I have to pay what, and that's all going to be automatic, or is it AI agents who are trading markets?
Probably trading. A lot of it will just be AI agents trying to find yield. So it'll be an AI agent, and he's trying to, he's bouncing Cauldron tokens against each other, and then he's hopping into DeFi protocols and taking out loans for himself. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a Cauldron swap with a different counter value than just Bitcoin Cash, because if you want to have a lot of transactions, make them go any to any. Like what was it? Mist swap?
Yeah.
Was it Mist swap where you could do any to any?
Yeah, that'll come.
That's gonna be great.
Yeah, Cauldron will do that, and if they don't, someone else will.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. To that because
I think they'll probably. I think it seems to me like the Riften Labs team. Shout out Riften Labs. I'm a huge fan of Riften Labs.
Mm-hmm.
I think that their goal is probably. I think they're going to do some more upgrades to Moria money first, so they need to do the unlimited mint, so that people can mint bigger loans on the Moria money. And then I think they're also. What's that?
What's the limit at the moment?
I think you can't take out a loan over like 10 grand or something.
Okay.
15 USD.
Mm-hmm.
And so they need to enable it so that like market makers and big money can come in and take out, $100,000, $1 million loans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think their goal right now is to implement that. But at some point, I think on their roadmap they're going to go back to Cauldron, and they're going to either. I don't know if they'll have to redesign it and do a new contract. They might have to redesign it and do a new contract. I don't know. But at some point, what you're describing will happen.
Yeah.
And if they don't,
we have
and if
seen
they
it
don't do
already.
it, someone will just release a competitor, and you know what I mean.
True. Hey, and what about Roach? Did you create Roach? Let me start with that question. Are you the creator of Roach?
Yes.
And
why
what's
did you create?
What's the philosophy behind it?
Yeah.
It's just a bit of fun.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I like these.
I've been in Solana for a while, so I'm kind of familiar with like the Solana meme token. So I figured, like, what do I apply some of the things that I kind of learned from Solana, to be Roach.
Mm-hmm.
So all these tokens, like, they're just attention based. So if a token has attention, it'll have more value.
Cool. Yeah.
It's fun. It's a way to incentivize myself to show Bitcoin Cash as well, which is fun.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
For me, I enjoy to stream and then reward my viewers once in a while with some crypto. And well, I did that with SLP token. I did it with SBCH tokens. And the main reason why I choose these kind of tokens is because it's a low transaction fee. I usually give away $1, maybe $2. If I'm sending Ethereum tokens for $1, it's gonna cost me $5 in transaction fee. So I tried that for like half a week, and I quickly discovered that that's not gonna work. So.
Yeah, you can do airdrops for super cheap on Bitcoin Cash too. Just send to a bunch of.
Yeah, I know.
I got airdropped a bunch of random tokens to my wallet.
Me too. This QBTC, for example. I don't know where it came from, but
yeah,
I got a laundry machine from it.
Someone airdropped me like $2,000 or something worth of. Was it the QBTC? I was like, what?
Yeah, I think it was QBTC.
I got another one. Someone airdropped me another like $1,000 worth of like store of value.
Oh, really? Well, I haven't received any of those for free, but I was lucky enough. I can share.
Send your boy Yoshi some. What's happening?
Yeah, no, you don't need to. I was lucky enough to buy 50 SOV for 2 Bitcoin Cash cents.
By what?
50 SOV for 0.02.
Oh, store of value?
Yeah. And that was...
store of value, if you're watching this, some of you guys that have these tokens, I mean, at least make a Twitter account.
Yeah, for example. Yeah.
Like store of value, come on, man.
I don't know who is doing that, but there is a massive amount of Bitcoin Cash going in there, and I'm like, okay.
Like who is that? Like who?
I guess Rochefort is playing.
Same thing with nigga.
No,
yeah.
Store of value token.
Like you guys don't even have a.
Somebody's saying something.
Does somebody of you know the store of value token DRC, Digital Reserve Currency? Are you familiar with it? Do you know it?
Well, I know, but that's not DRC. That is RSR, Reserve Currency, Reserve RSR.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a different token.
Right.
But I mean DRC.
No, I don't know.
It's based on Ethereum. It's like an SOV token. I'm also investing in it. Maybe I thought maybe some of you know it also.
I'm not on Ethereum.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never really been into Ethereum because I'm not a coder. I am this activist who wants to change the world, and that is the goal I'm trying to achieve with crypto. It's not so much, okay, it's nice that it makes money so I can live from it, but that's not the goal. I want to change the rule of the game. I don't want to win. I want to change the rules because I'm not happy with how it's going.
Yeah.
And there'll be some good opportunity on tokens on Bitcoin Cash, just like any chain. Probably the only ones I don't find there's probably less than 5 what I would consider investable tokens on Bitcoin Cash. I would say Roach. I would say Pump.
For me, the ones that have been launched through the launchpad of Pump Fund, or what's the name of Bitcoin Cash Pump?
Yeah,
BCH Pump. Those with a guaranteed liquidity pool that will never withdraw. Those are the ones that you can take.
But some of them are too low effort for me. Like Store Value, you don't even have a Twitter account. I'm not going to buy. Like, where are you at?
Yeah. Well, in that moment, I was like, oh, let's buy a couple of everything, and then.
But I like Roach. I like Pump because Pump has a buy and burn mechanism that Pat run. And then I like Furu. Furu is good. Furu could be, who knows, but it could be a big thing if it's the first prediction market on Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah.
Are there any others? Oh, Zapit rewards might be something in the future.
Yeah, the problem with that one is that their numbers are all skewed. So if I look that up in a blockchain explorer, there is currently minus 3 billion coins outstanding, and then I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Better not touch it.
Well,
I was interested in DRC because of its tokenomics, which I find interesting.
What?
Because of its tokenomics.
What coin?
It was DRC, which I mentioned before.
Yeah, this Ethereum token. It was Ethereum.
Yeah, because of.
Well, feel free to share it, for example, in the chat, so that people can look into it.
Sir, this is a Bitcoin Cash show.
Yeah. This is Bitcoin Cash Hour, but this is still from the community coin.
Yeah, and I want to spin the wheel, by the way. So if people want to get some Roach coin tokens, be quick.
Break the deal, face the wheel.
Face the wheel. Hopefully, we will be able to connect people's wallet directly to the stream this year. That is something that I'm working on. So that all the usernames in Twitch can automatically receive their rewards. That would be nice, but it's not live yet. But
in the past we had something like that.
The one that we are hearing in the background is Jonas, who was part of the community coin group, but he was delayed. What did you have again, Jonas? Did you have some New Year's gathering or
before? So that was the reason I was just able to join you at 6 p.m.
Yeah. But you missed the community coin block now, because we are with Luke on the Bitcoin Cash side of things.
Yeah, unfortunately, but it's not a problem. I also like Bitcoin Cash, so yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just to clarify for you that you're not thinking like, hey, what's going on? I was expecting community coins, but
no problem. Are you also all investing like Yoshi on Qualtron on Bitcoin Cash Swap?
I'm there, but I'm not investing.
I have pushed both.
Just a little bit.
Like I pushed you, Jonas, to participate like a couple of months ago. Unfortunately, nobody participated, but it's okay. I made my statements, and for me, crypto is a way of expression. It's not that I use it to. Well, of course, the profit should be there also, but that's why I'm currently doing this Roach, for example, because I think we're living in a shit show. So Roach fits that narrative, and then for me that's enough. Whether Roach goes up or down doesn't really matter. I got my stash, and
Yeah, we'll do a Roach beam competition soon. That'll be fun.
What's that?
We'll do a meme competition.
Oh,
so
meme. I heard beam.
Meme. We'll do a meme competition. We'll we'll do like $100 or something to the first place.
I'm gonna make myself a Roach outfit because now
there you go.
I streamed like this for like 3 years.
We gotta make some Roach plushies.
I have also a question because in the past, I'm still using it. There was this social media platform based on
Mimo.cash.
Yeah, Mimo.cash. It was on the Bitcoin Cash blockchain. It still
exists.
Yeah, and then you could send SLP tokens to each other, and also they had a marketplace, and you could also like message posts from other people with the SLP tokens. Is the new token layer on Bitcoin Cash? Can you still cash tokens? Can you still use it on the social media platform like Mimo?
I don't know the infrastructure bot that Mimo was using. I've never used Mimo, so
it was only on it was just SLP. I don't think they switched it. But so you're not in. How deep are you into Bitcoin Cash? You talk to a lot of developers, or you're just doing your thing and you see what's happening? And
what do you mean deep into it? What do you mean?
Well, like, are you developing stuff on top of Bitcoin Cash, or are you just using it?
No, I'm just using it. I don't know. I don't code.
Yeah. Okay.
I vibe code.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
No, I'm not a developer.
You're a grok coder.
Yeah, I use Lovable. That's the best one for me.
Okay.
It's actually amazing. If you're watching this, you should try some of the new. It's fucking mind blowing.
Okay. New
grok. I'll look into it. Why not?
I'm pretty sure I vibe coded a working BCH wallet.
All right. That's
so we're not far away. You will be able to prompt BCH smart contracts.
Yeah.
That's not far away. We're very close.
That's a game changer.
And yeah, you will be able to prompt BCH. That will be a big one. People are still underestimating how fast it's ramped up.
Yeah, but I made a post on Twitter the other day that the best thing about Bitcoin Cash is that it seems like nobody's paying attention to it. So that's what makes it.
No, yeah. It's got a weird. So like I watch a lot of content with like other crypto people, and like literally they'll be going over the top coins, and like they'll just skip over Bitcoin Cash without even realizing it. It's like there's a weird.
Yeah.
There's a weird energy around it for people.
It's also because these blockchain wars for some people have been really traumatizing, so they just they want to ban it from their mind completely. And
yeah. Well, that's how that's why it's undervalued.
Yeah. I think it's time to spin our wheel.
Yeah.
Mr. Breyer is here. Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
It's fun to see how the show is moving from east to the west, and that everybody is having breakfast with us.
I am going to spin the wheel, and here we go.
All right.
Is this for me?
Yeah, the grog token. We're gonna give
Roach token.
Oh, Roach token. Sorry.
You can also look if you want. You can join the chat on Twitch and spin.
It's Garfield Scorpio.
Oh, no, okay, good.
Yeah, second win of today.
I wasn't able to double it. And who won the CDN? Because I'm right.
That's me.
You won. Okay, good.
All right, and then I'm going to add Briar to the.
Well, look, you know, it was a little bit hectic day today because I had to change on the last moment some people, and we started a little bit late. But I think we did have a good. We got a nice glimpse of what you're doing and how you're into this game. I would like to thank you for showing up and being part of this. We can always do another stream if you want me. I know that you are streaming also. So if you want me to visit your stream one day, feel free to call me anytime, you know.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
And is there something you would like to share to our viewers before we go to the next guest?
If you want to follow you go to Cauldron. If you want to follow B Roach, just go to the token on the Cauldron, and you can go to the Twitter account. If you want to find out like some of the other stuff that I do, you can just go to HTMA Pro on YouTube.
Okay.
I've been making mineral bouncing videos there for over 10 years now. So I'm always interviewing.
Passion outside of crypto. That's always healthy, man. I am only in crypto, and sometimes it's really depressing when markets are down. You are like, oh, I'm losing my life.
I think if I was in crypto 24/7, I would lose my mind.
Yeah, well, I'm here. I'm Yoshi from Liberland, so you make your own conclusions. But yeah. No, it was great to have you on. I think for a first encounter, we had a nice conversation, and let's stay in touch.
Yeah. And I would say learn how to use all the BCH DeFi stuff. You know, the thing that's nice about Bitcoin Cash is you can do things with just like $1 or $2. It's all very cheap.
Yeah.
And so learn how to, you learn how to manage a loan on Moria money with a couple dollars, do a couple swaps on Cauldron Swap, learn how Wallet Connect works. Learn how you can use this stuff to your advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, and because it is available for also small numbers, even if you make a mistake. I made so many mistakes in the past, like I sent to the wrong address. Yeah. But it was just some SLP token, and
Yeah, exactly.
It was still painful. It was still painful, but not as painful as losing 1,000 Bitcoins or anything.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm curious. What are the numbers? Is there much growth in DeFi on BCH? Or?
Volume is climbing steadily on Cauldron and TVL. It's still pretty insignificant compared to other chains.
It's cool.
I'm not gonna lie,
but I did also hear Luke say earlier today that most Bitcoin Cash transactions last year were originated from Cauldron. Is that
no? Not. I said I predict this year.
Oh, this year.
I think in the future, probably this year, most transactions will be Cauldron swaps.
I thought it was already the case for last year, so I misunderstood.
It could be. I don't think so, though.
The total value locked is growing, that's for sure. And I'm not sure.
And the volume.
And the volume also. So it's that's why last year when I saw Cauldron Swap for the first time, and I noticed that there was like 500 addresses with Moria dollars. I was like, I cannot afford to not start to participate, because this is still so small that there is only one way, and that's up. Because
it's still very small. It's still very early.
Yeah, it's very early. Yeah, and it's still very early. That's right.
No, it's still extremely early. The TVL is on Bitcoin Cash is nothing.
Nothing. I don't have them, but okay.
Yeah, it's getting there. It'll get there. It'll take time.
Yes. And like you say, for example, if Moria allows for larger loans, like add the extra 0 or 2, then...
and Parity USD is coming out, so that will provide competition.
Yeah. No, it's. I'm very bullish, like you, on the upcoming year for crypto. Although, like I said, Mr. Breyer here, once again, second time that he predicted the top within 3%.
Yeah, I don't know the percentage terms, but I was pretty damn close, and
the timing also
over 1,000 days out. So the last time it was 952 days out, and this time it was over 1,000. I don't remember the number, so pretty happy with that.
Yeah. But I think we are not going into the bear market. This is a short-term top, and we are going to continue.
I'll take that bet, Yoshi. I'll take that bet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we are going to talk about it.
I'm pretty confident
but I'm going to thank
Luke. A third of the way through the bear market. Most people don't even realize that.
Well, before we talk about that, I'm going to thank Luke for showing up. I wish you a good rest of the weekend, rest of your day.
All right, thank you for having me.
Let's stay in touch, and all the best to you, sir, in the new year.
Yeah, likewise.
See you, man.
Bye, Luke.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Breyer, I say now, but I forgot your first name. That's why I'm saying Mr. Breyer.
Mr. RL.
RL. Yeah, or, no, I forgot that name also. You had
John Liberty.
Oh, yeah, John Liberty. I like that one the most. No, okay.
The pseudonym guy.
Mr. Breyer, how is your media channel going? No, that's too quick. I'm running ahead of my questions. Welcome to the show. I hope you have had a great new year and that you sobered up if you were drunk, because you have your family now. How is the family life?
Dude, it's going great. I appreciate you asking.
Are you still partying sometimes on the new year, or did you go to bed at 10?
I think I went to bed right around midnight. I didn't watch the ball drop, but my university football team was playing, so it wrapped up right around the time that the new year began. So we lost, unfortunately, but yeah, everything's going good, man. How are you guys?
I am doing better than ever. I have confidence of a monkey with 7 dicks. That's that's how I feel these days.
Yoshi's getting after it. I know that.
I've been very insecure is not the right word, but I've been very willing to be wrong, because my outlook on the future has been quite grim for many years. Since October, the silver price is rising like a maniac, and that is for me the sign that whatever I've been doing for the past 10 years is the carriage I'm going to take for the couple of 10 years to come. If you are now going to change, okay, that's great, change is great, but I feel like the paradigm shift is now behind us. Crypto wasn't able to do it. Unfortunately, Bitcoin got hijacked, in my opinion, and institutionalized, and peer-to-peer cash for the world, where we build an alternative economy outside of debt, hasn't taken off in the way that I was hoping 10 years ago, when I started 12 whatever years ago that I started this journey. But now that silver broke its all-time high, I believe that is going to have its impact on everyday life of average citizens in much larger effect than Bitcoin will ever have, because you can just live your life without Bitcoin without ever noticing it exists. But silver is in every electronic device, in so many things. So I believe that in the year of 2026 is going to be very wild ride, where a lot of people who like stability are not going to enjoy. But if you are claiming to be Yoshi Levo from Liberland, that is exactly the kind of chaos that you need to thrive. So I'm very bullish. I'm very, very bullish. I can't help it.
You're bullish on metals or
on chaos. I'm bullish on chaos.
Bullish on chaos. Yeah, well, volatility is where you make the money, so that's good.
Yeah.
If you're bullish on chaos, you're bullish on wealth, I guess, right?
No, I'm not interested in winning. I want to change the game. That is what I would like.
Right.
But people are until today not open to receive knowledge. They have their, what's the name of this for the horse?
The blinders.
The widers. They have their widers.
The blinders.
Blinders. Oh, sorry. Blinders.
Yeah,
and they become blind from them. So I hope that the blinders will come off this year, so that the people are ready to receive different information than what they are used to. And from that moment on, it's going to be a different game. So yeah. I've been saying this for 10 years, by the way, so don't take it too serious. But I think this is the year.
Mm-hmm. I think we've made progress.
I think the same thing for the Bitcoin maxis. They just focus on Bitcoin, and there are so many alternatives to Bitcoin also, or additions, not just alternatives, but additions. Many valid projects, and they have to open the blinders.
Yeah, exactly. But they are shut. They are shut because they listen to people like Michael Saylor, and they just buy master stock instead of Litecoins.
I have two things. First of all, we have to open a wheel, and what are we going to give away?
Well, that's up to Mr. Breyer. You can choose any coin. You can choose any coin, and we will give away $10 at the end of our hour.
Oh man, you're putting it on me. Well, I don't know.
You can think about it for.
Yeah, which coins do you have that I don't want you to have to buy something? What do you have?
Last year we did near, but my near unfortunately are locked behind the KYC wall.
Oh no!
But you can pick any.
That sounds like a disaster.
Yeah, well, it's a 10K disaster, but.
Just BCH or something easy to transact, maybe.
BCH, sure.
Yeah,
we'll do BCH.
And the second thing, I was to the kitchen to get some food. Maybe you told already your prediction for the coming year.
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
I asked about, but I said we have to wait for Johan because otherwise.
Yeah, Johan. We prefaced it, I guess you could say.
I also run to the kitchen for a second, but I'm gonna drink. So.
What are you putting down there? Some vino?
Yeah, I have a Pinot Noir, and I have also this one. This is a Chateauneuf du Pape, 20 years old. Cost $1. A couple of bucks.
Yeah, I started collecting bourbon, so I'm getting into bourbon more.
Oh
yeah, I appreciate some wine though. I like some good vino.
Usually I'm in the Italian wines, but today I'm in the French.
The French.
Yeah.
What have you been? What do you think is going on with the market? I guess we could just.
I always say that one time this guy stopped in a Lamborghini. And he opened the window and he said, "Johan, I have to thank you." I say, "For what?" "Your prediction." "Oh yeah, you did it. You took me serious." "Yeah, I did the opposite."
You counter trade. You're like Krugman, not Krugman. They got Jim Cramer.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm right. But
who else is on with us right now? Is that Jonathan?
No, the name is Jonas.
Oh, Jonas. Hi, Jonas.
Jonas, hello. I'm from Germany, and I'm with community coins from Deutsche E-Mark team. I think around 2.5 years ago. Since 2.5 years ago, I'm also investor in the different kinds of community coin projects, and also supporting the community coins initiative overall in coordinating things or communicating with our programmers from Deutsche E-Mark team, and that's what I'm doing, and yeah, that's
Nice to meet you.
And I'm also a crypto trader, and I have some interesting trading strategies, which I think will be could be interesting when volatility comes into the market. I think so, but in the meanwhile, we have to wait until volatility comes into altcoin markets.
What's the sort of sentiment around crypto and DeFi in Germany right now? I was watching a show in Berlin just last night.
Yeah, I think it depends in which region you are, how open-minded they are for crypto, and so I think overall, if you think about the structure of the age within Germany, it's there are not many young people relative to older people, so they are a bit more conservative, I would say. Many are thinking in regards to inflation that gold and silver is a better hedge than crypto and community coins. Especially in regards to community coins, they think it could be a scam or are very hesitant. That's why I think building up trust is very important, which also show up over time. Of course, we also have a track record for different community coin projects of more than 10 years, which is also building up the trust. We need to ensure that the trust is being kept on a high level over a longer period of time to get access to these hesitant people. But of course, we also need a mobile wallet, which helps for interaction and trading between person to person, which is very much needed to be also able to make daily transactions. And yeah, and I think there we need to go to be able to transact on a daily basis with real goods. Yeah, with crypto and community coins. I think this is the longer way to go for us.
Interesting. Yeah, I have to give you guys. I have to check out what you guys are working on.
If you're interested, I'll send you some Git repositories with what's currently being developed. But I would like to make a small switch to your new business, Vrije Media. If I'm correct, you launched it. Oh, sure, Johan, open the bottle. Wait, I will wait for you.
Yeah, good. I like the chaos. I like the chaos. Go ahead. Yeah.
When was it? Late summer, I think, that I saw the first post of Vrije Media.
Probably in September. Yeah, September. I don't even know the date, to be honest with you. August or September, maybe. That sounds about right.
What's the plan with that? Because media is so broad. There's so much what you can put under media. So could you?
Yeah, it's basically just a revamp of and a little addition to like what I was doing on my old site, vrije.io. I just thought it was a good time to like create a new domain, start a new domain, and just offer some services, podcasting and some sort of content services, whether it's articles or press releases or whatever, to crypto projects, and actually maybe dabble a bit in AI here. We'll see. I'm talking to a few AI companies too. So yeah, just doing a lot of the stuff I've been doing, but just like a new face to it, I guess.
Rebrand.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, and always open to new ideas. So if a company came to me with something that they wanted me to do, I'll entertain it.
Yeah, but it's mostly digital media.
Right. Yeah, all digital stuff. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I live in this digital world, Yoshi.
No, I but I could have seen you reporting on things. I don't know. You go to conferences, or I don't know.
Yeah, hardly do actually, but I have gone to a few in the last few years. Yeah, but yeah, I'm trying to stay busy with that, and I just finished a contract a couple months ago with Initverse. I think last time we talked, I was just starting with them. So yeah, just looking to see what's next now. Talking to a few different companies actually about joining them. So we'll see what happens in 2026. It's always like a year or two stint with startups, and then you kind of move on. So I've probably worked for 20 different startups in this space now. I know I have actually. So.
Yeah, well, it's always good to have options and to be flexible enough to make your own decisions. That's great.
Yeah, that was my goal in this entire thing. Like you kind of noted earlier about maybe wealth isn't like the main thing, but I mean, in a way,
you need it. Of course,
I've always viewed having some sort of wealth, where you can last at least a few years to stay on your feet, as the objective to living the life you want to live, and then the freedom and everything is kind of, I don't know. I think the wealth and the freedom kind of work together. Freedom is my main goal, but you can't have freedom if you don't have any money. So,
you can just build your house in the forest.
Yeah, in the U.S. it's pretty hard. They'll come find you, but
but it's so big. I got an idea that you can just. They don't manage to find these 20 million illegals either, so why would they find you,
Yeah, who knows how many are in here now. That's actually what I was watching. What did I watch? Not to get too off topic here, but I watched one guy was from Ireland, and his wife or girlfriend, I just found him last night on YouTube. She's German and Italian, but she's from Germany, and they were in Berlin, and I was watching one on Rome, and it seems like the West is all facing a similar crisis.
Yeah, for sure. But it's still only in development. I don't feel like it has already hit the mainstream.
Oh, in the U.S., I think there's a lot of people that don't really realize the end game of what's going on. I think Europe, like France and Germany, have already they're deep entrenched. I think Rome, Italy, it's interesting.
No, it's gonna be. If you see how, if I look back at the COVID time and see how people react when they don't have toilet paper in the supermarket, I'm very happy to be living amongst fishermen and farmers here. And what to say about it? I wish that we could somehow, but
we can pivot straight into multiculturalism if you want. We can talk about crypto. I don't know.
Well, we still want to know the prediction, huh?
If we want to get into the prediction, I think we're in a bear market now.
Yeah,
I'm pretty confident.
Damn it. I don't want to hear that kind of stuff, man. Come on.
Yeah, but if you hear me out, when was the top? The top was in
October.
Yeah. You were spot on.
Hold on. The top was on the 6th. I knew it was the 6th or the 17th. The 6th of October. So we're 4 months in already. So in 3 days we're 4 months in. So you probably only have another 7 months of torture. That's it.
Yeah, if you're in BTC, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just talking if I think BTC still is the macro in crypto. So if you want to figure out where the rest of the market's going and you want liquidity.
I called it MOAC today. MOAC, mother of all crypto.
So I think last cycle, the bottom came 364 days, I think was the exact number for Bitcoin. It went from 69,044 to 15,505, and then that's I made my call that we were going to get to 120K, and then we got there, and we exceeded it a little bit. So I'm always happy when my call gets barely exceeded.
Now it's going to be 55.
No, I think we're going lower. I think the bottom's going to be between 25 and 40K. Probably closer, probably somewhere around 30,000 if I had to guess. Yeah, and then I think next cycle it probably goes to it's too hard to predict. So I don't want to put this out there as a prediction, but
no, it's okay, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, until the bottom, you can't predict the next top until you know the bottom. But I'm guessing if we bottom around 30,000, 25 to 40, somewhere 30K maybe. Next.
Why do you think the bottom is that low?
Yeah, I still think we're going to see like a massive retrace in the bear market, like we have at least 60 to 70% from the top. And
yeah,
then,
because the tops are now, what I think is, because the tops are less low, could it be that the bottoms are also less low than usual?
Yeah, I think there is like some sort of decline in like, or I don't even know how you would word it, but I don't think it'll be as deep of a retrace maybe, but I don't think it's going to be like that significant. Like over time, I think the floor will continue to be like, I think the last cycle, I don't remember, but it was like maybe 65, 68% from the top, Bitcoin retraced, whatever that is, 69 to 1505. And then, or 15505. And then this cycle, I think if we bottom around 30K, I know everybody thinks that we're like, every cycle, I'm like, dude, no, we're not going to a 500,000 or 1 million this cycle. You know? My prediction has been 2038 since for like 2 or 3, 4 years now that we might hit 1 million. And I don't even, we'll have to see, but if we just double every cycle, we get there around like 2040, 2038. So I think the next cycle, we probably don't even double. I think we probably just go to like 180K to, you know, maybe something like that.
The thing why I find it so hard to believe is because if I look at the M2 money expansion, it's completely blowing up. And that is usually a good indicator of going up. In the same time, in October...
And the midterms have to come. There's also every president will put on the money printer for...
In October, we had this government shutdown of the US. So there was... people were scrambling for money everywhere in for at least a month. And so... Yeah, well, okay. I mean, you have the track record, you know. I only have my gut feeling. So,
well, there is the possibility that like next cycle, the money that didn't show up this cycle sends us higher than what I'm predicting. Because I think the one thing I did miss is I got Bitcoin right, which is I don't think anybody else in the world has been as accurate as me on Bitcoin. But
2 times, you need to count double.
Yeah, 2 times in a row. I don't think there's been anybody in the world more accurate. So my track record for the last 7 years, I'm probably the most accurate person in the world on Bitcoin. But I did miss the total, the aggregate market cap only went to like 5 trillion or just under or just over, whatever, right around 5 trillion. And depending on which site you use or whatever. But I thought for multiple years that the total market cap or aggregate market cap was going to go to 7 trillion. So we came up 2 trillion short. So I'm like left wondering like why that happened. I don't know. I think we kind of front ran this cycle, and I said it. I think I even tweeted it out a couple times, maybe once or twice, that it felt like we made a new high before the halving, and that had never happened. That had never happened before. So it's interesting to think about. Maybe I don't know. I was reading something the other day. Was like maybe the youth doesn't think crypto's like is hardcore punk rock as it used to be. Like a lot of them are like interested in AI and stuff. And I was just asking some like 25-year-old or 24-year-old kid the other day, like he got a degree in computer science, and I was like, so are you into crypto? Like, and he's like, I know about it, but I haven't been able to like dive into it because I don't want to get in without like being fully in. I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems like the youth is just like, he didn't even say anything about AI, but I just kind of like feel like a lot of the youth is. So I don't know if we're like we're like old and we're like crypto's not as cool now, or I don't know what to think, you know.
I became 39 last year, man. I was like, half of my life is now over. It's only going down from here.
When I ask kids on my work, we have this temporary, usual young people about 20 years old. They do a barista work or whatever.
Yeah.
And I asked them, what do you think about crypto? And they say, yeah, my dad is totally into it.
Damn it, man.
I got my post-stamp collection right here, guys.
No, it's a post-stamp collection of what the old people had. You know?
Yeah, I still think that there's like something like, you know, it is still punk rock to me. There is the avenues there. There are the avenues there.
Yeah, but punk rock is also something from Generation X. Huh?
That's true. That's true.
There was actually a punk band called Generation X.
I'm still super bullish on like the future of DeFi and stuff. I know you guys aren't like you believe Bitcoin's been co-opted, and I do as well to some degree. I still think it's going to keep going up, but I still think that there's like so much real world utility in crypto that and it's not for the lazy. Like it's not for like the people that aren't going to like sit down and understand it. You know what I mean? Like it's one thing just to buy some meme coin or whatever, but it's another thing to like sit down and actually like understand how DeFi works and, you know, lock your money up or whatever in some protocol. So I don't know. Yeah, I guess it gets back to education. We kind of just talked about that too. Well, since we've been on here, I feel like every year $5 trillion market cap is still like insane. Like it's still going up. But I don't know. I don't know why we didn't see the 7 trillion. I thought that made sense. I think we kind of like fizzled out a little bit. We didn't see as much growth this sector or this cycle.
But I think also, there was an analyst, let's say different. There was an analyst that said that in the past you could use Elliott waves to predict where Bitcoin was going, and now it is more like a Wyckoff distribution range patterns.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have like a secret sauce to say like how I've been able to be so accurate. I guess it's just like looking at everything and considering, you know, just everything I know about like the entire. I've been watching the cycles since the beginning, so it's kind of like but it's not just one thing for me. It's kind of just taking everything into account.
Yeah, but what he was saying with this is because you don't get the huge stops anymore because big money is in it. Every time the Bitcoin goes up, they just sell the whole thing because they just want to have profit, and they don't want to wait because somebody else might dump also. So they just that's why you get this. This distribution range from Wyckoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it goes always sideways and nothing is happening.
Yeah, like what do they call it? Wyckoff schematic or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's definitely. I think there's something to that too. I don't know. I still think that people are going to be looking long term at like Yoshi said, whether it's precious metals or Bitcoin or Ethereum. That was one thing I did get. Another thing I did get right this cycle was Ethereum continued to lose its market share for smart contracts. I still think that that's going to continue to dwindle.
They don't scale, so it's
right.
You know,
nobody. I mean, Johan, all of us. I don't think you want to like. I personally don't like using layer 2s, so I'd rather use the base layer of a good network. So I don't think like scaling Ethereum the way they did was very wise. And how long it took was like also like, I mean, I know you can't like break it because it was such an important thing, but I don't know. It dragged on forever.
6 years, I think they managed, but okay.
Yeah, and I'm still bullish on Near. I think Near is like the best tech in the entire space.
Oh, it's on my list here to talk about it. So now that you mention it yourself, I've used Near, of course, 2 years ago. I think you mentioned it, and I started trading and made some profit. Then the price went down, and well, then you hold, you know. But then all of a sudden this year, when Zcash pumped, this was purely because they had a liquidity pool on Near Intense, and that's why all this money was able to flow in. At least that's how I perceived it. So that's when I started to look into Near Intense, and it's great. I mean, I logged in with a one-time code that they don't ask for ID, which is always nice if you want to be Yoshi Evo from Liberland, and any to any, like base layer coins, and that was really if you get back in Near, because I'm guessing that you sold everything in October.
I did,
or prior to that. But if you get back into Near, I really would like to propose to make a liquidity pool between NEAR and EFL for, I will send you those coins, don't worry, I trust that completely in a way, and you can have the rewards of that also, but just to have the accessibility to that NEAR intense would be great.
Yeah, I don't know. I appreciate the trust there. I don't know if I'm not sure if I'm not sure. I think you can make a proposal to add. I don't think it's as seamless as like Uniswap, where you can just get on there and add liquidity. So I think you have to go through like the team and make a proposal.
But that's why I need you. That's why I need you, because they probably know
I'm nobody. They don't know. I mean, what's his name? Ilya has interacted with me a few times on Twitter or on X, but I actually wrote on one of his threads maybe a couple months, maybe 6 weeks ago, and I was like, I asked him, I mentioned like that they need to fix the tokenomics, and he didn't respond. I don't normally do that, but I think like I just worded it in a nice way. I was like, yeah, the protocol, like I feel like the technology is like literally the premier technology in the space, but the tokenomics are a little broken. Even though they reduced inflation, I think it needs work still. I think they need to figure out how to use the fees from NEAR Intense, which you're talking about how great of a product it is, which I think it's like unbelievable as well. I've used it myself quite a bit. I think they need to figure out how to use some fees, even if it's not like drastic to help. I just don't like any token over $1 billion with infinite inflation or whatever. So they need to figure out how to like get that back under $1 billion. I think 1 billion. It's like 1.3 billion right now. But I mean, if they slow it down, that's great. But I don't know. I don't. There's got to be a better way.
What's the emission per year? Do you know?
I don't know. Since they just reduced it, I can't tell you. What was inflation? Was inflation 5%? They halved it to 2.5%. It was something like that. So it's too much, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's significant. Yeah. So
well, you especially in a crypto world with infinite inflation, you are gonna lose it. You know,
it just doesn't make sense to me. Like I know that like they're not trying to be money necessarily, but I don't know. Maybe they're playing the long game and they're trying to keep the fees down. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I prefer to see something. I don't like any supply over $1 billion. I think $1 billion is like, that's like my hard limit or something. I don't know. I think that's, it's for me. I don't like seeing that. So I just haven't seen any. I'm trying to think of like any project that succeeded that had over $1 billion in circulation. I don't know.
Hey, and let me ask you about the fungibility aspect of crypto, because we mentioned Zcash through this NEAR. It has been quite a big game change, or it has always been there, but all of a sudden everybody is looking into it. What is your take on, well, let's just say fungibility in general in crypto? Is it a problem for coins that are not fungible? Will that be a risk for the future? Or will it make the utility in the future less because of the lack of fungibility? How are you looking at that topic?
Yeah, I mean, that's something like I think I wrote about that in my book, or at least one of them, like back in 17 or 18, because that's something that's like something that's always been on my mind. That's why I was like so interested in privacy coins even back then. I know I talked to like Vlad about it. I think did Vlad come on today?
He was sick. He canceled.
Really? Yeah, I talked to Vlad about it. I think on the Bitcoin he had me on the Bitcoin takeover in like 2020 or something, or 2019 maybe, something like that. It was like 6 years ago.
He doesn't want to invite me because I'm too political. Although he hasn't said that, but I know it's like that, and it's okay.
This was like a long time ago. This was a super long time ago, and he was like a Bitcoin maximalist. I think. I don't know. I was talking about like privacy.
He still is.
I was talking about fungibility back then. So I see Vlad post. I see Vlad's on the Zcash train. It seems.
Yeah,
like
absolutely. I made the Z. Did you see me doing the Z dance with Vlad or not?
No, I wasn't online earlier. That's why I was wondering if you talked to him.
No, I talk a lot. I don't want to say a lot, but he was in my show a couple of times last year. Last year was the first time that he came to our anniversary stream.
Oh, nice.
And Well, it's a great guy who speaks his mind, and whether you like that opinion or not, that's something I appreciate. So,
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like he's a straight shooter. You know where you stand with him. So but he's the one that, because I see posting. I follow him we follow each other on Twitter or on X, whatever. And I see him talking about Zcash, and he has a lot of interesting takes on it. Personally, I don't know enough about Zcash to say. To me, I'm skeptical a bit of the creator and the whole backstory behind it. Yeah,
the Zionist.
Yeah, I don't want to say. Yeah, I don't want to say too much here.
I'll say it.
Yeah, I don't know. Something is a little fishy to me. If I had to say. The origin story and everything doesn't make sense, but if we're just talking about like the overall zooming out idea of like fungibility and privacy, still like the number one thing to me, like most important thing to me, which is why I'm gonna probably have to get more into Monero again and like look at some other privacy coins, because I do think that, like, I don't know, maybe we are entering the privacy era finally, so that's cool. It seems like it's like some like fake privacy era, though. I mean, if Zcash is really what we think it is, it sounds like you might agree with me on that, Yoshi. If it's really spyware, it's not like doing us any good, because it's
yes,
it's one of those things.
The thing for me is that I am with the community coins. And in my opinion, the biggest amount of privacy, or not the biggest amount of privacy, but the community in and of itself creates the privacy. If we have 1 billion users for a specific coin that pay each other and do not feel obligated to let every transaction be seen by the government, that in itself will create the privacy. Just the velocity of the money circulating.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it too. Like strength in numbers varies in numerous, right? The more people that are using the network, that you can't track everybody. You can't trace every transaction. Even if it's not private. That's interesting to think about too. Yeah, I don't know if you have
the problem with that I see at the moment is that we are all trusting third parties, or me a little bit less than others, but everybody who is still stuck in the fiat system, they need that exchange that is going to take their passport and label a certain public key to that number in that passport, or name in that passport. So if we use crypto like that, it will never be private. Also, Zcash will not be private, because at some point you sell it for your local debt, and then the government still knows everything. So
yeah, I do think that there is a problem still with fungibility for sure, because like we haven't even really seen it rear its ugly head yet. You see it once in a while, like somebody gets like some tainted coin or something like that. But the fact that you can just move money into one of these stable coins and they could literally freeze it, like that's not what we need in this space. So
it depends on the kind of stable coin, but the one that the Genius Act labels as a potential future digital dollar, they need those aspects that you mentioned. But there is also stable coins that use collateral, for example, which is more decentralized, and you put in a certain crypto coin, and then for that collateral you get a certain amount of stable coins.
But the thing is, like holding your net worth, or holding a significant part of your net worth in a stable like that you don't have faith in, that's super, like that's not for me, so you want like one of these big ones. You want USDC or you want USDT to, like, wouldn't it be great if they enabled privacy? But that's not going to happen. Like that's not
no, because they are interested in servicing the current system. They want to adjust their business model in such a way that they can be legal.
Right. So yeah, I think that there's gotta, I guess it's up to the it's going to be up to somebody that has a true privacy network that we can like vet properly. Maybe I know Epic did. I think Epic Cash tried to launch their own. I don't remember. They were going to send me like some money in it, and I never I was so busy. I was like, nah, you guys just, but I should have tried it out. That was one. I
Have
think
you tried the Freedom Dollar on Zano?
No, I haven't.
That's
the one that Roger Ver is. He was big on Zano, wasn't he? Or he is big on Zano.
Yeah. He did that. Was that a year ago that he started to talk about that, or was it already?
Probably more like 2 years before they went after him. Yeah.
Did I get my Zano, Yoshi?
Sorry?
Did I get my Zano?
I don't know. Did you get it? When?
I don't know. I never. We talk about it later.
I'll be 100% honest. I haven't really looked much into Zano. I think I read like a little bit about it, and I need to do a proper deep dive into Zano.
So they also have a stable coin, which is called Freedom Dollar, which uses collateral. So you need to put Zano to get Freedom Dollars. But those Freedom Dollars are basically, Zano is like, it uses the Monero kind of privacy, with ring labels.
Oh, ring signatures?
Yeah. And because of that, you cannot track those Freedom Dollars and you cannot block them. And, it's a smart contract that allows you, let's say I put in $500 of Zano, then I'm allowed to borrow 100 Freedom Dollars. That's
interesting.
It's over.
Yeah, the problem with that though is if Zano's price is volatile, right? So how does that work? How do you actually have a stable coin at that point?
No, because you over leverage. So it's like you need to pay 500% to take out 100, and that's how they try to solve it.
Interesting. I mean, that's cool that somebody's like already working on like another alternative. Yeah, I need to like look into that. I don't know if that's the answer though. I don't know if I like that method, but
it is a method. Let's say it, and that way your coin value can drop 80%, and you're still fully backed.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean that's cool. Yeah, I have to look into Zano, and you can do all sorts of that has like its own L1 smart contract functionality too, right?
Yeah. It's like a Monero with tokens. You have to they market it like that. It's not really true because Zano comes from a older project, and so those holders of the token of the old project got a shitload of Zano, and it's hybrid. In that it's using proof of work like Monero, but there is also a proof of stake aspect in that. And because those early adopters that came from that other project have millions of it, it's basically how to say that correctly? If you have a lot of tokens and then you stake it yourself, it's like a dev subsidy. Let's say it like that, because they have all the tokens,
right? So
they are staking it.
I got you. Okay.
But it is there is some volatility in it, which is always interesting for me. And I bought it, I think, at 6, and it reached 16, and it's hovering around 10.
Oh, really? It's $10 per coin right now?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna dedicate some time this week to looking into that. I'm glad that came up.
Yeah, it's legit project, man. It's like, the price in that way. Roger was ahead of the market again because he went full all in on privacy, and
Dude, Roger's a legend. I don't care what anybody says. I have like immense respect for that guy. So
absolutely. What do you think about his 48 million that he had to pay? I have heard that part of the deal that he had to make was that for the next 3 years, basically the remaining of the term of Trump, he is not allowed to speak in public. But that is a unconfirmed rumor that I'm just sharing. Allegedly, I have to say allegedly, but that's what I heard.
I don't know. To be honest with you, after I heard, that he had some outrageous restitution or whatever you call it to pay to them, but I haven't heard. It's been kind of quiet, but you know what, I also haven't been on X much. I feel like I was just telling somebody about this. I've been playing basketball again. I'm getting old.
Oh, nice.
I started playing basketball again like this time last year, and one of the guys I play with is into crypto, and we were talking about crypto, and I was telling him this is like my reset time. Because here in like 4 or 5 months, I'll probably start like getting ready to dip my toes back in again to the market. So it's like I gotta just like take some time, even on getting on X and stuff. So maybe I missed something that's going on with his case or a little bit. I don't know exactly what's going on with him right now, but yeah.
Well, so he made a deal. He made a deal and he avoided the court case. So in that way,
he was able to. Yeah, he was able to get around that completely. That's good. Yeah. I was worried about him, man. It was ridiculous. It was almost 10 years. They waited until like the last minute to go after him.
Yeah, well, the thing for me is that it happened 1 month after he launched that book, Hijacking Bitcoin. So that was for me the canary, or the canary in the coal mine or whatever. Yeah, it was not the right word, but the sign that something else besides that money payment was up, because he just has his lawyers communicating with the state, and there is communication happening, and all of a sudden you are getting arrested. So, yeah.
Well, we've always known that our libertarian or anarcho-capitalist philosophies don't exactly. That's why everybody was so worried in the beginning of Bitcoin before it was hijacked. Because it was a bunch of like Roger Ver, Eric Voorhees, myself, not putting myself in their category, but anybody who, anybody that has these anarcho-capitalists.
John McAfee.
Yeah, anybody that has anti-state philosophies, but you get into somebody's position like Roger, where you have just ridiculous amounts of wealth. It's like they're gonna come out. And you're speaking out, like he's not like a coward. He's got like a strong voice across it. Whether the Bitcoin maximalists respect him or not, he's still like a very respected person in tech. He's clearly a good businessman and smart guy. So it's like people are going to listen to what he has to say. So that's going to worry them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You can't have everybody believe in what we believe. Or Roger Ver believes. It's not in their interest. It's not in the state's interest. So, yeah.
RL, is there something that we missed so far? Is there something that you would like to put on the table to talk about?
Let me think here real quick. I think we've done a pretty good job. I'm glad that we talked about Zono. I don't know, man. I think, I think maybe the one thing, since we're talking about the government, is that the Trump perspective, the whole thing with Trump launching his own meme coins and all this stuff. I think that might have been like an early sign that we were probably not going to go as high as we thought. Like they kind of killed our momentum, or that's an interesting thing to think about.
Did you dump again on Trump coin, Yoshi?
Sorry?
Did you dump again on the Trump coin?
No, I haven't been in Trump coin. I have not.
No, in the past you did.
But that was a different Trump coin. That was like some kind of altcoin. I made
the precursor to the real one, right?
I made a lot of money on that. When he was elected, that coin went like 1,000x.
Wow. Yeah.
And he silently bought all the shit when it was worth nothing, and then you dumped it during the inauguration.
It was almost as good of a profit as I had with Sex Coin in 2013.
Way back. Jeez.
I'm very grateful to Max Kaiser in many ways, but yeah.
Why? What was he advocating that coin?
So he tweeted in November 2013 when the Congress of the US was I don't know who it was, but Bitcoin was discussed in Congress in November of 2013, and that is when Bitcoin went to $1,000 for the first time. And since September of that year, I saw a Sex coin and I started buying it because it was crazy cheap. It was like 1 Satoshi or whatever it was.
Right.
And then one day in November, Max Kaiser tweeted, Sex coin is the first cryptocurrency with a clear use case. And so in the 48 hours after that, the price of I bought 1,000 sex coins for 1 cent. And for the next 48 hours, there was like 5 million turnover, and the price of 1 coin was 20 cents each.
20x the next day or something.
Yeah, that was my first big boom. And that's why I also don't... all these maximalists must be horrible traders, because it's such a easy... high and low is so easy to recognize. So why are you not...
Sex coin got you hooked on crypto.
A little bit, but I have to also share my boating accident story, because all those profits were later stolen from me with a remote access tool on my computer. So I lost close to 500 bitcoins in my life, but that is now my goal to reach again. That's my...
To get back to 500 bitcoin?
Get back to 500, and then I'm happy. So... I think it's possible. I think you
can live a pretty comfortable life on 500 Bitcoin.
Yeah, if you think about it today, yeah. Do you know, for example, these? I was talking about that the other day. I once bought 100 anonymous masks for 0.25 Bitcoin, and at the moment the Bitcoin was $100.
That sounded like a good deal back then.
No, it in that period of time, I went to these anonymous protests, and then I was selling these masks for $10 each. So it was okay, but I would have been much better off just having 0.25 Bitcoin today. But
the people that price goods and services in Bitcoin like 10 years ago, not even that long, even like 8 years ago when I wrote my books, that was probably a good idea.
Did you sell it for Bitcoin or not? These books?
I took crypto for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Yeah. I'm. I don't produce anything in a way. I'm a real parasite. I just speculate but yeah, it would have been much better if I also have something to sell or.
Yeah, I think
it is what it is. Things
happen. The economy going. That's probably should be all of our aim, I guess. Not that I'm. Sitting here trying to,
No, but that's the thing for me. I don't want to keep this economy going. I want the economy first to crash so that we can build it new, So I figured that the best vote I have these days is with my wallet. And that's what I do. I vote with my wallet. And I try to spend less. And I got this house now, which is amazing, which wasn't the goal at all. And only happened because I was helping a friend who couldn't pay for the medical bills and had to sell his house.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
And so I ended up with the house, but yeah, that's also, I don't know what I wanted to say, why I said that.
I think we have like a counter economy going though. I mean, we're part of like the larger economy now because all these institutions want a piece of like the pie, but I still think crypto is like a counter economy in its own right. This goes back to the privacy thing, though. We need to like do better at like.
Yeah, but it also depends on how you use it. If I see all these people trading meme coins and are like, "Oh yeah, man," that's not what crypto is for me. That I mean, I dipped my toes in it a little bit, and okay, I made a little profit somewhere, but.
But it was the same thing with the internet in the early days. I remember in the 90s when I went on the internet, you had only conversations about university stuff, about genetics, about coding, about the space stuff. And now, if you go on the internet now you got the whole world on the internet, and people are sharing their cat videos, and I follow on social media. I have some family members, and they only talk about the gossip of the celebrities.
Yeah, I think I know what you were saying. I mean, even me, I think Yoshi and I are like pretty much the same age. I think that when I was like a kid, we didn't even have like when I first got online, there wasn't even like video. There was barely like audio, peer-to-peer audio, and then like I remember when video like became a thing. Like I remember getting a webcam and like being able to do this for the first time, and it was like
with the MSN Messenger.
Yeah, I think that was Skype for me, but it was just AOL Messenger, IM or whatever, you know.
What I wanted to say was in the early days, really early days, beginning of the 90s, I had to go to university, and then I could log into the library of an American university, and was in the library. I was interested back then in the Greek and Latin written books from the 2,000 years ago or something. That was and the kind of audience you had. You know, they really studied something. And now it's and that's the same thing with the crypto. Now you got more and more people are coming in, and then the level is going down. It's like meme stuff, and it's also fun. But I'm not against it. But you get a new audience that doesn't understand how these things
the
are
difference
created.
between tokens and coins is so important, and so few people understand.
They don't know nothing about coding. They just want to throw meme coins around. Yeah.
They don't even, whether it's on a blockchain or not doesn't matter to the majority of those people.
Yeah, you got tokens with all kinds of cats. That's what they like.
The thing is also that the media is, of course, feeding this disinformation to the people, and you know, I really see it like first the ICO and then the NFTs were just both a project of traditional finance to extract as much money from average people to break the confidence in crypto. All these ICOs, all these NFTs today are well, for 99%, they are worthless.
True.
You know, so
well, they're valuable for somebody.
You have your NFT, but to pay €1,000 for a crypto kitty.
Maybe they are laundering money. You don't know.
Somebody made some money.
I'm not against it.
I think the craziest one still is like EOS. But they did like a $4.3 billion ICO or something crazy. It's like EOS just never materialized.
I was in the Bitcoin Pizza Day meeting. Was that EOS or was that Polkadot? Maybe because Liberland had a period that they were interested in EOS. But that's the same thing with the NEAR probably today. Their inflation rate is so high. And then I say to them, why are you holding this coin? Because in 1 year you can buy double if you sell today. No, it's not about the money. It's about the technology.
Yeah. EOS, yeah.
You made a profit and share it.
What's EOS doing today?
It's not good.
I remember we had those guys about 6 years ago.
If I had to guess, it was maybe 60 cents or 50 cents. I have no idea.
I will check it.
I'm curious. Yeah, let's find out.
There is 2.1 billion EOS coins. You were 70% off. It's 20 cents.
Wow. Okay.
And
back then it was like $3 something.
Yeah, just to put it in context, the high was at 15 and it hovered around 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, it hung around $3 for a pretty long time.
Yeah, about 6 years ago, we had them in the show, in the Bitcoin birthday party.
Who was that? The founder?
No, not founder. Some developers.
One of the 21 validators, I believe.
Oh, really?
Oh, and it says EOS has rebranded to Volta.
Okay.
Didn't even hear about it.
Volta is the same price.
What's his name that created it? Dan Larimore. Man, you never even hear about him anymore. I don't know what.
But what is this actor? No, he was just a face. So just like Roger Ver is not the developer of BCH. There was this actor. He was like.
No, I think Larimore developed it, didn't he? And then he handed it.
He was. He was not that movie guy.
Yeah, because I think Dan Larimore also like created BitShares. He was like he created like three or four projects. I think.
Okay.
But yeah, and then he just like I feel like he just like disappeared after EOS. Maybe that was wise. He probably made so much money off of it. He was like, I'm out, because I think they had to pay something to the government too. It wasn't even like substantial compared to how much money they raised. Though it was maybe a couple $100 million or something, and they raised like $4 billion. So I think
was he the guy with this hat and this?
You're talking about the actor, right?
Yeah. Oh no. Okay. I'm not. That was a different guy then.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of the actor. That you're getting confused. The guy that was in the Mighty Ducks. What's his name? He's everywhere too. Yeah, yeah.
It's like the Winklevoss brothers.
I'm completely unaware of this.
They're on any project.
You don't remember Dan Larimore?
I've never heard of him. This hat doesn't say me anything. I completely don't know.
The guy with the hat wasn't the actor. Yeah. But I don't know what. Then I think I confused the name.
I think you got to mix.
But it doesn't matter.
No, it's he definitely created a lot of stuff though.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mr. Breyer, our hour is up. You don't have to go. I don't want to, but I just thought to mention it.
And we're going to spin the wheel.
We're going to spin the wheel, but which coin? Oh yeah, Bitcoin Cash, you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bitcoin. I'll leave after the wheel spin. I got to go be a dad.
All right, man. That's a very good excuse. Very good excuse. And I want to wish you.
And somebody said in the chat about Bitcoin Cash is probably going to the resistance level now. Let's check.
Yeah, it is. It's breaking out of 600 as we speak.
650.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good resistance.
No, it's going down. I see. I think it bumped its head.
Yeah, it's possible because 650 we have been bumping again.
Oh no! I'm looking at Bitcoin. Sorry, I'm looking at Bitcoin Core. Sorry. Sometimes with BCH. Sorry, BCH.
Confusing sometimes with Johan.
Yeah.
Let me put my name on the wheel also, in case. If I'm gonna be what's the name? If the wheel picks me, then I will double the price, and it's gonna be 20.
Ooh,
$20.
Okay, no, it's still just below the 650. Oh, 640. It's just below the 640. Yeah.
Yes, but this has been the top for the last year.
For quite a while, yeah. All right, I'm going to spin. And I have to go to the kitchen also. I got some hamburger.
Do you know that I haven't eaten all day, man? I eat an egg in the morning when we started. It's okay.
It's a real Bitcoiner. Hodl everything. Don't eat.
Yeah. Now I'm not gonna hodl. I'm gonna go to the toilet before we start. With the
wheel is spinning. The wheel is spinning, and it's going to be. Oh, the yellow one, the flabbergast. Yeah, it's going to be flabbergast.
Flabbergasted.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, gentlemen. I appreciate you having me on. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah.
And thanks for always showing up. You are already invited for next year, but let's stay in touch for this year and see what the future brings. Yeah, it's been a great talk, man. I wish you best with the family, best with the Breyer Media. I hope you get in Bitcoin at the bottom, and start the next cycle.
Let us know when the bottom is.
All right.
Yeah, 40,000.
I'll do my best.
Yeah.
You guys have a great day. I appreciate it.
All right, mate. All right.
All right.
Guys, before I can really join with the rest, I need to throw some wood on the fire again.
Yeah, and I have to go to the kitchen for my hamburger.
I need 2 minutes.
Let's. But misschien kan jij even praten, Peter.
Ja.
Of zal ik gewoon een muziekje instarten?
Waar kan ik het eens over hebben? Even kijken. Ik kijk gewoon op...
Kijk even naar de koersen van alle crypto.
Kijk, ja, dat kan ik ook doen.
I'll be back.
Kan ik omroepen. Even kijken. Koersen van crypto. Ja. Niet zo interessant. Nou ja, Bitcoin is weer boven de $90.000. Ethereum boven de 3100. Maar, waar kunnen we het eens over hebben? Ik kan vertellen over Maduro die gekidnapt is. Het hele verhaal over we vallen geen soevereine landen binnen in de beschaafde wereld, dat is ook weer achterhaald. Want vandaag is Venezuela ingenomen door een Nobelprijs voor de Vredewinnares. Die met veel vuurwapengeweld is geïnstalleerd.
Ja, daar ben ik.
Weer.
Ja, vertel.
Nou ja, ik denk dat het belangrijkste nieuws vandaag Maduro zijn capture is.
Ja, hoe gaat het met die petrodollar?
Ja, ik vraag me ook af wat dit met de olieprijs gaat doen. Want ja, Venezuela heeft meer oliereserves dan Saudi-Arabië. Hoewel het wel zo is, geloof ik, dat die olie van Venezuela nogal dik is.
Stroperige bullshit, ja. Oh nee, sorry.
Is niet zo
Daar zaten de dikke dino's zaten daar.
Ja, dat zeggen ze al, dat het van dinosaurussen komt. Maar dat is, het waren natuurlijk maar heel weinig biomassa zat in dinosaurussen. Het zal voornamelijk plantenresten zijn en bomen die geplet zijn.
Ik had met iemand over die daar dan verstand van heeft. Die zei van ja, er wordt altijd gezegd van ja, dat waren enorme beesten. Maar hij zegt van, je moet nagaan, dit is allemaal druk. Hè? Stel een eekhoorntje, die gaat een miljoen jaar geleden dood. En die gaat door de tektonische platen, of tenminste, er komt allemaal gewicht bovenop. Hè?
Ja.
En dus dat fossiel wordt helemaal uitgebreid. Dat zou dan wel eens de omvang van een paard kunnen hebben, weet je wel?
Ja, maar heel dun. Er komt niet meer massa bij.
Nee, maar het is niet botten wat je vindt. Het is restanten daarvan.
Ja, ik denk dat al het vlees ook allemaal opgegeten wordt. Gewoon door microben enzovoort. Nee, het zijn koolwaterstoffen. Dus het zijn verbindingen tussen koolstof en waterstoffen. Dat is typisch iets wat planten doen. Planten die zetten met behulp van zonlicht zetten ze kooldioxide in... En water maken ze koolwaterstoffen en die zitten in die bladeren. Dat is ook waarom hout brandt natuurlijk. En eigenlijk is steenkool is een soort halfproduct. Dat zie je dat is eigenlijk al een soort houtskool. Ja, dat is al dichter bij hout. En dan aardolie zit er nog verder vandaan. Nog meer druk en nog langere tijd waarschijnlijk. Ja, het blijft natuurlijk heel apart dat er in Noorwegen zoveel olie gevonden wordt. Terwijl, ja, daar zou je zeggen, daar groeit heel weinig eigenlijk.
Ja, maar die tektonische platen zijn toch allemaal verschoven?
Ja, dat is natuurlijk wel zo.
Dat is allemaal vanaf de Evenaar daar naartoe komen.
Nou weet ik niet over wat voor tijdspannen dat gaat.
Miljoenen jaren?
Ja. Dus zijn die...
Maar het is nu nog steeds heel bossig daar hoor, in Noorwegen.
Ja, maar ik was daar bijvoorbeeld wel eens bij een kopermijn. In, hoe heet dat nou ook weer, dat plaatsje. En daar hadden ze alle bomen omgehakt om A, het koper te smelten. En B, om stutten te maken voor die mijnschachten. En dat was, die mijn die was al heel lang geleden mee opgehouden. Maar die bomen die waren nog niet teruggekomen. Want die bomen die groeien ontzettend langzaam op die breedtegraad. Dus ja, je hebt er wel een hoop bomen staan. Maar die zijn allemaal heel langzaam gegroeid. Dus als jij
een paar miljoen jaren groeien wel wat boompjes hoor.
Dat wel, ja.
Maar dat is wel raar, want we zijn ook behoorlijk wat gekapt voor al die vikingschepen, hè?
Ja, maar dat is waarschijnlijk in de verhouding ook heel weinig. Vergeleken bij als je het op gaat stoken bijvoorbeeld om koper te smelten, dan moeten er echt hele bossen gekapt worden.
Guys, have you already, sorry to break in, but did we already mention that we're going to switch to the Dutch language or not?
No, I think they already noticed.
So I'm gonna state that I want to thank everybody for watching the Genesis Block anniversary stream. We are going to make our weekly Freedom Radio broadcast this time on Saturday because it is the Genesis Block anniversary. And we're gonna switch to the Dutch language now for this broadcast, I think, because Johan likes that the most.
Yoshi, I think in this case I will leave now because I cannot speak Dutch.
Jonas, thanks for showing up.
It sounds a bit. It is German is a Dutch dialect.
German is a Dutch dialect.
Thanks for showing up, Jonas. Thanks. Sorry for a little bit of a chaotic day. It's I take all the blame.
Yeah, and Yoshi, let's meet the next Community Coins meeting then. And see you guys.
All right, bye. Thank you very
Jonas.
much. Dankeschön.
And so we're going to our regular broadcast that we do every week for the last 13 years. We have been giving away cryptos for at least 10 of them. So that everybody knows that we are changing language here.
Ik denk dat ze het inmiddels wel door hebben hoor. Dus volgens mij ons vaste
je moet het even zeggen, Johan. Je moet even die mensen erbij betrekken. Dat zijn je kijkers.
Ik denk gewoon vaste clubjes van die luisteren. Als ik kijk naar iedereen die...
Ik zie hier dat Luke nog steeds er is en Zwaniga is er nog steeds. En er is ook nog
je weet wie Zwaniga is?
Dat is Jason.
Oh, oké.
Die erbij zat. Dus,
ja. We kunnen in Engels doen dan.
Ja, nou heb ik het gezegd dat we in Nederlands zijn.
Ik dacht gewoon dat het een vast clubje wat luistert.
Nee, we zitten op 6 kijkers. Dat is een stijging van bijna 100%.
Nou goed, dan ga ik even de tune erin gooien.
Maybe last comment in case English viewers are still watching. All highlights are going to be published soon. And those who participated in the stream, I will send the highlight video to you so that you can share it with your community in case you feel like doing that. And all participants, of course, very warm thank you for participating. And to all in a way, let's stay in touch. And we are very approachable. Just send us a message. And if you have a project and you want to talk about it, we stream at least once per week and usually more often.
Yep.
And we are very crypto friendly.
Yeah, we accept crypto as donations.
Ja. And Johan accepts crypto.
Oké, ik ga de opener erin gooien. Dan hoppakee, dan komt u 3, 2, 1 en hartstikke idee.
Nou, ik heb hier ook.
Vrijheidradio.
Ja, dames en heren, jongens en meisjes. Dit is weer een nieuwe aflevering van Vrijheidradio. Leuk dat u luistert. We zitten hier gezellig in Café Libertaria. En dit is de eerste uitzending van dit jaar.
We zijn al even bezig, hè? We zijn al 9 uur onderweg, volgens mij.
Zoiets, ja. En ik zit hier met Yoshi, Peter en mijn naam is Johan. En ja, laten we meteen...
De reden dat wij al 7 uur onderweg zijn, is omdat het vandaag een hele bijzondere dag is. Want het is vandaag 17 jaar geleden dat de eerste blockchain startte. En dat is inderdaad de Genesis blok. Dus die verjaardag hebben wij vandaag met z'n drieën. Peter was er ook bij. Wat ik hartstikke leuk vond en niet verwacht had, Peter. Dus ik hoop dat het volgend jaar weer op zaterdag is. Want Peter had een paar hele goede vragen en daar was ik heel blij mee. En ja, het is toch altijd weer leuk om zo'n jaartje te doen met allerlei gasten. Dus kijk gerust alle hoogtepunten terug op YouTube. Want,
ja, het is heel interessant.
Ja, we hebben leuke gesprekjes gevoerd.
Ja. De toekomst ziet er goed uit.
Ja, ik zou graag eens met een noob als mij erbij, dan is het ook...
Nee, maar dat was juist heel goed.
Stel van die vragen van, wat
Nee,
is
maar
het SPV?
Nee, daar ben ik juist heel erg blij mee dat dat er ook tussen zit. Want anders dan, dan klets je er heel snel overheen. En dan denk je van, oh, dat snapt iedereen wel. Maar jij bent iemand die werkt in de technologie sector, Peter. Dus ja, die stelt de goede vragen, denk ik dan. En voor mensen die in de crypto zitten, ja, die weten wel wat een SPV... Tenminste, niet de gebruikers van crypto, maar de mensen die er echt mee werken, die weten wel wat een SPV-server is. Maar ja, SPV, heel goed dat je het even vroeg toen.
Ja.
Dus, ik ben er heel blij mee dat je er was.
Ja.
En nou hebben we al die gasten achter de rug en ik heb een biertje geopend en ik draai hier nog een pret-sigaret en dan is mijn dag alweer helemaal goed.
Ja. En dan mag jij zo meteen al die prijzen uit gaan reiken.
Godziedank. Ja, maar dat is volgens mij is dat allemaal aan jou, Johan, of niet?
Ik heb geen idee.
Ja, daarom zeg jij elke keer dat we het dit jaar weer gaan doen. Want dan weet hij van, dan krijg ik weer €50. Nee,
het volgens mij ook een tientje gewonnen.
Maak maar een grapje.
Ja. Nee, de gelukkige is, hoe is ze nou? Carfood Scorpio.
Ja.
Maar die zei al van, ik sprak er net, die wil ook gewoon, je mag het dan maar E-guldens doen.
Alles in E-guldens, maar hoeveel heeft hij dan gewonnen?
Volgens mij heeft ze 20 of 30, ik weet niet meer.
Jezus, maar dan ben ik bekend blut, Johan, hoe ken dat nou?
Het gaat nou goed.
Dan moet ik eerst even de E-gulden pumpen naar €1, dan valt het mee.
Ja. Maar we gaan ook weer E-guldens weggeven, en hoeveel wordt het dit keer?
Ja, maar we hebben de afgelopen drie weken voor het eind van de... Ik vind wel dat we er gewoon 10 doen deze keer, want ik heb vandaag al genoeg uitgedeeld.
Ja.
De vorige 2 weken hebben we 100 gedaan, dus we doen het nou weer gewoon eventjes gewoon.
Oh, het is een ziek idee. Ja, we geven 10 e-guldens weg. En hoeveel is dat eigenlijk in eurotjes?
Goh, dat zal ik eens even kijken, want dat heb ik nog helemaal niet gezien. Monument.
Ja.
10 e-guldens is op dit moment 87 eurocent.
Oeh, dat is weer omhoog gegaan.
Ja, het schommelt heel heftig, omdat er zijn iets van...
Kopers en verkopers zijn met elkaar in gevecht.
Ja, net voor het nieuwe jaar werd er bijna 40.000 e-guldens verkocht. Die worden er wel langzaam uitgehandeld, maar...
Gelukkig is de vraag groot genoeg om het weer 20% omhoog te gooien.
Ja, nou, je moet het ook zien dat de bitcoin staat natuurlijk ook een beetje onder druk. Tenminste, ja, onder de 100.000 in ieder geval. Maar dat heeft natuurlijk ook nog zijn invloed, dus...
Ja, maar vorige week was het 20 cent goedkoper. Ja, maar ja, het was iets van 63 cent.
Ja, nou ja, het beweegt heel heftig, want ze werden verkocht voor 50 cent ongeveer. 5 cent, sorry. Ja. Dus ja, we vinden de weg alweer omhoog. Zo'n dump, die komt eens in de zoveel tijd. Dan kan er iemand zijn rekeningen niet betalen. En dan denkt hij van, ik heb nog een paar e-guldens. En dan gooit hij er in 1 dag, om even een beeld te geven. Op het moment is de huidige inflatie of emissie van e-gulden is ongeveer 1 e-gulden per dag. Dus als er iemand 40.000 e-guldens op de markt gooit, dan is dat ongeveer 400 dagen aan mining rewards.
Oké.
Dus
Stichting e-gulden moet de elektriciteit betalen.
Ja, ik denk niet dat Stichting e-gulden is.
Oké.
Want...
Nou, dat is hier wel gewaarschuwd.
Nee, dat niet. Maar ik ben er wat dat betreft blij. We hebben sinds een tijdje, dat kan ik ook nog wel even zeggen, want maakt het uit, we zijn toch al heel de dag aan het kletsen, maar we hebben nou in de e-gulden een nieuw enthousiasteling, of tenminste iemand die zich ermee aan het mengen is.
Die gast van EOS.
Nee, ja, en die... wat moet ik er allemaal over zeggen? Maakt ook niet zo uit.
Hij is enthousiast.
Die focussen allemaal zo erg op de prijs. En dan zeggen ze, de prijs. En dan denk je, joh, weet je wel. Dat wilde ik zeggen. Ik wil eigenlijk niet dat de e-gulden omhoog gaat. Stiekem roep ik elke keer wel, e-gulden moet naar €1. Maar ik heb 8 jaar geleden zo'n grote berg e-guldens verkocht op de top van de markt. En die heb ik ze niet allemaal teruggekocht. Dus Ik wil eigenlijk een lage prijs. En ik wacht gewoon totdat weer eens een keer iemand zijn rekeningen niet kan betalen. En dan hop, snoep ik weer 40.000 e-guldens voor €2000. Nou, je mag het duur vinden of weinig, maar ik vind het zijn geld waard. Want ik heb namelijk ooit 40.000 e-guldens. Daar kreeg ik ongeveer €20.000 voor. Dus als ik die nou voor €2000 kan terugkopen, denk ik, nou, waarom niet?
Ja, dus mensen, je kan zo meteen 10 egels winnen, op de markt gooien, want dan kan Josje ze weer van een prikkie opkopen.
Ja.
Dus hoe gaat het? Ergens in de uitzending verschijnt het rad. En dan kun je uitroepteken Rompol in de chat typen en dan maak je kans op 10 egels. Jongens, en ik heb de hele tijd al last van een kuchje.
Nou.
Meer zuipen, denk ik. We gaan even naar het vaste blokje toe.
Nee, dat is een heel vies grapje.
Ja, een deep throat of zo, ja. We gaan naar de vaste blokje, DXY, goudsolie, noem maar op. DXY die staat op 98,43.
Ik wacht nog steeds totdat hij crasht.
Ja, hij is weer omhoog aan het gaan, dus ja. Ja.
Hij moet volgens mij naar de 80 voordat we echt omhoog gaan.
Oké. Nou ja, goed.
Wat moet je naar de 80?
DXY.
Verkoop al je dollars.
Nou, ja, je zou zeggen dat met de nieuwe petrodollar, met de Venezolaanse olie, dat de dollar wel weer een hart onder de riem krijgt.
Ja, want dat was ook even... Dat schijnt vandaag te zijn gebeurd, Peter. Dat noemde jij even. Ik heb er dus nog niet naar kunnen kijken, want wij waren heel de dag met...
Maduro opgepakt, ja.
Dat hebben we nog
niet.
Ja,
dat hele verhaal van we vallen geen soevereine landen binnen in deze tijd. We hebben een nieuwe world order en die rules-based order en zo. En dat is allemaal... kan weer overboord.
Ja, je hoeft maar weapons of mass destruction te hebben. Olievelden.
Nee, drugs is het tegenwoordig. Drugs is het. Drugstrade.
Ja, dat is ook wel interessant dat de Kaya Kellis zei. Joh. Die zei niet van, nou, dit is schandalig. Je valt niet zo een soeverein land binnen. Die zei, ja, we are monitoring the situation in... The EU is monitoring the situation in Venezuela carefully.
Ik vind die Kaya Kallas ik vind dat echt de belichaming van de EU. Ja, wat dat betreft hebben ze die wel heel goed gekozen. Want die is zo, hoe zeg je dat, onwetend.
Ja, dom en overmoedig.
Wat zei ze nou laatst ook alweer? Van Europa die had Hitler verslagen of zo. Of de Wereldoorlog gewonnen. En die ging compleet over dat China bijvoorbeeld Japan had verslagen. En dat Rusland daar miljoenen mensenlevens heeft opgeofferd in Oekraïne. Die Tweede Wereldoorlog. Nee, dat deed er allemaal niet toe. Het was de EU. De EU had het gedaan.
Ik denk niet dat iemand is die haar speeches zelf schrijft. En dat ze niet voor een intellectueel publiek staat te praten.
Ze zei ook nog van, ja, als we Rusland niet kunnen verslaan, hoe kunnen we dan China verslaan? Dus oké, ik weet niet wat jouw plannen zijn, maar kom maar even back to earth.
Hoe kan het nou zijn dat al die Europeanen... Ja, oké, ik weet het wel, want niemand die erop let. Maar ik heb dus zelf altijd het gevoel gehad van... die mensen vertegenwoordigen mij. Dat is uit mijn naam wordt er dat gezegd. En als dat niet is wat ik denk... dan heb ik daar echt een probleem mee. En dan ga ik daar iets aan doen. Maar er is gewoon zo'n apathische bevolking. Die zitten daar gewoon... Ik weet niet wat ze doen, maar ik snap niet dat er niemand... zoiets heeft van, goh, laten we ons eens gaan organiseren om het anders te proberen. Ik snap het niet, maar goed. Het is wat het is.
Ja, het is logisch, hè, want je kan er heel veel in investeren en met bijna 0% kans op succes. Dus als investering, om daar je tijd in te stoppen, is het niet zo'n geweldige investering.
Nou, ik heb er toch plezier mee. Al 10 jaar. Wat dat betreft. Mijn tijd is wat dat betreft leuk.
Jij hebt een hoop tijd.
Goed. Ik heb wel moeten vluchten. Tijd zijn anders. Ik heb wel moeten vluchten in zekere zin. Want ja, ik kan nog steeds niet helemaal terug. Of kan wel terug, maar dan moet ik mezelf gaan verklaren. En ik sta op dit moment nog steeds te zwak, omdat dat ik denk van nou, dat zal ik eens even doen. Goed, dat is dan een wens die ik heb voor 2026.
Nou,
9 gulden naar de euro, jongens.
We kunnen nog steeds zeggen dat het Mongolen zijn, onze EU-leiders, maar je vraagt je af hoe lang nog.
Binnenkort mag je het nog steeds zeggen, maar dan moet je wel eerst je paspoort geven en dan krijg je daarna een boete.
Ja.
Kaya Kalles en Oen, we zullen jou eens even pakken.
Oelewapper.
Ja.
Dan moet je ze eigenlijk een conspiracy theorist gaan noemen. Dat is dan kijken hoe ze dat oppakken.
Nee, maar eigenlijk moet je dus dat als iemand jou een conspiracy theorist noemt, dan moet je zeggen: jij bent een conspiracy practitionist. Want jij draait erin mee in die conspiracy.
Ja, ze heeft desinformatie verspreid, toch?
Nou ja, al die mensen met hun conspiracy dingen, die betalen allemaal belasting aan een koning die zegt dat hij de gratie van God heeft ontvangen. Nou, dan mag jij mij uitleggen hoe dat niet een samenzwering is. Dan luister ik daar heel graag naar. Maar
laten we nog even naar de olieprijs kijken. Of dat gedoe in Venezuela nog wat gedaan heeft met de prijs.
Het is zaterdag vandaag, Johan.
Ja, Hero, het is 57,32. Dus niet veel gebeurd.
Nee, de markt is dicht. Ja.
Hoe zou dit samenhang hebben met bijvoorbeeld zo'n zilvermarkt die doorbreekt? Dat ze denken, nou moet het wel, want we moeten die olie, want anders dan...
Nee, dat lijkt me eerder dat die olie dan omlaag gaat, want er komt meer olie op de markt.
Ja, maar dit is de petrodollar. Hè. Het hele verhaal was dat ooit was de dollar gekoppeld aan goud. Tot 1971, toen is dat losgelaten door Nixon. En toen is Kissinger naar Saudi-Arabië gegaan. En die heeft gezegd van, hoor eens, we moeten die dollar met iets backen. Als jullie nou je olie afrekenen in dollars, dan is er constante, dan wil iedereen graag dollarreserves aanhouden om die olie te kopen. En in ruil daarvoor geven we jullie bescherming. Dat was ook zo. Saudi-Arabië kreeg dan bescherming. De bescherming is dan tegen het Amerikaanse Color Revolution. Maar nu lijkt het erop, Saudi-Arabië heeft natuurlijk al meer overtures naar die BRICS gemaakt. En nou denk ik dat de Venezolaanse olievoorraden, die groter zijn dan die van Saudi-Arabië. Ik zie hier 304 tegen 298, ik weet niet hoeveel miljoen biljoen barrels. Dan denk ik dat Venezuela nou de basis voor de petrodollar gaat vormen.
Oké.
En het is natuurlijk belangrijk dat, en Trump heeft ook gezegd, ja, we gaan zeker die olie eruit halen uit Venezuela, maar we gaan het ook aan China verkopen. Waarbij China natuurlijk eigenlijk de boodschap krijgt van, hoor eens, dat afrekenen in yuan, dat is afgelopen. Dus jullie kunnen niet je staatsobligaties verkopen meer, want jullie hebben onze staatsobligaties nodig om Venezolaanse olie te kopen. Dat is denk ik wat er toch wel achter zit dan, ja.
Ja.
En een heleboel andere landen want een heleboel landen waren hun dollarreserves aan het afbouwen. En allemaal aan die bilaterale dingen te doen. Van, nou, we rekenen wel op in onze eigen valuta. En dat is dan nu, wordt Venezuela de dominante speler. En, tenminste, dat denken ze nog. Ik weet nog niet of dat gaat lukken ook, want het is natuurlijk een enorm land. En ze doen nou allemaal van, er is weer hoop voor de Venezolanen dat ze bevrijd zijn van die vreselijke dictator. Maar de vraag is, als jij daar nou echt de oliebedrijven naar binnen trekt, dan moeten die zware bewaking hebben waarschijnlijk. En af en toe vliegt er een pijplijn in de fik. Kijk maar eens naar Nigeria, hoe moeilijk het is daar. En die olie in Nigeria, geloof ik, die zit toch offshore ook. Maar zelfs dat lukt niet om dat zeg maar in onontplofte vorm het land uit te krijgen.
Ja, dus het wordt een spannend jaar, dat denk ik wel. En het is wat dat betreft spannend begonnen.
Maar het raar is, de olie zat net in een upswing eigenlijk. Die was een beetje aan het uitbreken. Dus de vraag is of dit hem dan weer omlaag klept.
Oh ja. Ja, maar ze willen die prijs laag houden, omdat anders Rusland te rijk wordt. Want die verkoopt ook een hoop olie.
Dat is ook de bedoeling inderdaad, om Rusland een probleem te geven. Ja, en het zet natuurlijk ook de Chinezen en de Russen een beetje te kijken. Ik las berichten dat er net een delegatie van China was daar in Venezuela. Die had nog maar net de hielen gelicht. En volgens mij, ik hoorde eerst van iemand die zei nee, dat was januari ze geweest zijn. Maar als je het nou aan Grok vraagt, dan zegt Grok inderdaad van 2 januari is er een Chinese delegatie geweest. Dus ze kidnappen Maduro daar gewoon terwijl er een Chinese delegatie is. En de Chinezen hadden gezegd ook van nee, wij staan garant voor jullie verdediging of zo. De Russen ook. En daarna wordt er een beetje lachen gedaan van zie je hoe de top dog is, hè? We stelen gewoon Maduro weg. Terwijl, wat is die garantie uit China nou waard? Helemaal niks. En die garantie uit Rusland is helemaal niks waard. Hè? Maar de vraag is of je hier nou niet een wereldoorlog mee gaat bespoedigen ook. Want nou krijg je iets dat de Chinezen denken van oké, als we het zo gaan spelen, dan kunnen wij ook wel. Want dit is ook onlangs uitgekomen dat de CIA, die heeft die tankers opgeblazen. En dat is, Trump heeft dat ook goedgekeurd. Dus die Russische tankers en die Shadow Fleet tankers, die worden ook aangevallen door de CIA. En nou eigenlijk ga je landen afsterven van olie. Hè? Je gaat India, die importeren al hun olie, die ga je eigenlijk nou afsterven. Want waar gaan die nou een olie vandaan halen? En China en Japan. Dus ja, wat hebben die dan voor keus nog? Anders dan een oorlog beginnen. Hetzelfde als wat er met Japan gebeurde natuurlijk.
Zilver kopen op 100% boven spotprijs.
Ja. Dus ik vraag me af of dit gaat lukken. Want het blijft natuurlijk een late stage empire. En die olie is nog niet uit de grond. Hè. Dus je kan wel een president vervangen. Dat is het makkelijke stuk van. Maar dat wil nog niet zeggen dat jouw oliemaatschappijen daar zonder problemen kunnen opereren. En het moet naar terminals toe, het moet in schepen geladen worden.
Het is ook heel moeilijk om te raffineren, ja.
Ja, nou dat kunnen ze altijd wel ergens anders doen. Raffineren kunnen ze in Amerika ook nog wel, denk ik.
Ja, maar dit is een moeilijk type olie, toch?
Ja, dat is waar,
ja. Dus er moet meer energie in om er iets van te maken.
Ja, het is wel zo dat die raffinaderij, die stonden zo afgesteld, geloof ik, dat ze wel een gedeelte van dit soort olie ook nodig hadden. Dit soort zware olie. En die konden ze dus ook niet overal, dat was al een probleem.
Maar dit is dus zware olie, want dat is in tegenstelling tot Libië, die heeft heel lichte olie, toch? En van Libië, daar zit dan meer joule per liter in.
Ja.
Of niet?
Nou, het is niet alleen de joule per liter, maar die raffinaderijen die staan ingesteld op een bepaalde mix van olie.
Ja.
En dat kan je niet zomaar eventjes anders instellen, geloof ik.
Nee, precies. Nee, want er zit heel veel verschil tussen de verschillende soorten waar die olie is opgepompt. Dat maakt het wel uit. Olie is niet altijd olie.
Ja, je hebt sweet crude, dat is geloof ik Texas en zo. En dan heb je sour crude en
sauerkraut, maar dat doe ik altijd in de aardappelen. Sauerkraut.
Sauerkraut is dat.
Mijn bratwurst in de einde is sauerkraut. Ja. Maar even kijken, ik heb hier nog een goudprijs. Die staat op 4329 en $60 voor een troy ounce.
Nou, we kunnen wel eens even kijken wat Pax Gold doet. Want dat is natuurlijk een crypto goud. Die blijft gewoon doorgaan 24/7. Hoe die hierop reageert.
Hebben ze ook Pax Zilver of niet?
Nee.
Wat is die Pax Gold?
Pax G.
Maar ze hebben heel veel Pax.
4358 is die daar.
Ja, het is met die goud en zilver staan beide heel erg onder druk. En ze hebben dat wel zo weer. Het is dan weer kerst.
Maakt het dezelfde beweging hoor. Oh, wacht even. Nou, nu. Ja, maakt een beetje dezelfde beweging hoor. Ja.
Nee, maar ik bedoel die openingstijden van die beurzen, daar wordt wel zo op ingespeeld, joh. En dan is het weer kerst en dan is het weer nieuwjaar en dan heb je weer een dag gemist. En dan vallen ze dus ineens Venezuela tussendoor in het weekend nog even binnen.
Ja.
Nou, of Nigeria bombarderen ze op tweede kerstdag of wat dat soort dingen.
Ja, ik zie wel dat als je naast elkaar doet, die bewegingen zijn wel iets anders. Die pieken zijn ietsje hoger bij die Pax. Dus die maakt hogere pieken. En, maar
Ten opzichte
van gewoon goud.
Oh ja. Nou, het is natuurlijk vaak zo dat in het weekend is dit het enige wat er te doen valt. En dan,
Ja, en het zal ook te maken hebben, dat ik weet niet precies hoe het werkt, maar dat er gewoon te weinig liquiditeit nog in zit. En stel dat er iemand zegt, nou doe mij maar voor 10 miljoen, dat die dan net even wat verder doorschiet dan wanneer je op een grotere markt...
Ja, en in het weekend kan dat ook niet weggearbitreerd worden.
Ja.
Maar je hebt dan, je hebt natuurlijk deze, dit is gedekt door LBMA, London Bullion Market Association goud. Maar ik geloof dat die goud die je op de Yahoo ziet, dat dan weer COMEX is, van de Chicago Mercantile Exchange.
Ja, oké. Ja.
De futures contract. LBMA is een spotprijs. Ja, het zit allemaal wel bij elkaar in de buurt, maar...
Deze week is het eigenlijk spannender om over zilver te praten, jongens, want die staat echt...
Ja.
Het is als je een beetje wil gokken, naar boven of naar beneden, dan kan je zomaar ineens je geld op een dag verdubbelen. Dus het gaat echt met 5%.
Maar het ging laatst wel 10% op een dag, ja.
10%, 5%, het is echt gigantisch wat het is.
En wat eigenlijk, wat ik jammer vond, is achteraf natuurlijk super voorspelbaar, dat als ze die zilverprijs, die was enorm hoog geschoten. En er zitten natuurlijk partijen enorm short, dat is al heel lang bekend. Dan moeten ze die naar beneden rammen, die zilverprijs. Wanneer doe je dat? Dat doe je precies tussen kerst en oud en nieuw, als iedereen met vakantie is. Want dan heb je het meeste bang voor je buck, dan is het orderboek leeg.
Ja.
Je ramt er ook van die futures in en je duwt gewoon die hele prijs. En dat is precies wat er gebeurde. Er werd gewoon het 10% en daarna nog een keer een dag met 10% omlaag gedouwd.
Dat is volledig voorspellen.
14%.
En ik ben eigenlijk vanaf november, maar ja, niet heel actief, maar ben ik dus wel af en toe eens gaan zoeken van crypto, futures, zilver, weet je wel. Waar kan ik nou met welke crypto dan ook een future contract voor zilver gaan kopen? Want dan wil ik gewoon, een keertje gaan gokken erop. Maar ja, ik heb het niet gedaan, maar...
Nee, je hebt goud inderdaad. En zilver, ja. Zilver is ook hoge opslagkosten. Maar misschien is het er inmiddels wel hoor. Want Tether heeft ook een, of weet je, Bitfinex die Tether uitgeeft. Die hebben ook een goud getetterde ding. Misschien hebben die een zilver versie.
Ja, nou, ik heb het niet kunnen vinden in ieder geval.
Oké.
Ik heb het wel kunnen vinden. Ik heb er eentje gevonden, maar die moest ik doen met het paspoort. Dus ik wil dan ook nog zonder paspoort. Maar vroeger had je onebroker.com en dan kon je dan bitcoins naar overmaken. En dan kon je euro, dollar en goud en zilver en al die markten kon je gewoon als een soort plus 500. Kon je die met elkaar verhandelen. Dat was hartstikke...
Ik zie hier wel de iShare Silver Trust.
Hè? Ja, maar dat is...
In CoinGecko is dat. Maar dat zijn waarschijnlijk dan stocks die je koopt.
Nee, maar ik denk dat CoinGecko gewoon ook dat soort stocks inderdaad trekt.
Ja. Want die Pax Gold die kan je zonder KYC kopen.
Ja.
Maar het is altijd een beetje...
Want dat is gewoon een Ethereum token, denk ik.
Ja.
Ja,
tricky is dat Londen LBMA goud ook een beetje in vraag is, zou ik maar zeggen.
Ja, precies. Nou ja, ik vind... Kijk, ja, dat vind ik dan ook... Dat soort goud zou ik dan weer niet kopen. Ik wil dan leverage goud kopen, snap je? Dus ik wil dan gewoon echt gokken erop. Dat als er dan 1% erbij komt, dat je dan keer 300 gaat, weet je wel. Dat soort dingen.
Ja, ik heb hier een zilverprijs en er staat er wel een contract bij van Metamask.
Mijn zilver wil ik gewoon in de hand.
Ja, dat is natuurlijk wel het veiligste.
Nee, maar ik was op zoek naar leverage. Dus er zijn wel zilver crypto's inderdaad. Die bestaan wel, maar niet met leverage.
Okay.
Maar je kan op de meeste markten kan je leverage aanbrengen door gewoon te lenen. En dan...
ja, maar dan komt er nog wat bij, Peter. Ik ben Joosje uit Liberland, dus ik heb geen paspoort.
Ja, dus je kan op veel exchanges niet terecht.
Nee, maar dat heb ik, zo doe ik het al 10 jaar.
Maar die Pax Gold, die kan je gewoon swappen. Een Ethereum token inderdaad.
Ja.
Maar we hebben hier nog de Bitcoin-prijs. Die staat op 90. Nou, net iets boven de 90.000.
Maar eigenlijk, Peter, heel even, maar dan zou je toch ook een Pax Gold keer 3 gewoon moeten kunnen maken.
Ja.
Dat je een token 3 keer de volatiliteit laat geven? Of?
En je kan je niet lenen bij andere, ja, dan moet je onderpand lenen natuurlijk. Je kan wel crypto als onderpand gebruiken en dan lenen daartegen.
Ja, precies. Ja, want dat is natuurlijk eigenlijk het product. Je verkoopt die lening als derivatenprovider. Want jij pakt die 15% per jaar op dat bedrag.
Ja, want dat is ook het probleem met veel van die 3 keer leverage producten in de gewone markt. Dat die bloeden eigenlijk, hè, omdat jij een lening eronder hebt zitten, moet je daar de rente over.
Tuurlijk, ik vergeet dat ook. Dat was een beetje onhandig.
Dus zelfs als de prijs vlak blijft, dan lekt dat ding langzaam weg. Dus alleen voor hele korte bewegingen is dat handig.
Ja.
Maar je kan niet zeggen, ik laat het een jaar staan en dan pak ik hem op als het omhoog is gegaan.
Ja. Ik hou nog even de Bitcoin Cash open, want die zou misschien door kunnen breken. Dus die gaat door een resistance level heen.
Nee joh, rustig
Misschien.
Nou, er is wel het volgende, kan ik daarover zeggen, als je dit wil melden. In eind november, begin december is er een beursgenoteerd bedrijf in Amerika geweest, wat een financieringsronde heeft gedaan, puur en alleen om Bitcoin Cash te kopen. En die hebben 500 miljoen, volgens mij, 500 miljoen hebben ze opgehaald.
Oké.
Dus 500 was toen de prijs. Of 50 miljoen, wacht even, misschien is 5 miljoen. Maar er waren dus volgens mij was het misschien wel 1 miljoen Bitcoin Cash waar dat om ging.
Okay.
En dat was toen dus, die hadden volgens mij van die obligaties daarvoor verkocht. En die zijn dus verkocht, die obligaties, en dan hebben ze daar Bitcoin Cash mee gekocht.
Ah.
Dus ja, als er dan ineens zoveel uit de markt worden getrokken. In die periode crashte de Bitcoin helemaal. En toen is dus Bitcoin Cash ging toen in ratio van Bitcoin ging die helemaal omhoog en bleef de prijs stabiel. Toen dacht ik koop gauw nog even een wasmachine voor dat Bitcoin Cash, zodat ik ook onderuit ga. Maar dat wordt misschien nog wel een dure wasmachine.
Ja. Maar we gaan nog even naar de LP-agenda, de agenda van de libertaire partij. Wat gaan die allemaal doen? Waar gaan ze borrelen? Nou, ze gaan een ALV'tje doen, algemene ledenvergadering op 9 januari. En dat zal plaatsvinden in... dit is gewoon een LP-borrel, sorry. Ik weet dat er in ieder geval een ALV aankomt, maar ik ging iets te vroeg. Het is gewoon een borrel van de LP in Café Meijers in Arnhem op 9 januari. Dat begint om 5 uur. 10 januari is er een lezing van het Koerberg Instituut. Dat is in het buurthuis in de 3 Kronen. Dat is op 10 januari en dat is in Utrecht. Dan hebben we nog de libertaire vrijmibo op 16 januari. Dat is gewoon op het wereldwijde web. Startpunt is stemlp.nl. Begint om 4:30. En... Wacht even hoor. Wacht even hoor. Ik denk dat ik per ongeluk ergens op geklikt heb. Dat zal het zijn. Hier, deze pagina moet ik hebben. Dit is de buitengewone algemene ledenvergadering. Ik liep iets te snel vooruit. Dat zal plaatsvinden op 17 januari. Van 1 tot 5 in het buurthuis in de 3 Kronen in Utrecht. Ja. En dan hebben we nog een borreltje op dezelfde dag, ook in Utrecht. Maar dan moet je een uur terug in de tijd gaan. Dat is een Metro Kitchen in Utrecht. Een andere locatie. Dat is, maar als je hard genoeg loopt met de snelheid van het licht of zo, dan kun je teruggaan in de tijd, hè?
Nee, dan moet je volgens mij nog sneller dan het licht gaan, of niet?
Ja, ik weet niet. Nee, maar geluidssnelheid. Maar dan ging je 3 seconden teruglopen.
Nee, geluid niet, met licht.
Okay.
Maar als je sneller beweegt dan het licht, dan...
Ja, maar nu in de tegengestelde richting van de aarde, geloof ik. Maar ja, dat gaat je toch niet lukken. Maar de LP'ers zijn slim genoeg om daar iets op te verzinnen. Dus misschien kunnen ze het tijdstip ook nog aanpassen. Maar in ieder geval LP, die hebben dan een nieuwjaarsborrel ook in Utrecht. En dat is een andere locatie. Dat is in Metro City Kitchen. Dat is bij het station. We hebben nog een LP-borrel in Noord-Holland, Amsterdam. En dat is in Café Blokker. Dat is op 29 januari van 5 tot 10. En dan hebben we nog een borreltje in Noord-Brabant. Eindhoven in Grand Café Centraal. Dat is op 30 januari van 7 tot 10:30. Nou, zal ik deze dan nog even doen? Zuid-Holland hebben we ook nog een borreltje in Den Haag. Dat is op 7 februari. En nou ja, goed, tegen die tijd gaan we het er wel weer over hebben.
Ja. Ik vind dit altijd zo confronterend, jongens. Hier zo'n hele berg met van die bierdopjes. Denk ik nou.
Hoe is dat nou weer gebeurd, vind je dan?
Oh, dat is zo erg. Hier, dat zijn... Hier.
Oh, ik heb mijn kurkverzameling nog niet gezien.
E-guldens opgedronken.
Ja, nee, dat vind ik niet erg. Die smaken heerlijk, maar denk ik moet wat te doen hebben, want zoveel dorst kan ik toch niet hebben, denk ik dat. Dat kan toch niet anders.
Ja, vanaf een periode van hoe lang je dat allemaal opgezopen hebt. Of dat is allemaal vanavond?
Ik ben, nee, het is niet allemaal vandaag, het is ook van gisteren. Maar ik ben pas om 6 uur begonnen met onze Mr. Vrije.
Okay.
Maar ik heb bijna niet gegeten vandaag, dus ik hoop niet dat die al te hard inslaat. Want eigenlijk is dit mijn mededeling dat het wel al te hard inslaat. Maar dat geeft niks. Ik zit er nog wel even bij. Alleen als ik begin te schreeuwen, dan moet op een gegeven moment jullie ingrijpen, jongens.
Ja. We hebben hier nog wat berichtjes. Deze kwam van jou, Peter. Harvard's War on White People, Communist, Cultural Hegemony in Full Swing.
Ja, het is iets wat nooit zoveel aandacht krijgt. Tenminste bij ons in ieder geval. Sommige mensen die hebben het er altijd over. Maar ik denk misschien ook wel handig om een keer onder de aandacht te brengen. Harvard is een soort war on white people bezig. Er is ook iemand vertrokken daar en die zegt ik kreeg gewoon te horen, dit geweldige talent mag je niet aannemen, want we gaan niet een white people aannemen, een witte aannemen. En je ziet allemaal artikelen eronder ook. When is it okay to kill whites? University of Georgia. TA's white supremacy causes black citizens to cause anti-Asian. Ik kan het niet zo snel lezen allemaal, maar het is allemaal vrij erge dingen over. Alle witten moeten worden uitgeroeid en allemaal worden doodgemaakt. Dingen die je echt over geen enkel ras kan zeggen. En je krijgt dus ook geen positie meer op een universiteit. Dus,
nou heb ik wel eventjes... niet helemaal, maar het zal namelijk niet eventjes duren. Maar het punt is natuurlijk dat ze het kolonialistische gedachtegoed toeschrijven aan de witte mensen van vandaag.
Mm-hmm.
En dat is een beetje het punt. Maar dat er niet wordt geleverd. Kijk, in zekere zin
die schreven natuurlijk ook van alles toe aan de Joden. En het is natuurlijk een beetje raar als je...
En dat was ook terecht. Dat was ook terecht, toch? Want die Joden die hadden toch alle banken?
Ja.
Nee.
Maar dan is het
om er goed in, maar...
Om voor uitroeien van een ras te pleiten, dat is natuurlijk wel...
Ja, precies. Nee, maar dat is inderdaad zo.
Ja, maar er is een verschil tussen van de Joden die hadden alle banken. Maar ik bedoel, ze zijn gewoon goed in een bepaald vak. Daarom zitten ze daar. Ik bedoel, ja. Net als je ziet ook niet heel veel blanken en Chinezen in de basketbal zitten.
Nee, je ziet ook, bij Joden was het natuurlijk ook zo dat ze vaak uitgesloten waren van bepaalde beroepen die toen als belangrijk golden. Maar dan moesten ze een toevlucht zoeken tot diamantair en edelsmid en advocaat. En
entertainment.
Dat zijn er ook de vrije beroepen, werden dat genoemd. Vrije beroepen betekent dat er vrij voor iedereen om toe te treden. En dat zijn nou juist de meest welvarende beroepen geworden.
Abolish.
Gezien daarvan, dat maakt gewoon allemaal niks uit. Ik geloof dat bijvoorbeeld de Atlantic Slave Trade, die staat niet eens in de top 10 van slave trades die er in de geschiedenis hebben plaatsgevonden. En als je dat aan de mensen vraagt, dan staat hij bovenaan voor de meeste mensen. Van, dat was de topschande wat er ooit op deze aardbol heeft plaatsgevonden.
Ja.
En bijvoorbeeld een kill all white people professor has still not been fired. Dat is gewoon geen enkel, dat kan je gewoon zeggen allemaal. Vind ik zorgwekkend, laat ik het zo zeggen. Gezien de geschiedenis denk ik van ja, je kan wel zeggen van het zijn een paar rare academici en zo, maar hier is te weinig weerstand tegen.
Ja. Ja, en dan hebben we nog een berichtje. En ik was ik heb nog niet voorbereid. Even kijken hoor, waar is dit?
Goed verdienen gaat dit berichtje.
Hartstikke idee.
Kleine titel. En 2 zussen die maken $774,000 per jaar babysitting each other's kids. On the taxpayer dime in Washington. En er zijn 2 zusters, die hebben elk 4 kinderen en die passen dan op elkaars kinderen. Dan geldt het als een daycare provider, zijn ze dan. Ze hebben zichzelf opgetekend als daycare provider. En dan claimen ze de andere zus als cliënt. En dan krijg je $33 per uur per kind betaald.
Oké.
En dat betekent...
Is dat een soort subsidie of zo?
Ja. Ik denk dat je dan wel van een underprivileged groep moet zijn, want anders moet je daycare gewoon zelf betalen volgens mij. En dat is vrij duur. En ja, $387,000 iets vangen ze daarvoor. Dan vraag ik me wel af inderdaad, als je dat binnenkrijgt, dan moet je dat in het bedrijf laten zitten. Want als je dat gaat uitkeren, dan ben je weer te rijk om daar subsidie voor te krijgen. Maar misschien zit er altijd wel subsidie op hoor. 33 per uur, want als je dan je kinderen op wil laten passen voor 50 uur in de week of zo. Als je 40 uur werkt en wat commute tijd erbij, dan is het 50 keer 4, 200 uur per maand, is 200 keer 33, is 6600 per maand. Dat is voor een kind. Dus dat is, ja, ik vraag me af of ouders dat betalen. Lijkt me haast niet.
Dan heb ik hier iets, ik weet niet wat het is, een uitbarsting van een vulkaan of zo? Of is er worden gebombardeerd? Of,
Venezuela is dat denk ik.
Oh, dat zou Venezuela zijn dan?
Ja. Breaking. The Trump administration has begun an illegal bombing campaign in Caracas, Venezuela, striking various parts of the city. En inmiddels weten we dus dat Maduro per schip onderweg is met zijn vrouw naar Amerika. Ja, ze hebben natuurlijk wel, het is wel goed uitgevoerd allemaal, dat ze dat militair gesproken.
Hoeveel onschuldige burgers zijn er omgekomen?
Ja, dat is natuurlijk niet genoemd. Maar de bevolking staat te juichen in de straat.
Oké.
Nou, daar kan ik me best voorstellen hoor, dat het socialisme is natuurlijk ellende, je komt er bijna niet vanaf. Je kan je naar binnen stemmen, maar naar buiten schieten is het altijd socialisme. En ondertussen heeft Mamdani, de burgemeester van New York, is ingezworen. En die heeft gezegd dat het ruwe individualisme vervangen gaat worden door warm collectivisme.
Oh jee. New York wordt binnen over 20 jaar ook weer gebombardeerd.
Ja, misschien kan Maduro een sidekick van zijn Mamdani worden dan of zo. Maar ja, ik denk dat er ook binnen zo'n samenleving, als je natuurlijk die scholen in de handen hebt en de media, dat er nog een heel groot gedeelte van de samenleving een keiharde Maduro-aanhanger is ook. Of in ieder geval een socialistische kijk op de zaak heeft. Dus, ja, ik vraag me af of je dat toppoppetje vervangen, of dat zomaar werkt. Maar dat lijkt me hoe dan ook heel lastig om die olie eruit te trekken uit zo'n land. Want je hebt maar een klein gedeelte nodig van de harde Maduro-aanhangers, of socialisten, of mensen die een hekel hebben aan Amerika. En die blazen een pijplijn op. En, ja, dat lijkt me lastig te beveiligen.
Ik zou me ook niet verbazen dat er dan mensen zeggen, ja nee, maar met Chavez was het wel allemaal goed. Dus we moeten eigenlijk weer terug naar Chavez.
Ja, die is dood, dus dat gaat niet meer.
Nee, maar dan wil ze die zijn manier dan weer...
Ja, wat je nou dus ook krijgt, is dat de zoon van de Shah van Perzië, die loopt zich warm op. De kleinzoon inmiddels geloof ik al. Om Iran over te nemen, want Iran zijn ook een heleboel protesten weer opgeleid. Dus ik geloof dat de CIA druk bezig is om overal regimes te vervangen. En ik moet zeggen, als Iran omgooien, dan wordt het wel een beetje eng voor Rusland en China, kan ik me zo voorstellen. Want Syrië is al weg, Iran is weg, Venezuela is weg.
Mijn voorspelling is dat ze ook wel een Zelensky kunnen vinden in Iran.
Ja, dat is ongetwijfeld. Terwijl Zelensky natuurlijk lang voorbereid was. Hè? Die heeft de hele comedie, de hele televisieserie waarin hij per ongeluk president werd. Dat is natuurlijk te lange voorbereiding gehad.
Alleen in Iran denk ik niet dat hij op film staat terwijl dat hij piano speelt met zijn piemel.
Nee.
Dat denk ik niet. Maar
hij heeft ongetwijfeld piano gespeeld met zijn piemel.
Maar karaktertrekjes, hij kan het wel, weet je wel, maar dan mag niet gefilmd worden.
Ja.
Er zijn geheime filmpjes van om onder druk te zetten.
Ja.
Als je het dan toch filmt, dan...
De piano files is dat, maar die zijn allemaal weggeredacteerd. Dat was trouwens ook, hebben we dat behandeld of niet? Dat die hele Epstein-files gewoon inzichtelijk waren als je die tekst selecteerde. Hebben we dat dan besproken hier of niet?
Nee.
Ja,
er is een hele nieuwe lichting Epstein-files ook rond de kerst uitgekomen.
Ik heb wel gehoord, ja.
Maar dat bleek, die waren helemaal zwart gemaakt. Maar als je dan over die zwarte tekst, als je die zwarte tekst selecteerde, dan selecteerde je gewoon de tekst die eronder stond.
Ja, dus als je dan weer paste in Word, dan kan je het lezen.
Ja, precies. Dus
maar ik denk dat
er een AI-tool voor gebruiken of zoiets. Maar in ieder geval die hele teksten, alles staat er gewoon.
Ja, en er waren sommige mensen die zeiden van... we hebben natuurlijk de cheap S-versie van Acrobat gekocht. Maar daarop zeiden ze bij de No Agenda Show zeiden ze van... nee, zo werkt het niet. De overheid koopt altijd de allerduurste versie overal van. En zij verwachten dat het geen toeval, dat het niet een foutje was.
Nee, dat is niet zo.
Want het is ook zo dat toen ik dat hoorde, denk ik, nou komt er de grootste shit boven water zetten. Wat er weggerelateerd is het meest interessant natuurlijk. Maar je hebt er niks over gehoord, wat er dan allemaal onder stond eigenlijk. Dus het kan zijn dat ze er nog niet doorheen gespit zijn, maar ik denk dat er mensen fanatisch aan het zoeken zijn gegaan van, hoe ga ik dan onder redacten?
Ik heb dus, want daarom zeg ik het nou, ik heb wel van mensen te horen gekregen dat er dus inderdaad, je kon dan dus bijvoorbeeld, kon je die tekst nog steeds niet op Trump zoeken, maar als je dan Trump met een spatie invoerde, dan kwamen er 650 resultaten naar boven.
Maar ook daarvan heb ik niet echt iets gehoord van nou, dat is wereldschokkend of zo.
Nee, ja, maar sowieso, iedereen weet toch al lang wat er in die Epstein-file staat. Het is sowieso niet wereldschokkend. Alleen, dat het zo'n grote fuck-up is, dat was het wereldschokkende. Dat je dus, weet ik veel, hoeveel 1000 man ambtenaren, en dan moet je...
Ik denk dat het geen fuck-up was. Dat het gewoon... Er zitten lui, die zitten nou als gekken zitten ze hun tijd te verdoen om er doorheen te zoeken. Dat lijkt me typisch iets Trump-achtig.
Nee, maar wacht even. Want die Trump, die is zo oud... Die weet echt niet of dat wel of niet doorschijnt, die zwarte tekst. Die zit gewoon voor de camera zo, hey.
Nee, maar Trump doet dat redacteren niet. Maar het is wel typisch zo'n Trump-truc. Want hij heeft dat nog vaker gedaan. Van, ik heb groot nieuws en de hele pers bij elkaar. En dan komt de hele pers bij elkaar. En dan zegt hij, ik ben de geweldigste president ooit of zoiets. Dat is dan het nieuws. En dan verwachten ze allemaal een of ander bericht over de invasie. Dus ik denk dit vind ik typisch een Trump-ding. Zeker om... En wat hij ook nog kan doen, is dat die lijnen als gekken aan het zoeken slaan. Hè? Want wat er gebeurt is, als je die files zomaar dumpt, dan kijkt niemand ernaar. Maar als jij ze dumpt en ze probeert geheim te houden, dingen, en weggeredacteerd en zo, dan wordt iedereen ineens nieuwsgierig. Wat staat eronder? En dan krijgt het media aandacht. En ook bij de democratische media. En dan krijg je dat de volgende lichting doet hij hetzelfde. En dan gaan ze unredacten. En dan staat er alles in over Biden, over Clinton, over het echte materiaal van de video's of zo. Of de echte vreselijke dingen. En dan moeten ze opeens weer hun bek gaan houden. Terwijl ze eerst helemaal opgeklopt hadden, moeten ze dan opeens weer hun bek gaan houden. Dat is volgens mij,
Ik was net op X een paar wappie-hunters aan het uitnodigen om deel te nemen aan Vrijheidradio voor deze week. Want ik heb weer beet met een of andere, ik weet niet precies. Ik zal wel te veel gezegd hebben op X, maar happen weer een paar mensen. Maar ik ben blij ik hoop dat die net hebben gehoord wat jij zegt, want ik vind het een leuke theorie. En ik snap hem inmiddels ook wel, maar ze noemen mij namelijk een wappie. Maar dit is wel de ultieme wappie van de week, was dit.
Ja, dit is niet slecht. Dit is een soort 4D chess eigenlijk. Hè? Want als je er aandacht voor wil krijgen in de democratische media, want zij kunnen alles doodzwijgen. Want ik weet niet of je dat gezien hebt over dat Minnesota-schandaal. Dat heeft 100 miljoen views op YouTube, dat filmpje. En in de officiële media is er helemaal niks over gezegd. Alle grote kranten hebben het helemaal doodgezwegen. De Minnesota Daily die opende met, er gaat sneeuw vallen. Een grote poster dat er sneeuw ging vallen. Dus ze kunnen absoluut alles doodzwijgen. Dus je moet ze uit hun tent lokken door ze eerst het idee te geven dat ze wat hebben. Dat ze wat te pakken hebben. En dan pas, als zij er aandacht aan gaan geven, dan geef je ze de doodsteek, zeg maar. En dan moeten ze opeens weer terugtrekken. En er niks over zeggen. Het is in verlegenheid brengen eigenlijk.
Maar we hebben hier nog een berichtje over Mamdani.
The warmth of collectivism.
Ja, iemand die zegt daar wat over. Een
dat heb ik gedeeld, want er was die Hitlergroet die deed, die ook nergens benoemd werd.
Ja.
Die uiteindelijk Trump heeft, of nee, Musk heeft hem ook gedeeld.
Ja.
Maar
ik vond het niet zo...
Nee, ik moet erbij zeggen, het was niet zo'n overtuigende Hitlergroet als hij deed. Maakt niet uit.
Hij deed zo, met een kus, en deed hij zo, zeg maar. Dat vond ik
ik dacht dat hij zo deed.
Dat zou weer niet doen.
I will give you my heart.
Hij deed met de linkerhand.
I give you my heart.
En hij was ook een beetje verkeerd afgesneden. Het was een beetje suggestief allemaal. Ik vond het niet zo'n geweldig voorbeeld ervan. Er zijn wel betere voorbeelden van te vinden. Maar ik vond het mooi hier dat Kirill Dimitrov, de CEO of Russia's Sovereign Wealth Fund, is dunking on Mamdani. Dus die zegt, Dear Comrade Mamdani, just a friendly reminder that this has been tried before. Mamdani zegt, we will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. Dat is toch een wereld op zijn kop weer, dat de Russische regeringsfunctionaris zegt van collectivisme, dat hebben we al eens geprobeerd, dat moet je niet doen.
Ik zou het wel mooi vinden als hij dan zegt, we doen geen Pride meer, want dat vind ik te individualistisch. Pride is een individuele dingen.
Ja, maar het is een collectief van homo's, hè, trots.
En hij reageert hier ook op, dus diegene zegt, even a top Putin ally Kirill Dimitrov, who is CEO bla bla, is dunking on Zoran Mamdani. Dan komt die Dimitrov, die reageert erop, not dunking, just observing. Comrade Mamdani is doing a solid job steering the US towards communism. The EU and UK are already there, which leaves Russia as the bastion not only of traditional values, but of capitalism. In this Biden-esque leftist woke world. Dus het is een wereld op zijn kop wel allemaal. Het is ongelooflijk.
Ik wil nog toevoegen, jouw trots is iemand anders zijn schaamte, snap je? Dat kun je niet als collectief, moet je dat gewoon vlak houden allemaal.
Bedoel je, jouw trots is iemand anders zijn schaamte?
Nou, je bent een collectief, dus je kan nergens trots op zijn, want jouw trots kan iemand anders zijn schaamte zijn. Dus dat is een te extreme...
Ja, maar hij zegt nergens dat hij er trots op is, toch?
Nee. Maar
omdat ik het net over die Pride had. Ik zei net, dan moet hij de Pride afschaffen. Maar omdat iemand anders trots is, iemand anders zijn schaamte.
Ja, ik zei het over de grap van dat is een collectief van homo's. Dus het is wel collectivistisch.
Ja, precies, maar dat gaat dan weer in tegen zijn islamitische waardes.
Ja, maar het zijn niet individuen, het is een collectief bij elkaar.
Nee, het is geen collectief bij elkaar, want zij plaatsen zich als minderheidsgroep buiten het collectief. Snap je? Dus het is geen collectief. Nee, je bent gewoon een minderheidsgroep en je maakt deel uit van het collectief. Er is geen trots meer, want jouw trots is iemand anders zijn schaamte en wij zijn allemaal gelijk, dus dat doen we niet meer aan.
Ja, maar dit wordt natuurlijk gebruikt om het grote collectief mee te pesten. Ja, goed,
Toch heb je bij al die collectivistische maatschappijen altijd struggle sessions, waarbij de dwaler voorgeleid wordt en met rotte tomaten bekogeld wordt door de groep om te zeggen dat hij er zo helemaal naast zat en dat hij er enorm spijt van heeft van zijn barbaarse uitspraken. En dat hij betaald werd door de CIA meestal.
Nou, maar volgens mij was heeft dit mee te maken met Karl Marx. Die wilde een aantal, gewoon de tradities zoals die waren, zeg maar. Christelijke tradities wilde die doorbreken. Dat is onder andere het huwelijk. Dat was een doorn in het oog. Nationale trots. Er waren nog meer van die dingen. En daarom doen de Marxisten, die komen dus met dit soort dingen. Zoals de gay pride en zo. Het kan hen echt niet schelen dat de homo's trots op zijn op hun manier van neuken. Maar het is om de christelijke tradities mee te dwarsbomen, zeg maar.
Ja.
Dus dat is de bedoeling erachter.
Ja, oké. Dus
als we de moslims meestal niet zo...
Als het maar genoeg provoceert, dan zijn we als collectief geprovoceerd en dan mag het weer wel.
Ja, maar ze willen de christelijke waarden, normen en waarden willen ze, Marx had daar niks mee. Dus ja, dat moet dan gedwarsboomd worden, zeg maar.
Ja, sowieso, het christendom wordt gezien als een concurrerende religie, denk ik. In een monotheïstische staat moet iedereen communist zijn en niet religieus. Dat is een...
Ja, nu halen ze allemaal moslims binnen, maar dat is dan ook maar, hoe noem je dat, useful idiots in hun ogen. Dus die pakken ze later wel weer. Dus,
Ja, en daar vraag ik me vanaf. Dit wordt al heel lang voorspeld dat de linkse kerk gesplitst gaat worden tussen zeg maar, de LGBT, de Joden en de moslims. Dat niet bij elkaar kan in een neutronenbom zetten.
Ja, maar in de volgende episode gaan ze daar wel mee afrekenen, weet je wel.
Ja, maar wie gaat er met wie afrekenen?
Wij misschien. Want die Marxisten hebben helemaal niks met religie. Dus wat er overblijft gaat tegen de muur.
Als jij nou moet voorspellen wie dat gaat winnen. Marxisten, denk je dan?
Degene die inderdaad de wapens hebben. Nou, gewoon de macht hebben. Maar die machthebber die heeft wel de middelen om de groepen te onderdrukken en tegen
ja, maar dat is altijd de vraag, wie kan die macht grijpen? En dat is... Kijk, ik denk dat ze allemaal een beetje toneel spelen, hè? Van, wij tolereren die andere groepen zolang we nog bezig zijn de macht te veroveren. Als we dan de macht hebben, dan dumpen we die andere twee groepen. Maar dat denken ze natuurlijk allemaal. Daarvan durf ik nog niet te zeggen wie dat gaat winnen. Ik kan me haast niet voorstellen, Marxisten, dat die dat gaan winnen. Ik denk eerder, als ik mijn geld ergens op moet zetten, op moslims zou dat zijn. LGBTQ, die gaan eraan. Dat bijna zeker dat die het niet redden hierin.
Maar de Somalische ambassadeur bij de VN is een directeur van een kinderopvangbedrijf in Ohio.
Ja.
Je verzint het niet.
Ja. Dus die hele kinderopvangbusiness, het is niet alleen kinderopvang. Het is natuurlijk die corruptie wat ik net die twee zussen vertelde en zeg maar die regeltjes een beetje uit te melken. Dat is niet iets wat nou alleen bij kinderopvang zit, want die Shirley die ging ook bij zorginstellingen langs, die gewoon helemaal niet bestonden. Gewoon hele gebouwen met naambordjes van zorginstellingen waar gewoon geen enkele zorg te krijgen was. Dus dat subsidie opsponsen, dat is daar rampant en hij zet daar de camera op en dan kon naar buiten doen. Maar je weet natuurlijk zeker dat het bij het militaire industriële complex ook gewoon allemaal zo is. En dat het bij de pharma ook zo gaat. Dat het bij alle takken die aan de overheid gelieerd zijn en subsidie vangen, werkt dit allemaal hetzelfde. Er zitten overal lakse regeltjes die gewoon helemaal... Dus er is een enorm bak aan belastinggeld die gewoon aan fraude weggaat. En je ziet wat er gebeurde. Elon Musk die probeerde dat een beetje de deksel op te lichten. Maar dan komt er gelijk een agressie naar buiten van die mensen die denken van mijn god, wat gaat er nou gebeuren? Dan ben ik mijn bol van inkomsten kwijt. Mijn luxe leventje, dat gaat even niet gebeuren. Dus er komt een enorme agressie. Maar dat zelfs de VN-ambassadeur van Somalië, die zit daar gewoon zo'n blauwe stoel in de VN. En die heeft gewoon een kinderdagvlieg gerund voor 5 jaar of zo.
Ja, maar hoe moet die vent anders aan geld komen om zijn personeel te betalen dan? Dat is toch, Somalië heeft helemaal niks.
Ja.
Dus Dan zegt Amerika, weet je wat, Somalië, dan komen er een paar, en Nederland ook, kom maar met een paar Somaliërs hierheen. Wie weet wat er allemaal in Somalië te halen is aan dingen. Dan zeggen ze, dan geven we jou 20 van die baantjes voor de VN. En dan kun je dat geld weer in Somalië steken. Nou, en dan hebben we...
Wat ook het geval is, denk ik, dat ja, zij runnen niet alleen op die regeltjes, die scams, maar ze hebben ook de politiek voldoende in hun macht om te zorgen dat er nooit klachten doorkomen, dat er nooit iets naar buiten lekt in de media, dat de politici, de rechters, dat hebben ze ook allemaal in hun hand.
Als ik die Somaliërs was, zou ik gewoon zeggen, ik heb geen van die kinderen heb ik ooit ingeschreven. Ik zou niet weten wie al dat geld van die kinderbijslag daarvoor ontvangt, of weet ik veel, child support. Want wij krijgen alleen maar geld van de overheid, dus er is iemand anders die fraude pleegt, dat ze een kind aangeven die bij ons zou zijn.
Ja, maar zij hebben gewoon die administratie ingevuld van wij hebben 100 kinderen. En daar vragen we zo subsidie voor aan. Dus ja, dat kan je moeilijk ontkennen daarna. Behalve dan dat er één Somaliër, ik weet niet wie dat gezien had, die nog een persconferentie.
Die had wel 100 kinderen.
Nee, dat al zijn documentatie gestolen was. Dat was bij hem ingebroken. En ze waren er met alle documentatie vandoor. Dat is echt... De hond heeft mijn huiswerk opgereten oplossingen.
Ja.
En die inbraak, dat was ook nog zo. Van, als je van die foto keek, dat was van buiten naar binnen ingebroken. Zo. Nee, van binnen naar buiten. Van binnen, het glas aan de verkeerde kant van de deur lag. Ja.
Ik heb hier een filmpje, daar hadden we het volgens mij eerder over. Iemand die de Hitlergroet doet.
Ik dacht dat het daar net over ging.
Nee, dat is een andere.
Ik dacht dat ik dat gedeeld had. Ja, ik had die Hitlergroet van die...
Mandani, ja. In ieder geval iets om de komende jaren weer over te praten.
Dat is ook de vraag hoe het gaat lopen met zo'n Mandami in New York. Wordt dat nou... Ik denk dat hij de soep niet zo heet kan opdienen als die gegeten wordt. Dat hij daar niet collectivistische... Nou ja, gaat hij bijvoorbeeld... Kijk, hij wil dan supermarkten doen. Maar ook als hij dat doet, is het nog niet erg. Als er maar de gewone supermarkten blijven bestaan. Als je alleen
maar die jaagt hij wel weg hoor. Die jaagt hij wel weg met zijn beleid.
Ja, maar dan is het een beetje de vraag. Als hij dat doet, dan gaat hij door de mand vallen. Want die staatssupermarkten, die zijn natuurlijk bagger.
Ja.
Volgens mij was dit verhaal van die congreslid uit New York, wat toen een tijdje in de gevangenis heeft gezeten en voor de tweede keer weer terugkwam bij Tucker Carlson. Ik weet niet of je dat ook gezien hebt, maar die zei dus dat er in die gevangenis zijn er allemaal van die winkeltjes, staatswinkeltjes zijn dat. Dus want die gevangenis duur. En nee, maar dat niet alleen, maar die verkopen dus maar één merk. En die kopen dus alleen maar in bij één bepaalde handel. En dat was dan gerelateerd aan de Bush-familie. Dus als jij in de gevangenis zit in de Verenigde Staten en je gebruikt iets anders dan wat ze je aanbieden, dan is alles wat er in dat winkeltje ligt allemaal van dezelfde tent. En die betaal je super hoge prijs, want je zit in de gevangenis, dus je moet gewoon betalen wat ze ervoor vragen. En ja, nou... Dat verhaal zit er volgens mij een beetje achter. Want wie gaat dan die spullen leveren voor die staatssupermarkt?
Want dat betreft is het natuurlijk zoiets dat steeds meer samenleving op een gevangenis begint te lijken. Dus het is, en dat wordt ook al, je hebt er van die memes van we're totally safe, we don't have any firearms, we are always safe and protected, and constantly cameras everywhere, en dan zie je ze in de gevangenis zitten. Dat is een beetje, dat is een grapje, maar het lijkt wel inderdaad of ze een gevangenis willen. Want in de gevangenis heb je dus ook alleen maar een staatswinkel. En dat is nou wat Mandami in New York gaat regelen, die staatswinkel. Als je nog een exit tax hebt, dan zit je ook in de enige gevangenis eigenlijk, dat je er niet uit mag.
Goeie vergelijking, Peter. Ik ben blij dat ik nog wakker ben.
Je bent ook allemaal gelijk in een gevangenis. Hè? Iedereen is gelijk. En Behalve de beheersers natuurlijk.
Ook een collectief.
Ja, wel van die alfa-aapjes die onder de tatoeages zitten. Hè?
Maar je hebt dan wel bewaarders en gevangenen. Dus dat is wel een spannend spelletje waar je nog kan spelen.
Ja, maar je hebt ook al die gangs, hè, die gangs binnen de gevangenis. En die alfa-aapjes daar die onder de tatoeages zitten en heel breed zitten en de hele dag zitten te pumpen. Daar moet je wel voor bukken in de douche.
Alleen als je de zeep laat vallen, Johan.
Nee, ook niet alleen als je de zeep laat vallen.
Nee, maar anders dan gooien ze hem voor jou al op de grond. Maar,
ja, precies. Ga jij maar bukken.
Oeps, nou laat ik de zeep vallen. Dat is even vervelend.
Ja, wat ga jij eraan doen?
Ja.
Ja, ik heb hier nog een bericht.
Dan moet je, als ik zeg, de gevangenis lijkt op een communistische samenleving, omdat iedereen gelijk is, dan moet je zeggen, ja, maar de gevangenis is niet iedereen gelijk. Ja, en de communistische samenleving ook niet. Maar het verhaal is wel dat iedereen zogenaamd gelijk is. Natuurlijk heb je in een communistische samenleving ook heersers en onderdanen. Maar alles is eigendom van de heersers. En dat is in de gevangenis ook zo. Maar ik kan die meme wel eens opzoeken, maar ze hadden een aantal van die vergelijkingen van dat is eigenlijk precies wat je wil, is een gun control, geen geld meer, en dan overal security, en eigenlijk precies een gevangenis wat je wilt met...
Ik heb door dit gesprek nou wel 2 redenen gevonden om voortaan douchegel te kopen in plaats van zeep.
Ja, dat is nou net iets wat de gevangeniswinkel niet heeft. Die heeft alleen zeep.
Ja, precies. Ja. Nee, die hebben we niet. Die douchegel. Jawel, die kost €50 per fles, die douchegel.
Hier, dit is daar gezien. Prison, the ideal leftist society. No need to work. Free housing, free healthcare, free food. Free education, free utilities. Everything is...
Sounds like Obamacare.
Everyone is treated equally. Everyone is economically equal. A diverse population filled with ethnic minorities. Only the law enforcement officials have guns. Ja, dat is inderdaad gewoon een
Obamacare.
Een leftist society dit.
Ja. Hey, maar ik heb hier CBS heeft een nieuwe nieuwsanger. Daar gaan we even naar luisteren. Daar komt hij. Hij gaat nu in.
On too many stories, the press has missed the story because we've taken into account the perspective of advocates and not the average American. Or we put too much weight in the analysis of academics or elites and not enough on you. And I know this because at certain points, I have been you. I have felt this way too. I felt like what I was seeing and hearing on the news didn't reflect what I was seeing and hearing in my own life, and that the most urgent questions simply weren't being asked. So here's my promise to you, today and every time you see me in this chair. You come first, not advertisers, not politicians, not corporate interests. And yes, that does include the corporate owners of CBS. I report for you. On too many stories, the press has missed the story. Because we've taken into account...
Het allemaal welletjes zo. Ik heb geen idee wat hij gezegd heeft, want ik kan het niet horen, maar...
eigenlijk bood hij zijn verontschuldigingen aan voor... Ja, dat ze te veel aandacht hebben besteed aan... wat noemde hij dat? Advertisers. Hij zegt... Hij maakt een belofte aan de viewers. Er is een nieuwe anchor trouwens. Ze hebben een nieuwe event neergezet. En die belofte is, you come first. Not advertisers, not politicians, not corporate interests. From now on, what you see and hear on the news will reflect what you see and hear in your own life. We will ask the questions that weren't being asked before. And we will work every day to earn your trust back. Dus
ja, het lijkt wel een politicus tijdens verkiezingstijd.
Ja. Maar ik heb dit nog nooit eerder gehoord, zo'n soort schuldbekentenis en een soort van we gaan het anders doen.
Ik heb wel eens vaker gehoord, iedere 4 jaar.
Ja. Dit is ook alleen maar een Trump-besje, jongen. Dit is alleen maar Trump. Dit is Trump-besje 2.0 en dan zeggen ze nee, want de president liegt alleen maar. Dit is misinformatie.
Ja, geef die man een kans. Geef die man een kans, zou ik zo zeggen.
Ja,
we gaan hem kritisch volgen, ja?
Nou, er gaat natuurlijk niks gebeuren, dus dat is duidelijk. Maar ik vond het een hele rare, verbazingwekkende actie.
Ze moeten nou concurreren met Tucker Carlson, weet je wel.
Nou, dat is het volgens mij, ja. Nee, want die vent met die daycare centers, die heeft meer dan 100 miljoen views in 24 uur of zo. Ik denk dat er inmiddels 200 miljoen zijn. Dat betekent dat bijna iedereen dat gekeken heeft. En ik denk dat zij dat zien en dat ze iets gezegd hebben. Ze hebben een vergaderingetje gehad. En dan zeggen ze, hoe kan het nou? Want die vent die maakt een videootje op YouTube. En die heeft meer dan 100 miljoen viewers in 24 uur. En ik heb even opgezocht. Ik heb het even gevraagd aan de AI. CBS Evening News. CBS Evening News. 4,2 miljoen viewers. Dus die hebben 4,2 miljoen viewers. En die zitten dan aan te hikken tegen een amateurjournalist. Een teenager die gewoon met een cameraatje naar een paar adresjes gaat. Er wat deurbelletjes rammelt en wat vragen stelt. En die heeft 100 miljoen viewers. En ik denk dat ze gewoon iets hebben van... Shit, we moeten in ieder geval net doen alsof we het roer om gaan gooien. En dat daar dit uit voorkomt. Maar het probleem is natuurlijk dat zo'n bedrijf als dat... Die kunnen het roer niet omgooien. Dat zie je gewoon keer op keer. Dat bijvoorbeeld dan denken ze ook van... Iedereen luistert naar podcasts. Dan moeten wij ook een podcast gaan maken. Dan gaat zo'n baggerorganisatie een podcast maken. Dat is dan niet 2 mensen en een paardenkop, zoals bij een echte podcast. Nee, die hebben een heel productieteam van 30 man. Met 2 cameramans en een geluid iemand. En een producer en een assistant director. En een lighting en een make-up artist. En nog steeds dezelfde kutnieuws. Waar gewoon... de inhoud is niet veranderd, zeg maar. Ze hebben alles, ze maken er een podcast van, maar ze hebben nog steeds dezelfde waardeloze inhoud. Ze kunnen nog steeds niet een journalist op uitsturen die echt vragen gaat stellen en ergens onderzoek naar gaat doen. Ze zitten alleen maar in hun studio met elkaar te praten en ze hebben wat CIA-analysten en politici die ze interviewen en om een mening vragen. En wat er echt in de wereld gebeurt, hebben ze gewoon geen flauw idee van. En het is niet alleen voor CBS Nieuws, ik weet niet of ik dat ook gepost had, maar er was zo'n streaming dametje, zo'n left liberal dametje, en die ging door Keulen heen lopen met oud en nieuw, om aan te geven dat je best goed oud en nieuw
2 keer in het gezicht. Kijk, die heb ik dan weer wel gezien, want die van 100 miljoen, die is, want volgens mij duurt het 30 seconden voordat je een view oppikt op YouTube. En ik heb dat filmpje niet meer dan 30 seconden gezien, want er was niks te zien. Dus. Maar
ik kan wel eens even kijken hoeveel views het nou heeft.
Volgens mij was het een hele reportage van die gozer van een uur of zoiets. En dat heb ik allemaal niet gezien. Ik heb het wel ja.
Nou, volgens mij staat er niet in de groep, nee.
Nee, ik heb die niet. Het is natuurlijk niet zo fraai, want er is een vrouw die loopt dan met zo'n streamingcamera door zo'n groep moslims heen. Die wordt gewoon met stenen bekogeld.
Met een pinkroze trui in de rug.
En die wilde aantonen dat het best veilig was in Keulen. En dat is het gewoon niet. En,
nou ja, dan goed, dan weet ze dat, hè. Dan heeft ze er weer van geleerd.
Ja, maar
laat al die mensen die ernaar kijken, die denken, goh, wat zou er gebeuren? Laat die dat dan ook waarnemen. En dan gewoon zeggen van, oké, nou, dat hebben we dan met z'n allen gezien. Ja.
Ik wil nog even melden dat het rad tevoorschijn is gekomen. Dus je kunt uitroepteken Ron Paul in het chat typen. Ga verder, Jossie.
Ja, ik snap het eigenlijk niet, want er is er helemaal niet het seizoen voor. Dus het is gewoon midden december. Dus ik heb zelf, zit ik in mijn dip. Dus ja, dat er zijn gozer toch...
Ja, ik denk dat een heleboel mensen wel aanvoelen van hoe is het mogelijk dat we zoveel belasting betalen? En dat er gewoon de overheid altijd geld tekort komt. En dat moet ergens met bakken over de toonbank gaan, het geld. En dat is natuurlijk zo. En als er dan iemand komt en die zegt van, nou, ik bel gewoon eens hier eens aan en daar eens aan en dan zullen we eens kijken. Dan raakt dat een heleboel mensen, denk ik.
Ja. Oh, we hebben nog niet eens over mijn artikeltje gehad. Of mijn verhaaltje in de Vrijspreker.
Nee.
Ja, hoe was het ontvangen?
Ja, je verhaaltjes worden altijd goed ontvangen, ja.
Oké.
Ik kan de commentaar lezen die eronder staat. Toch?
Vertel anders nog even aan iedereen waar het over ging.
Nou, ik had een fictieve burgemeester van een fictief plaatsje bedacht.
Ja, joh.
Ja, die man die heeft een beetje de autoriteits... hij spiegelt zich aan Romeinse keizers. Hij is dan de burgemeester van het kleinste dorpje in Nederland. Ik heb dat hele karakter heb ik wel gewerkt hoor. Ik ben uitgegaan van... Ja, die waar ik vorige week over had, die theorie waar ik niet op kon komen, was sociale dominantietheorie.
Moet je dat vooral niet noemen, dit soort dingen?
Nee, ik heb trouwens vermijdende hechtingstheorie. Maar dan
je moet zeggen, het staat allemaal op vrijspreker. En daar moeten mensen naartoe gaan. En vooral ook hun reactie geven.
Ja,
Johan wil niet dat je het leest. Johan wil niet dat je het leest. Johan wil dat je erop reageert.
Ja.
Er
is een hele discussie over nazi's en systemen en zo.
Ja, die reacties staan vaak nergens op, maar het zijn er wel 5.
Ja, volgens mij wat er meer hoor. Er was een hele discussie gaan over... En ik denk zoiets van, reageer inhoudelijk.
Ik zit net te kijken, 50 stuks.
Oh, 50? Oh. Ik dacht, die zei 5. Oh, dat zijn inderdaad wel meer dan... Maar het is gewoon allemaal reacties op reactie op reactie.
Ja, dat is wel waar. Het is altijd triest, er zijn heel weinig reacties op de werkelijke inhoud. Maar ik weet het vorige artikel van jou, dat kreeg echt een compliment direct op het artikel. Oh, dat is een goed verhaal dit.
Die had ik echt in 1 keer in de trein even geschreven. Zo, hup, in 1 keer. Daar heb ik geen AI of wat dan ook voor gebruikt. Bij deze heb ik AI voor onderzoek van hoe burgemeesters daadwerkelijk functioneren. En ook met de AI heb ik ook over gehad over het falen van burgemeesters. Dat heb ik daar ook heel erg in teruggebracht. Want er falen heel veel burgemeesters. Het eindigt meestal met een seksschandaal, maar daarvoor is er meestal al wat gaande. Toen heb ik de psychologische achtergrond opgezocht. En er kwam ook uit voort... Zeg je?
Ze zijn enorm geil, burgemeesters.
Nee. Het heeft meer te maken... Ja, maar dan moet ik in de psychologie gaan. Hè? Dus dat...
ja, volgens mij moet je nooit zo... Ja, ik vind het wel leuk, maar je moet over een verhaal moet je nooit zo... je moet nooit de ingewanden eruit trekken en over gaan vertellen van zo.
Oké, nou, maar er zit een bepaalde psychologische logica, zeg maar, achter. Het loopt altijd op een bepaalde manier uit de hand. En het gedrag is, vanuit psychologisch perspectief, is het gedrag ook verklaarbaar. Waarom het altijd eindigt met een seksschandaal. Dus ja... Dus je hebt ook een fase daarvoor dat de gemeenteraad verliest vertrouwen in de burgemeester. Hij zit heel erg geïsoleerd, maar hij heeft totaal geen feeling, dat mist hij gewoon met zijn omgeving. En hij gaat dan heel erg vanuit een bepaald principe redeneren. En gaat steeds in moeilijke bureaucratische taal praten. En dan wordt hij eigenlijk ergens op de parking betrapt met een homo of zo, weet je wel. Dus en dan, dat is de fase dat echt de commissaris van de koning gaat ingrijpen. En dan krijg je een functie elders. Maar daarvoor wordt hij al continu geconfronteerd met een functie elders. Dat wordt dan ook daadwerkelijk gesuggereerd steeds. Er komt steeds een man langs namens de commissaris van de koning. Van, zou je niet een functie elders gaan doen?
Een grotere gemeenteburgemeester.
Ja, of meestal wordt het een commissariaat of iets in de EU of iets daar of daar, weet je wel. Dus het is wel een beetje een parodie op de werkelijkheid. Dus, en zo gaat het. Maar ze zijn juist een beetje geselecteerd. Ik ga daar in het volgende artikel nog op in. Er is een bepaalde selectie. Het is niet voor niets dat die mensen op die plek zitten.
Natuurlijk. Ja. Altijd zo.
Maar daar ga ik volgende keer op in. En dat wordt ook weer heel grappig. Maar dat is de volgende is trouwens een andere nog. Dus de keer daarop weer. Dus dat is dan de derde.
Realistisch in de zin dat... ik kan me voorstellen dat het hele vuurwerkverbod ook zo gaat aflopen.
Ja, en ik denk ook dat de overheid, dat heb ik dan hier dan niet in gegooid, maar dan de overheid, het loopt allemaal uit de hand natuurlijk. En dat ik ook niet erin heb gegooid, dat had ik ook nog kunnen doen, dat de media dan, die richt zich altijd op incidenten, weet je wel. Want nu ook weer, 14 mensen bij het oogziekenhuis. Ja, 14 mensen op 17 miljoen. Dat is niks. Dat is 0,000 nog wat.
Nee,
Weet je
dat
wel?
is zo, maar ik moet zeggen, ik vind het ook wel een beetje eng hoor. Die kinderen willen ook naar buiten toe dan.
Ja.
En dan vliegen de zaken je om de oren haast. Ja, nee, je weet wel, de kans is vrij klein dat er wat gebeurt, maar het zal je maar gebeuren, man. Is je leven
maar, weet je, maar dat is dus ook zo. De kans is wel vrij klein, maar je bent ook met z'n 17 miljoen. Snap je? En het punt is dus, als ik hier in Servië vuurwerk afsteek, dan staat mijn buurman, die staat 100 meter verderop. En als die pijl dan een andere kant op gaat, dan ziet hij een half uur hem aankomen. Snap je? Dus als je in Nederland met 400 man in een appartement allemaal tegelijk op straat gaat staan en allemaal rotjes gaat afsteken, ja, dan kun je er weinig
en dat
iemand dat je in zijn oog krijgt natuurlijk.
Vuurwerk, dat werd in een bejaardenhuis gegooid en er is een vrouw van 88 die levend verbrand is omdat het op de balkon werd geschoten en er stond iets en dat
Jezus.
Dat heb ik nog niet gezien.
Dat weet je niet. Maar dit is geen AI-verhaal of zo, dat het een verzonnen vrouw van 88 was.
Nee, maar dit soort dingen gebeuren wel vaak. Wel eerder gezien in Duitsland ook hebben ze schoten zo'n pijl door een open raam heen waar een baby lag te slapen en helemaal verbrand. En ja, dat soort dingen gebeuren wel. En als je ziet ook wat er gewoon doelbewust al gebeurt, dus een soort vuurwerkmitrailleur wordt er op de politie geschoten, dat is niet normaal.
Wat denken jullie van die Vondelkerk?
Ja, die had zijn brandveiligheid niet in orde, hè?
Ja, dat weet ik niet. Ik vraag het.
Maar ja, dat is wel toevallig, al die kerken die allemaal afbranden. Ik vind het, Dus
misschien is er wel een telegramgroep die daartoe oproept. Dat kan natuurlijk.
Nee, kijk, Abraham Kuypers, die wist nog niet dat er zoveel vuurwerk afgeschoten zou worden in 1800 zoveel.
Dat er gericht geschoten is.
Ja, met een vuurpijl.
Ja, zeker.
Ja. Maar dat is het sentiment.
Ja, ik ga er niet op speculeren, maar het is, kijk, het is gewoon zo'n houten ding en ja, die dingen vatten nou helemaal vlam. Die stamden allemaal nog uit de tijd dat we nog geen vuurwerk afstaken, ja. Dus, als Abraham Kuyper had geweten dat we over meer dan 100 jaar al zoveel vuurwerk zouden afsteken, had hij dat ding van staal gemaakt. Ja.
Nee, ik denk dat er wel degelijk iets, kijk, want
die molens wel heel hard met een hele grote blaasbalk. Dat die al het staal had kunnen smelten, Johan.
Ja, staal smelt ook gewoon, hè? Dat weten we nou.
Ja, daar had hij geen vuurwerk tegen aangegooid.
Jetfuel. Had hij maar jetfuel
gehad.
gehad.
Had hij bomen er tegen aangevliegd. Maar in ieder geval, ja, de rat is verschenen. Jullie kunnen uit de teken Paul in de chat typen. Heb ik hier nog een berichtje over...
ik zal de prijs verdubbelen dan vooruit, Johan, deze week.
Alweer, man. Helemaal in een reale maak, man.
Gaan doen. Niet weer 100 gaan doen, want dat ga ik niet winnen. Maar het verdubbelen, dat kan.
Oké.
Wacht even. Ik zal even het volgende zeggen. We doen 22,0371. En als iemand weet waarom het dat bedrag is, dan maak ik er 45,378 van.
Zoals de bloknummer van crypto. Van Bitcoin.
Nog een keer.
Nee, ik ga het nog niet verklappen. Ik ga het zeggen voordat jij aan het rad draait. Dan ik ga kijken of dat iemand weet wat ik nou zeg. En dan...
Ik wil zeggen nog eens een keer, want...
Het zijn normaal 10 e-guldens.
Ja.
Toen zei ik verdubbel het.
Ja.
Maar nu heb ik ervan gemaakt, dus dat zou 20 zijn. Ja. En nou zeg ik, het worden er 22,0371. En als iemand dan weet waarom ik die getallen kies, dan maak ik er 45,378 van.
Heeft dat iets met de goudstandaard te maken?
Ja, dat weet ik, Johan. Als jij het denkt te weten, moet je nou in de chat typen en dan kun je dubbele verdienen.
Ja, maar dit was de goudstandaard.
Ik ga het nog niet verklappen, want ik heb er net een prijs aangehangen. Dus iedereen die nog luistert, die mag het zeggen.
Ja, 22 maart in 1971. Oh, moet ik even de AI erbij halen.
Ja, dat er niks aan dag.
Nee, want dat is in augustus.
Nee, maar het heeft ook te maken, daar zal ik er een tip bij geven. Het heeft ook te maken met de prijs die ik dan beloof als je wint. Dus het is nou staat het op 220371. Maar als je weet waarom dat het die prijs is, maak ik er 45378 van.
Ja, maar ik heb hier nog een berichtje liggen trouwens. Nederlanders verhuizen massaal door nieuwe belastingregels. Zo werkt het.
Ja, kennelijk emigreren veel Nederlanders. Vanaf 2020 wordt er veel Nederlanders nieuwe belastingregels zorgen voor ondernemers en crypto-investeerders. Het gevolgkundige groep onderzoekt serieus de stap naar het buitenland en het wordt steeds gemakkelijker. Het wordt makkelijker, ik dacht het steeds moeilijker wordt. Nieuwe regels raken vooral vermogenden. De aangekondigde wijzigingen in box 3 zorgen ervoor dat sparen, beleggen en bezit in Nederland niet duurder wordt. Vermogen wordt zwaarder belast, de regels rondom digital assets worden strikter en de belasting krijgt meer inzicht in buitenlandse bezittingen. Wie crypto bezit en een beleggingsportefeuille heeft, kan rekenen op hogere heffingen en strengere controles. Daarmee groeit het gevoel dat Nederland voor vermogenden steeds minder aantrekkelijk wordt. We zien dat ondernemers zich niet langer afvragen of ze moeten optimaliseren, maar vooral waar ze dat het best kunnen doen. Al dus een specialist van EMI-Vast, een partij die Nederlanders begeleidt bij internationale emigratie en structuuroplossingen. Buitenland lokt van Dubai tot Portugal.
Ja.
Servië staat er weer niet bij.
Ik zou je wel vertellen. Ik loop hier al 10 jaar op de stream te roepen dat die e-gulden naar 1 euro gaat. Maar als ik nou een adviesbureau begin over hoe je naar Servië verhuist, dan koop ik hem er zelf naartoe.
Ja.
Maar dan moet ik hier wel al die flut-Nederlanders helemaal gaan uitleggen hoe dat ze moeten leven. Dus ik ben blij dat ik er niet aan hoef te beginnen.
Het is wel lastig. Zo regel je het zonder een bankrekening.
Ja.
Ah.
Als je echt in Nederland woont en je wil weg, dan heb je toch eigenlijk een prachtige kans. Want bijna de hele huizenmarkt staat in de plus. Je kan toevallig misschien net een beetje pech hebben. Nou ja, die ene uitzondering, die heeft misschien nog wel spaargeld of zo. Je verkoopt je huis, je hebt wat overwaarde. En als je ook maar ergens buiten de EU dat hebt, ja, ik zou zeggen eigenlijk koop er goud van. Mag ook crypto zijn. Goud heeft nog, ja, is ook omhoog gegaan, maar weet je wel. En met die hoeveelheid geld, die op de rest van de wereld bijna Bulgarije is sinds 3 dagen bij de euro. Denk jij dat die mensen hetzelfde kunnen doen? No way. Snap je? Dat huis heeft misschien een totale waarde van jouw overwaarde.
En ik hoorde dat
nog
voor de Bulgarije. Ja, op de Bulgarije komt, die zegt dat een huis daar duurder is dan Nederland.
Ja. Want ze worden bijna niet verkocht. Dat is schaarste woning. Dat velde Klaas ook. Ja.
Oh ja, dat is ook wel.
Niemand verkoopt zijn huis.
Zijn ze in Bulgarije dan niet zo oud?
En mensen blijven gewoon in wonen. Dus vaak zitten... nee, je moet zo zien, de opa en oma blijven in het huis. Het zijn grote, ruime woningen. Dus de opa en oma wonen er, de ouders wonen en de kinderen wonen er. En die vertrekken gewoon niet. Maar op een gegeven moment, oma gaat dood en dan gaat een kleinkind geboren. Dus dat verschuift dan, weet je wel.
Oh, ja.
Maar er wordt niks nieuws gebouwd.
Maar dat gaat veranderen in de euro.
Ja, er wordt wel nieuws gebouwd. Er wordt wel nieuws gebouwd. Want ja, de bevolking breidt natuurlijk. Dus er worden inderdaad wel flatjes en dat soort dingen gebouwd. Dus...
Ze hebben daar bijna geen immigratie. Dus de bevolking
en totdat al die Nederlanders daar op zoek gaan naar een nieuw bestaan.
Ja, volgens mij ben je Bulgarije nog niet ver genoeg weg. Dan zit je nog steeds in die euro inderdaad.
Precies, ja, daar heb je niks aan. Je kan beter naar Servië komen. Maar ja, ik zeg al, ik wil het allemaal wel...
Als je in Nederland blijft zitten en je koopt goud, dan ben je ook de sjaak. Want dat goud dat wordt belast in de stevige rendement, dat zit in de overige bezittingen. Dus als het ook gaat, ben je goed de sjaak.
Je moet gewoon zeggen, ik deel uw visie op het leven niet, ik herken uw rechters niet, ik ben niet van plan om bijdrage te leveren aan de maatschappij, ik vertrek. En dan ga je weer op reis naar het volgende land. En daar hebben ze weer hun eigen kutregels met hun eigen kutambtenaren. En dan begin je daar het hele spelletje gewoon weer opnieuw. Sorry jongens, ik heb het open vandaag. Maar het was wel een leuke bitcoin verjaardag.
Maar die datum van die geboortedag van de EU?
De geboortedag van Satoshi.
Nee, wordt een EU.
Nee, het is geen datum, Johan. Het is geen datum.
Oh, dat
heb ik nooit gezegd dat het
Hij zei zelf, als je het verdubbelt, dat is ook een belangrijk getal. Maar als je
nee, de nieuwe prijs.
Gaat er niet meer uit.
Let op, Johan.
Oké, maar als de datum is, het geboortedag van de EU.
220.
eigenlijk, maar...
Let op, 22031 en 45378.
45378. Ja, ik weet niet, moet ik het numerologisch zien?
Nee, het is een bloknummer van de Bitcoin chain.
Oh, nee.
Zo gaan we rijden. En niemand heeft het geraden.
Nee.
In de chat staat ook niks.
Dat was de wisselkoers, de gulden en de euro.
Oh, ja.
2071 en 0,4578 cent.
Ja. Dat is wel een beetje EU gerelateerd, ja.
Beetje EU gerelateerd. Dus als jij hem draait, Johan, dan zal ik hem alsnog de
Ja, maar dat staat wel heel weinig naam op.
Als jij het gaat plakken, zou je dan alsjeblieft, ja, die video's, die highlight video's.
Ja.
Vandaag, er komt er nog wel een highlight video van.
Ja, uiteraard.
Maar kijk dan ook even wat die op zich bedoelt elke keer gewoon even, want ik heb dat nog niet opgeschreven.
Ik zal het er inderdaad bij zetten.
Ik weet nou dat Garfield Scorpio, die heeft al wat.
Ja.
Maar ik weet het niet precies.
Flabbergast geloof ik.
Flabbergast heeft ook gewonnen.
Ja.
Dus dat moet ik allemaal nog uitbetalen. Alleen die ene dash, die heb ik al wel gedaan.
Oh, oké.
Die heb ik meteen afgerekend. Maar de rest moet ik nog een dash doorgeven, dus die heb ik nog niet.
Die heb je doorgerekend.
Ja, maar die heb ik volgens mij nou... Oh, nee, heb ik net niet nog even. Want er waren e-guldens, toch? Er was een tientje e-guldens.
Ja.
100 toch? 100.
Nee.
Of $10. Nee, €10.
10 euro.
Oh, ja.
Nee, nog even 10 euro e-guldens.
Maar als ik die bijvoorbeeld aan mijn neefjes wil geven.
Dan moet hij die eerst...
Je moet eerst een voorbeeld. Dan hoorde ik hem over die... Wat was het?
EFL.nl heb je op het moment, Peet.
Ja. Maar... Ja, dat kunnen ze natuurlijk ook doen.
Maar dat gaat er in 2026, zal ik even voorspellen. Ik kan het niet helemaal, het is niet aan mij om dat te beslissen. Maar ik denk dat hij in de 2026 eruit gaat. Dus je kan wel wat aan. Er zijn zoveel leren. En sterker nog, er zijn zo weinig mensen die er ook maar van weten. Dat het eigenlijk niet weet om dat risico te blijven lopen. Omdat het ook niet nodig is, want je moet het eigenlijk niet willen. Maar het is wel makkelijk.
Maar hij had het over die community coins. Die kon je dan allemaal op Atomic Dex Wallet. En ik ga naar die Atomic Dex.info toe. Download wallet.
Nee.
404.
Platform. Comodoplatform.com is het. Want dat heet inderdaad wel, het is wel een Atomic Dex. Atomic Dex alleen een swap tussen verschillende chains, maar er zijn verschillende implementaties van. En de software die wij gebruiken heet comodoplatform.com. En vanuit daar kun je dus met meer dan een paar honderd verschillende crypto, met alle tokens op Ethereum, weet je wel, kun je dus tussen munten peer-to-peer handelen. Maar dat betekent ook, en moet ik er dan even bij vertellen, met een centrale exchange heb je een orderboek. En dat betekent, als ik een prijs heb van 1, dan kan ik niet zomaar de prijs van 5 kopen, want dan moet ik eerst alles wat er op 2 en 3 en 4 koop staat, moet ik ook kopen voordat ik die van 5 koop. Maar dat is dus niet hoe het werkt, want daarbij match je gewoon een order. Gewoon, stel dat iemand het voor 5 en iemand anders het voor 10 aanbiedt, alsnog zeggen, dan doe mij maar dat van 10. Ook al heb je eigenlijk met 5 die het voor de helft goedkoper, zeg maar.
Maar.
Ja, nou, ik heb weer wat dingen gezegd. Maar...
Ja, dan kan ik hem erop draaien.
Beter, bij deze heb ik de e-guldens.
Even wachten. Over, dat gaat toch, dat is ook, dat is toch gewoon, hè?
Wat?
Over.
Nee, dat is Bokala in beslag gedaan, ben ik bang. Er is een bericht over gekomen, maar dat is niet doorgegaan. Of tenminste, hoe zeg je dat? Nee, maar kijk naar het bericht. Nee.
Wat?
Nee, wacht, wat heeft hem nou niet uitgevoerd met betaling hier?
Oké. En je bent er ook niet uitgegaan trouwens, hè? Het is zo storm.
Nee, maar de storm was nacht. Dat heeft hij maar nu niet meer.
En drachten en nu draaien. Oh, wie zal het worden? Vrijheidradio. Nou, deze gooi ik dan door naar de volgende week. 20 e-guldens naar volgende week.
Oké, nou daar ben ik blij mee, want mijn betaling wordt op het moment niet uitgevoerd. Dat is voor het eerst in al die jaren, dus dan moet ik toch even vragen.
Het werkt gewoon niet.
Nee, weet ik niet.
Misschien verkeerde... Nou, ik heb het ook wel eens hoor. Doe ik gewoon Ctrl F5.
Mijn laatste betaling is van 11 december.
Okay.
Dus... ik zal het even vragen.
Het komt vast wel weer goed. Maar de laatste bericht even doen. Het is, even kijken hoor. The latest budget proposal from the European Commission proposes 600% increase in NGO funding. Oh jongens. Wie had dat gedacht?
Ja, daar komt je heel veel behandelen.
Belastinggeld aan het werk.
Ja, als je natuurlijk 600% meer NGO geld, dan gaan ze allemaal zware propagandabedrijven. 10 miljard gaat daar ook toe nou. aims to make Europeans more aware and appreciative of diversity. For at least the next 4 years, the EU bureaucracy will act as an official left-wing opposition to the US federal government, promoting an ideology within the West that Washington won't. More EU legislation is codifying the state-society partnership, crucial to expanding progressivism's reach. Ja, ik heb wel het idee dat dit averechts zou kunnen werken, want dan, als je dit te veel doet, en je gooit mensen er helemaal mee dood, dan verwacht ik wel dat op een gegeven moment...
Dus kunnen wij er tegen stemmen? Wat kunnen wij er tegen doen? Het is gewoon wat je in de Sovjet-Unie zag. Dat is uiteindelijk kwam er een Gorbachev die kwam dan met perestroika en dat soort dingen. En daar dook men toen massaal op. Maar daarvoor zat eerst gewoon tiental jaren dat je gewoon er niks tegen kon doen.
Het is meer... Ik verwacht dat de hele straat vol hangt met LGBTQ-vlaggen en zo. Zo'n soort Hitler-achtige layout. Treinen die zijn ermee beplakt en zebrapaden en je kan geen voet meer zetten zonder daarmee te maken te krijgen.
En dan word je ook meteen, als je dan over het zebrapad loopt, dan krijg je automatisch ook een boete om het te vervuilen van het zebrapad. Als je er dan overheen loopt, staan er van die gemeentewerkers, van die BOA's, en die geven meteen boetes voor iedereen die dan over het regenboog-zebrapad loopt. Want dan wordt het vervuild.
Ik had dat inderdaad, iemand die dan van de herenliefde was, die zag dat wel als een belediging. Van iedereen, alsof je een deurmat bent.
Ja, precies. Ja. Nou, precies. Ja. Maar daarom krijg je dan ook de boete erbij als je er gebruik van maakt, van dat regenboogzebrapad. Dan geven ze meteen een boete en zeggen, oh, dankjewel.
Ja. Nee, maar dit was dan iemand vanuit, hij was een Iranier, die woont dan de helft van het jaar in Nederland. Vanwege, in Iran is hij ook homoseksueel hoor. Daar komt hij ook aan te trekken, maar dan is het meer voor de spanning. Want daar officieel is verboden, maar hij zegt daar is privé wel echt privé. Dus als je weet je adresjes hebt, dan kom je daar gewoon lekker aan je trekken.
Hij had toch een broer? Was die familie niet veel groter vroeger? Nee, dat was allemaal privé.
Nou nee, kijk, goed, maar anders wijt ik te veel uit. Maar hij hoorde toen voor het eerst, toen was de eerste keer toen hij collega was, zeg maar. Toen kwam net die LGBT-zebrapaden. Hij zag het echt als een belediging, want hij zegt, in onze cultuur, je maakt een portret van iemand waar je een hekel aan hebt en je gaat dat gebruiken als deurmat. Omdat iedereen daar overheen klopen, weet je wel. Snap je? Dus net zoiets als je de toiletpot in een LGBTQ-kleur doet, want dan ga je erop pissen, weet je wel.
Ja, ik vind het ook wel vreemd, die toestanden. Het is zelfs, ik die nog niet gewend ben in mijn cultuur, vind het ook een beetje een vreemde plaats om dat te eren. Maar tegen een gouden toiletpot zeg ik ook geen nee.
Dat moet je meenemen en dan krijg je ook allemaal... Nee. Ik heb geen grappige opmerkingen, want ik heb niks te zeggen.
We zijn er de berichten heen. We kunnen even blijven hangen voor de gezelligheid. Hoe gaat het met Venezuela?
Nou, ik baal ervan dat ik dus...
Volgens mij zit hij nog best wel op boot naar Amerika toe.
Van al die bullshit weddenschappen die ik afloop sluiten, zit ik dus totaal niet te gokken op wanneer dat er weer een bom ergens valt of dit of dat. Maar als ik gewoon al die dagen gewoon, er valt weer een bom, ik moet elke keer optalen.
Er was iemand gisteren op een weddenschap afgesloten dat er al van $30.000 op het vertrek van Maduro. Ja, die heeft $400.000 verdiend vandaag.
Ja, nou. Denk ik. Ja, en zo zit ik dus ook de continu. Maar ja, weet je wat ik dan doe? Hier bij mij in, want dat ben ik nog vergeten te zeggen tegen onze Mr. Breyer van eerder vandaag.
Ja?
Hij zei, ik ben weer aan het basketballen, maar de beste basketballer van misschien wel aller tijden komt hier uit het dorp.
Oh ja, is het zo goed?
Nou, de statistieken, die verslaan iedereen. En dat komt voornamelijk omdat hij samenspeelt met zijn team en dat heel goed kan. Snap je? Dus hij is ook een goede speler, maar hij heeft ook een goed team voor zijn type spel om mee te spelen. Maar hij is, omdat heel het dorp hier al diezelfde filmpjes liked, krijg ik dus in mijn Facebook voornamelijk feed, krijg ik ook van die filmpjes. En ik heb zelf vroeger ook wel eens gebasketbald, maar ik ben te klein
Snap je? Dus dat was niet zo spannend. Maar ik heb gehockeyd en gebasketbald toen ik klein was. Ik ben ook keeper geweest, maar ik speelde voornamelijk voetbal en tafeltennis. De vrije,
Hoe was erop terecht ook weer?
Ja, we waren klaar, Peter. Je mag al lang naar uit. We zijn nog aan het kletsen.
Ja, ik kwam op een bepaalde manier hier terecht en ik was ergens, had ik ook iets...
Ja, daar heb ik ook 5 keer per aflevering.
Ja. Dus ja, god. Nee, mijn glas wijn is nog niet op, dus we kunnen het nog doorkletsen.
Ja, ik moet eigenlijk naar het toilet, maar verder gaat het.
En je dochter is ook nog laat op, hè? Maar ja, liep thuis natuurlijk, hè?
Niet naar bed gewoon.
Het is kerst, het is bijna kerst. Heeft zij nou, Peter, hebben jullie nou over 4 dagen kerst of is jullie kerst achter de rug?
Zij staat hier.
Wacht even, sorry. Ik had er een vraag voor moeten stellen. Peter, heb je kerst gevierd?
Ja.
Ja? Wat is jouw kerst?
In Gambia laten wij, hè?
Oh ja,
dat is overgaan.
Dat was jouw kerst. Dat was jouw kerstviering. Hier komt toch nog een kerst, hè? Over 4 dagen is het nog een kerst.
Orthodoxe kerst,
ja. Maar hier is de vakantie, die begint op de eerste kerstdag van een week geleden. En eindigt dus op de tweede kerstdag van als de volgende kerstdag loopt. En dat is een vakantieseizoen. En nou dit jaar valt Pasen tegelijk. Normaal is dat ligt dan aan de maatstand. En als het tegelijk valt... Wat?
Valt Pasen tegelijk met kerst?
Nee. Dit jaar valt Pasen... want net zoals dat dus het kerstfeest 2 weken verschil maakt, kan ook het paasfeest 2 weken verschil maken in tijd. Maar dat is afhankelijk van hoe de maan staat. Dat is dus 3 jaar anders. Maar sommige jaren dan is het zo dat van beide religies Pasen in hetzelfde weekend valt. En dat is dan het jaar waarin al die families ruzie met elkaar krijgen. Want normaal dan gaan ze de ene jaar gaan ze gewoon naar elkaar elke keer apart. En dan jaar moeten ze dan kiezen, gaan we nou naar van de vader of van de moederskant visite. Nou, en dan zoiets heb ik ooit begrepen dat dat dan mislukt. En dus dit jaar heel tegelijk hebben we.
Ja, ik ga even zoeken van mee. Nee, maar veel leuk.
Ja, zal ik gewoon een eindje aanhouden?
Ja, goed.
Ja, want hij toch niet op, dus daar wil ik niks van.
Ja, we kunnen daar nog verder lullen.
Maar we zijn vandaag wel al 1 uur begonnen, hè? Of 11 uur?
Ik weet niet hoe laat het nu is.
Nou, 10 uur, bijna.
Oh ja, wel een mooie tijd om te stoppen. Maar ik morgen niet weten, maar ik morgen naar school. Ik wil nog altijd in de online zetten. Ik heb allemaal weer een idee voor het verhaal, dus ja, god.
Ik heb ook geschreven van, of niet?
Nee, ik heb het zitten, dus...
Nee, schrijf niet op, jongen, maar de grove daar voor mij, voor je weggaat.
Nee, maar word je wakker en denk je van, ik had zo'n idee.
Ja, dit is
deze. Johan, kost je nog in 5 minuten tijd.
Ja. Maar goed, ik ga het ijs erin gooien. Ik heb het even weghouden. Oké. Nee, dat komt hier eindje. Ik wens iedereen een vrolijke, vooral heel erg vrije week toe, et cetera. Volgende week alweer op donderdag, denk ik, hè?
Ja, nog wel wanneer het is.
Dus ja, je kent het wel natuurlijk vrolijke week, et cetera, et cetera. Oké, het is een idee. Ja, hier is de eindtune. Ja, maar dat is getrouwd natuurlijk doorheen gaan willen. Ik had gewoon met die kleine
nog wat... pizza besteld. Ik heb nog een pizza besteld.
Zo laat nog, ja.
Nee, ja. Dat wilde ik zeggen. Jongen, de buurman. Die Polymarket wedschap, die kon je al zien aan de pizza indicator. Hè? Als bij de pizzeria rond het Pentagon, als ze daar nog iets over pizza te bestellen, dan weet je dat de invasie daar zit komen.
Ja. En dat zei ik toen ook. Ik heb er 10 miljoen in gezet, want er werden ineens pizza's en hotdogs. Pizza's en hotdogs.
Ja. Dat kan je zien, inderdaad. Het is gewoon niks anders daar dan.
Ik vind het wel leuk, Peter, dat jij hebt gezegd vandaag dat dit misschien wel gewoon een opgezet is dat de apps die files doorzichtig weer zijn.
Ik ben nooit net zoals dat soort dingen. Dan denk je, als eerste denk je al, wat een zool. En dan denk je, wacht, misschien is het wel...
Dat is mij niet opgekomen.
Wat een ook belangrijke ontwikkeling is, misschien kun je daar volgende keer over hebben.
Maar ik vond het wel vreemd dat het zo was. Ik dacht, ja, wat is dat nou? Hoe kan dat nou? Dacht ik, hoe kan dat? En dan zeg je dit en denk ik, ja, dat zou inderdaad ook nog kunnen.
Die is Farouk Lakis, die hadden een video, misschien volgende keer behandelen. En hadden ze een AI-video van gemaakt, die zo goed was, en ook niet zo absurd, dat hij zelf pas na 2 minuten door had, en hij kreeg iemand toestuurd van, dat heb je goed gezegd. En zelf had hij pas na 2 minuten door van, dit is AI, dit is helemaal niet van mij. En dat is iets heel anders dan voor AI-video's maken die grote meterpercentages zijn, heel duidelijk door een afval iemand weet alles. Je maakt iets wat vast iemand zijn verhaal, maar het even iets anders op. Nee, ik weet niet over het op, dat hij zelf dus nou door heeft.
En daarom beter zijn
dus dat wordt echt helemaal chaos op, dan weet je echt niet meer wat je gezegd hebt.
En eigenlijk is dit, misschien is dit wel de vakantie van Lego, want ik wil dus mijn Yoshi Divo karakter niet meer zomaar alles kunnen laten zeggen. Dus alles wat ik publiceer wil ik eerst via mijn sleutel hebben versleuteld. En dan weet je dat het van mij is. Maar daar zijn al deze Vrijheidradio-uitzendingen wel in één keer in man gevallen. Ja,
geen andere dingen zeggen dan?
Nee, maar ik wil net zeggen, als ik film maak, als je dus een filmpje van mij ziet, dan wil ik dat ik hem eerst, dat de sleutel aanhangt. Waardoor je weet dat ik hem echt geplaatst heb. Dat het niet helemaal een filmpje is. Hallo, ik ben Yoshi Divo en vandaag ga ik mijn oma vermoorden. Dus hier zo, weet ik veel. Maar in ieder geval. Waarom zeg ik dat nou? Van al dingen die ik ga zeggen. Maar in ieder geval, ik heb gezegd,
Ja, we verwachten niet dat jij Johan gaat vermoorden.
Nee, precies. Maar dan, en dat je dat dan op beeld ziet, dat dan de volgende iedereen ook zegt van Yoshi zo allemaal.
Ja, maar als iemand zegt dat jij Johan gaat vermoorden, ga ik gewoon vanuit dat jij is.
Gelukkig nu, ja.
Ja, maar ik verwacht niet dat je dat gaat doen.
Nee, dat is voorbeeld misschien. Maar gewoon dus iets wat ik dan ineens zou doen. Dus heb ik bijvoorbeeld, heb je die Spider-Man pak gezien, Johan? Is die de meest verdienende OnlyFans, die had dus op gok. Heb je dat niet in de gaten? Dat er nou op gok iedereen van make it the Shrek, make it the this, that. En dan die gok. Heb je een foto? Heb je die foto gezien van Johan? Van Craig Wright? En Craig Wright heeft ooit een foto van zichzelf in de spiegel gemaakt met een zwembroek. En dan zeggen ze, Grok, make him wear a bikini. En dan heb je ineens Craig Wright in een bikini. En dan zeggen ze, Grok, make the bikini in de pride colors. En dan heb je Craig Wright in een pride color bikini.
Oké, nee, niet gezien. Nee, ik zit niet zoveel op X eigenlijk. Dus,
ja, dat is echt. Maar zo zijn dus van die OnlyFans meisjes. En ik denk dat ik heb nou nog gedaan, en dit uit. En dan krijg je elke keer Grok op die foto van namens allerlei outfits plaatsen en dingen laten doen. Ja, kan soms, maar ja, ik heb het dus wel gezien.
Ik krijg die dit moest aan, hè?
Is dat boven, denk ik?
Nee, maar hier gewoon van...
3, ja, we gaan de 500.000.
Nou, ik zit aan het kijken, als het lineaal is, heb ik meestal op de top. En dan ziet het eruit, die kan goed komen.
Ja, ik zeg tegen je expert van ons vandaag, Mr. Breyer. Ja.
Ja, ik ben dan hier de boxjes vergeten. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Ja, maar zo meten is het inderdaad... Ja, maar hier was die top er net na. 1, 2, 3, en dan moet het inderdaad komen. Dus ik weet niet hoe ze erbij komen, maar... Nou goed, we streamen nog. Josje is nog even naar het toilet. Ik kom naar het toilet. Ja, kan me wel ophouden. Ik kan allemaal leven nu. Ik ben dus bijna een nufje op. Mag komen. Dus ik ga wel nog even zeggen. Ik ben een paar jaar beter dan zo'n nufje op gehad. En dat is goed. Ik was nog 15 jaar oud. Wat zeg je daar? Nu geen 20 jaar oud. Ah, dat kan ook wel leven. Ja.
Is dat afgelopen of niet?
Daar moet de stream over de dingen van een memorabele opmerking maken.
Ja, je weet het niet.
Ja, dat is genoeg met dit huis en denk van, dit is de vloerman.
Ik ben echt hartstikke live hoor. Ik geen grote laptops, maar gewoon. Ja, Johan, ik heb een paar flikse upload van ik heb een nieuwe website, afgelopen jaar gestart, josiedevel.com. Mensen kunnen de boek lezen, schulden.nl. Ik heb een Substack aangemaakt, maak video's. Nu al 17 jaar is het verhaal weg. Hè? Nee, ik heb geen social gemoten, dus dat is en dan meer dan 17 jaar ben ik op bezig. Want wel het begin van de Bitcoin, dan begint het eigenlijk eerder dan je crisis. En daar ben ik toch niet doorheen gelopen, zeggen eigenlijk. En daar zijn we achter duiken. Heel erg samenleving. Alleen dit, ik moet gebruiken om dat te doen. Nee, kom natuurlijk nergens. Ik wil heel graag het allerlei samenleving waar het over. En ik zie dat het allemaal is geweest. Iedereen oneindig van had en ik ben corona. Alleen het is eigenlijk mijn eigen fantasie geweest. En die motivatie waarmee je dan al gecreëerd hebt. Uiteindelijk, Johan, je hebt een mooie bril op en gaat waar je van via glas veel. Dat is echt zo weer. Dat heeft binnen 24 uur waar je op de stoep. Dat is allemaal. Dat moet je doorheen hebben. Als we hebben graag hebben we geloof dat andere kunnen. Nou, dit is ook dat ook kan. En nu ook voor. En nu op al niet gezet. Dat ik gewoon een beetje de bedoeling erin heb. Ja, ook zo. Ik ben al niet zeker dat je dan echt zo gaan doen. Ik voorstel dat je maar moet je doen. Je mag bij meer buiten. Volgens mij heb jij meer nodig dan ik. Je hebt dat prima nog in mijn leven. En ik wil heel graag bij jou samen. En niet met klote geld. Je waar je 15 gemaakt. Dan als ik daar ander geld maken, dan doe je mij niet bij. Dan heb ik geen koning die mijn gratie van God wil beschermen voor alles wat er maar bij vraagt. Dan heb ik die auto staan. Dan sta ik maar alleen voor. Ik ben er ook zeggen. Jezelf te plek gezegd. Ik heb 4 mee eigenlijk. Van deze op naar de andere toe. En dat zelf naar de boven toe. Dat is inderdaad wel ruimte. Dus het is wel wel. Inderdaad, nee, maar je zou een voelsel hebben. Dat is 35 dan gaat weer op elkaar denken. En dan ja, dan gaat het oké. Ik ga maar eens zeggen. 1, 2, 3. Dat staat net op zijn naam niks. Dat is even niet weten. Oh ja. Dat is inderdaad dus zo. Dan ja, 60 dan zijn. Dan zijn we bij de 60 daar komen. Zo. Ja. Ja, goed, ja, zo zien. Ja, als je net zeggen van waar of maar het is een beetje instond, dan weet ik nou maar bij waar het gaat het zeker. Maar dat is een beetje niet oké, maar dat is niet. Meer als je iets doet, dan hoop ik. Maar deze kost het goed zien. Dat gaat helemaal goed niet. Dus ja, goed, ja, dat zou ik zeggen. Ja, ik ben niet zo van het ik vind het ook voor mannen. Ja, maar dat is even wat zeggen. Dat is mooi uit te leren. Ik zit een beetje op te denken dat we daar weer neerzetten. Het is mooi dat we dat kunnen doen en dat we gewoon al jarenlang. Ja, maar we hebben nog meer dingen ingooien. En dat hebben we veel meer gegooid. En wat zou je eigenlijk doen? Dus dat is alles techniek eigenlijk. En als die koers erin komen, wat moet zijn, of wat wiskundig zien logisch is, dan zie je gewoon dat in samenwerking met een kan modelleren als ik zie een ego, dan zie je gewoon hoe het allemaal precies is. Het is op alle delen, dus 10.000 deels, en dan ben je weer op, dan heb je zo inwaardig daar staat. Ik zie dat geen door. De meeste mensen zeggen, de meeste misschien van 0, en mensen die wel dit los niet doen, daarom voor mensen die van ja, maar ik wil gewoon oké, maar mensen die wel altijd maar dat persen. Dat duurt nog steeds zo wachten. Maar op een gegeven moment meer, maar dan is dat natuurlijk ook wat. Dus maar het kon eigenlijk misschien dat niet van ons naar Bitcoin Cash. Ik denk dat Bitcoin Cash staat echt op zijn piek van de afgelopen 3 jaar. Niet maar dan denk ik, dus ik ga hier zeker nog een seconde gaan. Ik ben nog 650 met level. Ja, dat is inderdaad nog. Ja, ik heb nee, Oh ja, ik weet het niet. Maar als je deze naar de polder gaat, en dan staat alles staat dit in de ja? Ik heb 2 jaar geleden een munt verkocht, ik maakte die eruit, €500 gewoon even aan het dus €500 uit. Gisteren was die 50% aan midden. En bij de helft van het dubbel verkocht. En vandaag was die al die plus 30 en ik de helft absoluut meer dan gaan. Ik ga die Bitcoin Cash, hoef je niet echt te kopen. Als je dagelijks bereid bent om naar je Bitcoin Cash stack eigen klikjes te maken, dan is de brooddagen open, de goede dagen weer verkopen en die middelen weer verkopen. En hoe vind je dit lekker heel en die hele dag nou, ik zeg ik heb niet Bitcoin Cash, ik heb Bitcoin Cash, het is dan ook dat het nu een jaar later is. Ik heb het even zijn 2 dagen van juni gelezen. Bitcoin Cash. Eigenlijk was het nog maar 5. En dan heb ik nog maar 5 euro bij. En toen is bijna alles in 10 gegaan en heb ik geweest. En ik heb dus 10 jaar lang leven bij de klas gekocht. Ik denk dat 12 uit. Ik heb 18 poels en dus er ook 8 waarde in poels. En dan heb ik dus en dan was het nog ongeveer weg. Nou, met alle en dan zie ik dat weer zelf kunnen nemen. Als ik even dat even hoe en weer een maand
Nee, dat is wel echt. Ja, ik kan geen vast van.
Nee, op dit point begonnen ze ook. Nee,
en dan moet ik maar dat nooit gewoon duidelijk. Maar wil ik zo kan andere en dan wil ik ook iets zelf doen. En dan heb je een paar keer en ik begon even. En ja, dat is een spaarste niet.
Ik heb die mezelf zo verhaal niet omkomen. Want eigenlijk
maar ik goed door, dat zit ik net aan. Ja, gaan we rechts. Dat was de vaak en dan die tafel gaan.
Twee keer meer moet. Weg zeg maar elke maand werd een beloning naar 700 euro.
Ja, dat is een half. We gaan 55 niet. Ja, dat is dan nog van het samen in de zaak dan zijn we samen.
Het meeste van heel Nederland die alles voor weet ik hebben. Dat is ook dat ik het weet ik
maar die gozer die een kerst overgekocht geloof ik. Ik die gezegd tegen de plaats zo. Ja, dat is wel dat is die ook zo ja. Ik heb die gezien. Ik zit voor de net. Dat kan nou echt nog ja. Het is maar niet zo. Nee, dat is gewoon alles beter. Ik zie ons.
Dat doe ik ook.
Nee, dat kan. Dat voel ik het ja.
Ik heb echt ik heb geloof in 17 jaar ook.
Ja, dat is wel dat is bij halen. Wanneer ik stop met ik heb godsdienst al met gehad over. Nee, ik weet niet of ik nog steeds staat. Ik ben eigenlijk zo in. Dus ik vind ook uit zich. Oké, dat is niet wat. Ja, ik ben zo cent. Ik wil dat echt wat ben. Ik zal het ook ja, ook ja, toen is het gewoon is wel ja, ik ben dat maar ja, ik vind het wel doos gekocht. Met net uit de vraag kwam zit dan boven. Dus dat is van die markt. En ik wacht maar laat ik gewoon even in de huis. Ja, dat is wel dat is eigenlijk dat is zo van 7.
Vijf puntjes op en kost samen €50. Oké. Die beetje van 11 naar de vloer. Dus is goed. Dan je het 20 op en hebben we weg. Maar de waarde van $0 per 1, ja. Dus 50 gekocht voor $10. En de waarde van 1 zo'n $6,209. Oké. Nou, kun je goed wat van de reden dat je van oh ja, de meeste met alle zo gaan meer dan 15 minuten. Dat is ja, dat is ook ja, die ben al die voor die. Nee, ja. Ja, dat is de kost van de lokale bollen, daar krijg je voor $308 en gisteren heb ik gekocht voor een euro. Ja, dat is
Ja, en dan is die Oké. Ja, waarom stoppen die streamers niet? Hè?